Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Second link for the nightly the first link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. I think it's the first time I've ever butchered that one there in the morning. But Chad, welcome to Monday. It's going to be a glorious one. It's going to be a lot slower, a lot more boring, okay? A lot more boring. I could already tell the volume's a little lower. Surprisingly, the futures are up. We actually even got to wake up with Fed Goolsby. So he just made some comments not too long ago. He said, I don't think the market knows how the FOMC works after he was just telling you about the golden path for the last 6 months. So we have that. We have Bank of Japan tomorrow. Other than that, nothing too crazy. There was more of that Red Sea stuff with oil and stopping the shipments and the attacks and everything else. So besides that, it was supposed to be a slower day. We'll see how the bond market and everything else takes it. But for now, futures are still going. We got a crazy market streak. The Russell is leading the way, and then we'll see what happens. But Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope your weekend was good. I hope you got some rest, and I hope you're ready for the holidays, baby. But Chatadonia, good morning. How are ya? What's up, baby? What up, Tim Whitman? Tim Whitman. What up, Lori Whitman? Am I not? Why can't I speak today? Zulraz, baby. Yee. Candy. Monica. Azel. Devlin. Jerry. Your blood, baby. Najee Wolf in the house. Good morning. What up, Alex Lozano? Samuel C, baby. Jay Samuels. Cup 45. Hobby. Zeke. CJ. Tyler, baby. Maria. Good morning. What up, Venus? How you living, Astro? What's up, Event Horizon? Mr. Rules or Frank, baby. Frank Denardi. Open face sandwich in the house, baby. D. Hunter. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. Mr. Garlinger. Winning loser. Kira. Jose. Welcome, baby. How you living, Jose? You living good, baby. You living good. The KRE conglomerate. Radical Rafter, baby. Michael, De Niro, Devlin, baby. Greg Ale, me, not you, Ramiro, Carissa Hines. Good morning. What up, Agent of Chaos? Lucky J, Awaz, Ambry, Dan Kingsley, Skinny, baby. Oh, my goodness. QX, Edge, Agent of Chaos. Once again, Victor, Nathan Evans, Jerry Woods, Mr. or Mrs., I don't know, whatever. It's 2023, Brenda Walker. Good morning. Jefferson, Trading Dash, Jerry Woods, Stefan, and again, Skinny again. Y'all keep pumping it out there, baby. What about the Twitch universe's favorite? JT, baby. Amor Fati Trev, Mr. Get Low, JG Industries, Angelo, Jesus, KJ Lemur, Tilo, Preforms, 40 years, Dev Patel, Smealy, baby, Ryan Curtis, Blowing Dough, Cortex, Uncle Nick, Woodrow, I Got My Gum, Mr. Charlie and the Tree, Slizin, Big Curly, Epic Eric, Hall, Braxton, Mother Liquor, Hailstone, Most Greedy, baby, Danny V, and Uncle Nick and Robo again, baby. Good morning. And Bill got a little bit of a reset. I have to double check what it is. They did the same thing last year. It might be a mid-month thing, but I do think you get a higher dividend. So I wouldn't be too worried about it, but at the same time, I do think you saw the exact same thing happen last year, and I'd see where it ends up at the end of the month. But I do think you get an extra dividend. That is what happened last time in December. It's like a special assessment or something like that, I believe. So I could be incorrect on that, but for the most part, wait till the end of the month. It shouldn't be resetting in the sense where like rates start going down. It was ex-divvy today, yeah. So then there you go. It's resetting middle of the month then. So I wouldn't trip too hard on it. But then again, we'll see. But it shouldn't. I do think you will get your money back. Worst case scenario. Worst case, it always balance out with bill till they make the snip of the rate. You know the snip. No, okay. Anyways, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for the morning. Let us get into the news. And then Adobe and Figma terminate $20 billion deal after regulator crash. Or clash, not crash. Blah, 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 blah. U.S. stock futures edge higher despite rate pushback. U.S. stock futures ticked higher even as central banks sought to sow doubts that aggressive interest rate cuts will materialize early next year. Contracts on the S&P 500 rose by 0.3 while the stocks Europe 600 traded little change amid thin volumes. The dollar was broadly steady while yields on the 2-year yield treasury dropped 3 basis points pairing Friday's jump. Oh, what up, party? Good morning. European Central Bank Governing Council Boston Vosley joined a chorus of officials tempering market optimism about rate cuts. He cautions, his cautious tone came after New York Fed President John Williams last week said bets on a March reduction were premature, and ECB President Lagarde said that the bank had not dismissed cuts at all, or discussed cuts at all. For now, market optimism is proving resilient, according to Florian Aleppo, head of market research at Lombard Asset Management. The market is progressively getting acquainted with the idea that not only has the Fed pivoted, it has moved on from being the market's enemy to being the market's new best friend, Aleppo said. With the new sub-2% real rates, monetary policy is now accommodative once again. Bank of Japan focus. Attention shifts to Japan this week, with the nation's central bank beginning a 2-day policy meeting on Monday, while speculation has grown that the Bank of Japan will soon end the world's last negative interest rate regime. Economists see April as the most likely time for a change, with 15% expecting UAE to pull the plug on negative rates in January, according to a Bloomberg survey of more than 50 economists. The Bank of Japan has little need to rush into making policy change, said Societe Generale economists led by Wei Yao wrote in a note, but markets will be watching for any sign the board is willing to end negative rates or yield curve control. In commodities, gold moved higher, oil rose, extending last week's rise as major shipping lines suspended transit through the Red Sea following escalated attacks on merchant ships. Bitcoin lost about 2% to 40,993. Nippon Steel agreed to buy United Steel for about $14.1 billion in cash in a deal to end the months of uncertainty about the future of the historic American metal producer. Shares of Vodafone rallied after billionaire Xavier Niel Iliad proposed combining Italian business with Vodafone local operations. Illumina said they will sell Grail Inc. following an appeal court finding that the acquisition of the cancer detection startup violated antitrust laws. Chinese education firm New Oriental live streaming e-commerce subsidy East Buy dismissed CEO Sun Doksu, made an exodus of subscribers. Goldman upgrades solar energy stock Sonova Energy to buy from neutral, noting that the residential solar market is recovering. HSBC initiates coverage of Thermo Fisher and Teva to buy ratings. Danaher initiated at hold at HSBC and updated their ratings on the life insurance and healthcare sector ahead of which could see a U.S. election spark angst for biopharma investors amid a focus on drug pricing. And then Unity Software was initiated at buy by HSBC. Company has little prospect of near-term profitability and sizable convertible debt overhang, according to the broker. Key events: you have ECB biennial conference on fiscal policy and EMU governance on Monday. Pro-democracy meeting media tycoon Jimmy Lai heads to court in Hong Kong on Monday. NASDAQ 100 annual reconstitution on Monday. RBA December policy minutes on Tuesday. Bank of Japan decision on Tuesday. Canada inflation Tuesday. Eurozone inflation Tuesday. Atlanta Fed on Tuesday. Mr. Bostic, New Zealand issues half-year economic fiscal update on Wednesday. China loan prime rates on Wednesday. UK inflation on Wednesday. Bank of England or Indonesia rate decision on Thursday. U.S. GDP on Thursday, Nike earnings on Thursday, Japan inflation on Friday, and UK GDP on Friday. Wow. Bank of Japan, that is the one. Oh, good morning. We gotta stop it. Happy Monday. Oh, they're already turning up on Twitch, man. I hope y'all woke up, YouTube. I hope y'all woke up. I hope it's bright and early. And the Russell goes up even if the volume down. So I don't know. I hope you woke up. Good morning. Good morning. Goldman, they see new highs. Goldman Sachs has increased their forecast for U.S. stocks after the Federal Reserve's apparent pivot towards rate cuts last week, with the bank now calling for a return to a record level in 2024. The firm strategist, led by David Kostin, increased their forecast for the S&P to 5,100 points, about 8% higher than Friday's close. Goldman, which had set a 4,700 target just a month ago, joins Bank of America and Oppenheimer in expecting a fresh new high in 2024. Futures defy Fed caution. The exuberance from last week is showing few signs of fading on Monday, even as a string of U.S. officials tried to inject a degree of caution over the weekend. U.S. stock futures are in the green, while stocks in Europe have erased earlier losses this week. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic told Reuters that he did not see cuts starting until the third quarter, and Chicago Fed President Goolsbee said it's an overstatement to consider rate cuts until officials are convinced inflation is on a path to lower its target. New York Fed President John Williams kicked off the pushback on Friday by saying it's too early to begin thinking about lowering borrowing costs. loading up on short-term debt. Meanwhile, the overarching sentiment in the Treasury market is that the best way to play the Fed's pivot is to load up on shorter maturity debt that still provides a 4% yield. That's according to Bloomberg's Liz Capo-McCormick and Michael McKenzie, who say investors expect the yield curve to steepen back to its more normal typical slope in the months ahead, putting the 2-year Treasury in a sweet spot. The note offers a yield of 4.4, higher than any other maturity. It's like you've heard that before. Yen positivity. The Japanese yen has had a torrid 2023, dropping 8% against the dollar and languishing as the worst performing major currency. But market participants polled by Bloomberg say that 3 straight years of outsized declines look set to end in 2024 as the Bank of Japan exits the world's last negative interest rate regime and as its peers cut borrowing costs. The median estimate of the forecast is for a rally to 135 against the dollar from about 142 today. And then finding an heir to Dimon, finally halfway through Jamie Dimon's special incentive to stay 5 more years to atop JP Morgan. Insiders are predicting more senior leadership changes to help potential successors gather experience. As Hannah Levitt writes today, life under 67-year-old Dimon is more profitable than ever, and life after him is just as hazy. That means the question of who might steward the firm is the one that looms over the industry. Wow, Jamie Dimon, huh? S&P futures are up by 0.3 on Monday after U.S. equities rallied last week, with the S&P 500 up for a 7th consecutive week, its longest winning streak since 2017. Upside leadership came from most shorted names and year-to-date laggers, while big tech underperformed. Treasuries are mostly firmer with some of the curve steepening. Dollar back better versus the yen, but lagging versus euro. Gold is up by 0.1, Bitcoin down by 3.2, WTI is up by 1.2. Dovish Fed pivot remains key areas of focus heading into year-end, even with some of the post-FOMC pushback from Fed officials. Market pricing in an 80% chance of a rate cut as soon as the March meeting and over 150 basis points of easing between the January 24 and January 25 meeting. Soft landing traction, another tailwind for risk sentiment, particularly with the accompanying stability of 24 consensus earnings estimates. LDD percent growth, near-term overbought conditions, big positioning, sentiment swings, and lagged effects of Fed tightening, some of the go-to bearish talking points. Fed Mester said that the market has jumped a little bit ahead and Fed not likely to normalize rates quickly. Chicago Fed President Goolsbee said on Sunday that it's too early to declare victory in the Fed's fight against inflation, adding that the data is going to drive what happens to the rates. That follows hawkish-leaning comments from the Fed's Williams on Friday, who said that central bank not really talking about rate cuts. Added to the talk of March easing was premature. NAHB housing on the U.S. calendar this morning. Housing dominates with the economic calendar over the course of the week, though Friday does bring in PCE inflation. A few themes in focus on the weekend press include disinflation traction and Magnificent Seven dominance. Adobe is scrapping a planned $20 billion acquisition of Figma. USX to be acquired by Nippon Steel for $14.1 billion. Door to acquire PGTI for $3 billion. Illumina to divest Grail. WDD said that Sycamore Partners may be interested in a takeover for Macy's. IBM to acquire StreamSets, a Method platform for Software AG for $2 billion. VFW hit by hacking incident. Apple in the headlines over the weekend amid a report of more Chinese agencies and government-backed firms ordering staff to stop bringing iPhones and other foreign devices to work. Another report highlighted the focus on wearables in 24. Bloomberg discussed expectations of leadership change at JP Morgan this year to find Dimon a successor. There is no doubt that the Bank of Japan is considering lifting negative interest rates in January, said Shotaro Morita, chief strategist at All Nippon Asset Management. Recession fears may stalk Britain's economy once again, with the threat of a downgrade this week to previous GDP estimates that have raised hopes that the country may avoid a contraction. Morgan Stanley is looking to offload about $350 million of loans it made to Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. When Walgreens affiliate bought Summit Health around a year ago, the pharmacy group management hailed the deal as transformational for a push to primary health. 12 months later, the $8.9 billion takeover has struggled to deliver cost synergies, and Walmart's and Walgreens' creditworthiness has just been cut to junk for the first time since formation. ECB governors see no dovish pivots before March, cut before June. ECB 1 says wage slowdown key to timing the policy shift. ECB Nagel says that probability of a rate peak, but too soon to consider. ECB Vase says rate cuts bets are premature. We'll need to wait until spring of 24 before policy can reassess. Bank of Japan to keep policy unchanged in upcoming decision. Treasury bond ETF gains 21% from 16-year low in October. Gets the biggest inflow in almost 5 months. Fed easing in 24 expected to spark unwind of inverted Treasury curve. Goldman strategists lift S&P target a month after setting a lower inflation. Fed easing, setting on lower inflation. Net U.S. dollar positioning bearish for the first time since September. U.S. corporate bond issuance has been increasing after bond yields slid last week. Yen upward shift as policy rates in Bank of Japan and Fed are set to move closer. China weak property sector. Retail sales keep stimulus calls alive. China property crisis is hurting the middle class wealth. German IFO business climate survey slows, dampening hope of a rebound. UK recession risk returns with data signaling possible downgrade. Israel PM Netanyahu faces protests after killing of 3 hostages. UK, Germany, France to step up calls for Israel to agree to Gaza's ceasefire. Putin said he won't attack NATO as Ukraine and Russia trade drone strikes with each other. Saudi UAE disagreements complicate the U.S. response to Yemeni rebels. German far-right party makes fresh electoral breakthrough. Senate unlikely to finalize border security deal this year. Congress facing brutal January in which it will have to deal with the border and Ukraine bill and funding deadlines. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Don't worry, you still got plays, Chatadonia. You still got plays. There's actually quite a bit here to start off the morning. So let's see what we got. EDU, New Oriental CEO Sun Dongguksu. I can't say that one. Dismissed due to mismanagement. Stock is up by 10.2. NEO is up by 8.9. $2 billion share repurchase agreement with CYVN at $7.50 a share. VOD is up by 6.7. Iliad Group submits proposal for merger of Iliad, Italia, and Vodafone. Lumina up 5.4. Committed to Expeditors divestiture of Grail. Snapchat up 3.1. Guggenheim Securities upgrade. Tiva up 2.8. HSBC initiates buy. RPRX up 2.2. NVO they're up 2.2, reportedly working with IndiaMart to stop illegal Wegovy sales in India. I didn't know they were doing that. Adobe is up by 2.1. BP up 2.0 to pause all tanker passage through Red Sea amid escalating security threat. GSK up 1.9. Trial results for searching for more deals in China. PBR up 1.5. New amendment to natural gas purchase. CVE up 1.5. United Steel, they're up 28%. Nippon Steel to acquire for $55 in cash. PGTI up 9.4. Masonite International to acquire for $3 billion cash. ETRN up 4.3. Nova up 4.0. Goldman Sachs initiates upgrade. CAMT up 3.8. Order for 25 meteorology inspection systems. INSW up 3.6. EH up 2.0. Wings Logistics to buy up to 100 eVTOLs. ENVX up 1.3. William Blair initiates outperform. CSIQ up 1.3. Goldman Sachs upgrade. NRXP up 42.5. FDA clears IND application of NRX 101. ZimV up 33.5 to sell spine business to HIG Capital for $375 million. ARQT up by 32%. FDA approves our Curtis Zorvane Rofamolast topical foam. KNW up 17.8. FCell up 15.6. Exxon to build CCS plant in Rotterdam with fuel cells, carbonate fuel cell technology. Terra up 11.2. Spec up 9.3. Launches Aircore project suite for oil and gas. SFWL 8.9. ALLK up 6.3. SES down or up by 4.7. William Blair initiates market perform. Blink is up 4.7. HRTG up 3. Metal and mining companies, silver, U.S. Steel, stuff related to that's all up. And then shipping tankers are higher amid the Red Sea drama. MDB is down by 4.5. Cybersecurity incident. Firm is down by 4.7. Morgan Stanley downgrade. Roku is down by 2.6. Seaport Research Partners downgrade. Shopify down by 1.7. JMP downgrade. ARM down 1.6. Deutsche Bank downgrade. PanW downgrade by Raymond James. Abivai HSBC downgrade. A lot of downgrades this morning. GPCR down by 31%. GSBR 1290 program update. PNT down 11. Splash trial results. LNTH splash trial results down 10.5. SPWR Goldman Sachs downgrade. Stock is down by 6.4. VFC down 6.3. Discloses cybersecurity incident. SEDG down 3.8. Goldman Sachs downgrade. UTRS Minerva to delist from NASDAQ 50% down. Checkpoint down 50%. CRL from FDA. EBIX down 44.5. Confirms filing for bankruptcy in the U.S. PCT down 22%. And then MIS is down 18% off of earnings. Well, this a lot. This one is a lot. So not bad. We got time? I think we got time. I hope we got time. Yeah. Oh, you got Ira Jersey too? All right. Follow me on Instagram. I'm going to go to the bathroom. All right. I'll see you in a little bit, baby. Get ready for Monday. The cyclicals are already, honestly, it's still holding up. People are already talking 8 weeks in a row. Let's see what happens next, okay?
It is, leading into these individual statements that are being made instead of looking at the totality of what everyone's saying at the Fed right now.
Ira Jersey, thank you, sir, of Bloomberg Intelligence on the latest. A final word with Kate Moore, please. Kate, let's go there. The Federal Reserve. Who do I listen to? The Chairman Powell that I heard from at the start of December, the one I heard from on Wednesday, the people I've heard from subsequently. Who do I listen to?
I think we listen to them all, John. That's not a cop-out answer. I mean, I think Powell was right in indicating that we can start discussing the possibility of rate cuts if the growth, inflation, and employment data suggest that's the right and appropriate move. But I think, the other Fed speakers who come out and basically said, hey, we're not promising rate cuts in the near term, that there's a lot of uncertainty in the macro data, that we're still coming out of a very unusual cycle from the pandemic, and we have to wait and see, is also worth paying attention to. I mean, I think the message for markets is, don't get ahead of yourself and expecting a huge number of rate cuts in the first half of 2024. We still think growth is going to look quite good. Some of the disinflationary pressures or the speed of disinflation may ease a little bit in the first part of 2024. But that doesn't mean, and I'm going to make another pitch for this, that it's game over for equities. I still think there's a risk-on move to be had, John, going into 2024.
Are there some basic underlying assumptions you're making on the bond market, though, Kate, to make that call?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, to Ira's point, I would expect stability in yields. If we had a huge amount of bond volatility, if we ended up seeing, let's say, a sustainable rise above 410, and there was upward pressure, I mean, that would be a little bit tougher case for equities. But I do think we're going to be able to move past the obsession with monetary policy, the obsession with Fed speak, and focus a little bit more on fundamentals, which I think are going to improve. And by fundamentals, I mean specifically earnings next year.
Okay, I hope that is not just a dream. That is actually a call.
Me too, John.
I hope it's not a dream. Wow, Chad Adonia. So how you feeling, man? How you guys feeling here bright in the morning? I hope you guys are ready. I got a couple plays for you. Gold, oil, DocuSign. Don't forget about that news from Friday. That was a fun one. Snapchat got a nice upgrade. I think Guggenheim was pumping them, and then I'm going to be watching X and NRXP as well as Pfizer and some of the other plays that we had on Friday. So Chattadonia, with that being said now, with you in the game, the Russell up man, it's your turn. What's your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat, baby. What do you got for me? Let's go. Oh, we already got some. GLD calls. MU calls, Croc calls, M on Netflix, Tesla calls. It's a new week, baby. SPY Daily, SPX got 152 calls on CVX. Google calls, pump it up at 48. VIX Silver, buy in Silver, MU calls. Palo Alto, Baba call, Metalon, pump it up at 48. KKR puts, XOM, Hasbro, 2024, X, Meta calls, M2K, Natural Gas, Play and SPY, XOM, Disney puts, Baba, KKR, SPY call, Soxel, TLT, 26, 120 call, Holden, Pfizer, QQQ Long, Palantir, 324, SPY Dailies, Bill puts, SPY calls, Amazon calls, Want Tesla hit 200, CLF shares, enjoying San Diego plays, baby. Farfetch, Metalon, Baba calls, Apple puts, Tesla long, AI calls, SPAG credit spreads, Nat Gas short, Tesla calls, KRE calls, Bill puts, FDX calls for earnings. Don't try to impress people. Unity shares, ESPR long, Tulio, Boeing, sell TNA, GSK puts, don't try to impress. IWM, KRE, TNA 3 times, adding more Pfizer to the long term. KRE, SPY puts, Microsoft not trading, FedEx for earnings, Intel 50, Amazon calls, and the final plays. Snap calls at 18. Calls on Jesus. SPY 47.20 short. SPY puts Peach calls. And buying Verizon for the long term. Wow. Perfect timing, Chattadonia. You know that? Perfect timing. We ready to go. Wow, you got 1 minute. If you have any questions, honestly, there's really not much. We are going to get a little bit of data on Friday, but besides that, Bank of Japan tonight leading into tomorrow, that's pretty much going to be your main event. That's it, man. It's going to be at like 7 o'clock, I think, my time. 7 my time, 10 o'clock Eastern. 10 o'clock Eastern, so we'll see how it plays out, baby. We'll see how it plays out. But Chatadonia, you got 30 more seconds. You got 30 more seconds. I need to blow my nose still? No way. Not bad, though. Not bad. A lot better, though. I'm feeling a lot greater. You know that? I got a good weekend, man. Got to chill out. Very, very good, man. Very, very good. Oh, yes. Bill X dividend is early on December. So, again, it did the same thing last month, too. Or, excuse me, last year around the same time. If you go and take a look. Hello. No random play. I don't think so. I think we're riding some out. But, we have better than that. We have something way better than that, baby. Uh-huh. It's the little amount of respect that we could show every day, man. Because the sacrifice that was made is worth even more, ladies and gentlemen. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Whether or not somebody gave you a pat on the back or not, y'all did it. Whether it was cool or not, y'all did it. And I really hope all of you, man, no matter what, continue on the legacy and always show some love, man, especially to those veterans and people who made that sacrifice. So, veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love and appreciate you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping out, man, for real. We love and appreciate you. And thank you as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Chatadonia. Happy Monday. We're back. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Rome AP, the Pope formally approved same-sex blessings. Says people shouldn't be subject to exhaustive moral analysis to get them. Well, there it is, the Pope. Yeah, U.S. Steel getting bought out, Figma and Adobe. And then again, you have the Pope news, and then what else? Adobe X Door to acquire PGTI, IBM to acquire StreamSet, VFW hit by a hacking incident, and Illumina has to sell Grail. So a lot of them are all up, though. That's the interesting part. So we'll see. Again, I think even Adobe is doing good. Adobe and Illumina both might be up. Again, Adobe, remember, they just had earnings and were kind of clapped a little bit. So in a weird way, that one might be a little bit of a post-earnings. We will see. Tesla, no, I have it loaded up there, I think, automatically. I saved it once there. So we'll see what happens, baby. We'll see what happens. But Chatadonia, we got 45 seconds. Any questions? Again, we shouldn't be expecting too much, but as you kind of even saw here from the plays, there's a couple of different things. There's like a couple of different movers. I'm just worried about the volume. So we'll see if it's going to be like computer-driven, one way, one direction. I don't know. Some of you like one direction. But again, GC, I'd watch gold and oil. And then again, even the docu-play from last Friday, I'm going to watch out to see how that plays. And then 2 little biotech approvals. Not to mention, we'll see where the bonds take us. We'll see where the bonds take us. Y'all ready for this? Down, 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 everybody pat. Well, remember, Fed speakers were trying to clap back over the weekend in the morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And we're off. All right, so everything is up for now. I don't know if the NQ is up. Hold up, that's not loading. NQ is up by 0.11. Yes, sir. Again, even Russell's already coming down a little bit. Oil up by 3%. Again, all of the Black Sea attacks. I wonder if gold's going to go up with it more. But again, oil is the one getting most of that gain there. That bell, yeah, there was 2 of them. Mm-hmm. Coin down 2.1. Russell moving. Again, I want to see if Snapchat was up like 4.5 at one point. And then again, Adobe and Illumina, those are the ones with it. Illumina's up 4% on, again, having to sell Grail. Damn, Illumina. Remember last time you guys asked me about Illumina? Just a couple of days ago, bro. That thing's already went up like 20%, I think. Bill X dividend early in December. So everyone could get Christmas presents. Snap. I think Snap might send it, honestly. It's already up a shit ton. That's the only problem. But then again, like, everyone keeps upgrading it into the highs. So I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but it's had literally 3 different upgrades into the highs. So every time it hits like a new high there, it was like 14, then 16, and then now again at $17. But contract's already up 50% on that. Where's Docu? X moving around. Yeah, X is up 26. I think they were up even more. So in a weird way, there's a little bit. But I think it's $55 a share if you want any sort of arbitrage on that one. Where are the real estate stocks? MPW came down. They were up in the morning. Watch JPM again, even KRE. KRE's up by a quarter. Yeah, KRE contracts up nice. What else? I want to see something else. Docu. The Docu's dropped, but they're still up again. I think like 400 or 500%. There's on the video. No, I don't think so. Again, and then AMD was the leader. They're actually red. Apple to halt Apple Watch Series 9 and Apple Watch Ultra sales in the U.S. this week. What? Ahead of Christmas? That news is coming out right now. Citing 9 to 5 Max citing Apple. UUP down 6. I think this might be some rebalancing shit. There's 0.06. I'm going to say, if anything, if you start seeing weird ones, but no, wait a minute, this is down a lot. It could be because the future contract, and again, just like middle of the month, coming into the end of the year, it's going to get weird. Again, Bill has an early dividend. All of those contracts flipped. The contracts. So I'd watch out for that. Russell just got smoked 0.5% right there, 0.3 in like 2 candles. Oh, Pfizer, I forgot about that one. We made a nice play on Friday. And to the long term. Yeah, Pfizer's doing good. Costco, remember they have this special dividend. I think it is still safe to hold Bill, but like we've been talking about, it's going to get time to wind down. So like eventually once the rate cut is there, I mean this little end of the month thing, if you really want, go look at Bill and you'll notice the same exact thing happened in the last month. So again, I do think everything is tripping out, but this could be on the reset. But Bill should only be 1 to 3 months. Where was it last? Yeah, so like last December, I think you had the same exact thing happen. And like it was a smaller month here leading into it. Then it reset halfway through, and then you dropped, and then it went right back up. So again, the yield's even going to be higher, but same exact move there. But then again, Bill, you should be getting ready to wind down or take advantage of money markets. But literally, I mean, if there is any sort of rate cut by March, that is where things are going to change. X huge pop. Like, even more, like, yeah, it's still, this is off the pre-market move. Uber at 62. What is that, XLY? Is that tech on the high? SPY still going? SPY is actually the leader right now, up by 0.28. NASDAQ 0.17. The VWAP, Apple selling. Again, they just had that halting Apple Watch news. I don't know if it moved too much. There it is. Apple's starting to move a little bit off of that. Adobe. Netflix flying. Fly, little Netflix, fly. Bill has ex-divvy today. They have 2 each December. Oil prices extend gains. WTI rises by $2. 73.90. Adobe's still chilling 1.5. What was the other one? Illumina. They were up 4. They came down a little bit. Damn, Illumina's only up 1 now. Costco's still going. Again, young special dividend. Costco's killing it every day. Roku and DraftKings on the high. I don't know when you have to. I let my money just chill there. I don't really, I haven't checked. But again, I mean, at this point, we have a lot less in bill than not. But it's, I think just go check X dividend date, or you could go check it. Even, they got like their own little website, I think. Russell popping back up to 0.3. That was, bro, Russell's moving around a lot. My goodness. And then bonds, are they still killed? Bonds are like up and down at the same time, but definitely it's worst day in the last couple. The Zaza still clapped. I don't have crude. I have gold. Gold was up a little bit, but that's almost at break even now. Bill pays twice in December because they do not pay in January. That's what the chat is saying. So I double check all of this. But again, I mean, at this point, you should be finding your balances again. Or even maybe you could move to the 2-year, but you'd have to actually buy a real 2-year bond. Other than that, cyclicals. The Roto. Oh, shit. Where is it? Baidu's clapped. And then Pfizer's still holding up pretty good. Adobe's starting to work up here. Again, DraftKings is doing very well. Snap, 1760. That one's still holding up. Amazon flying? Yeah, actually. Interesting. Again, remember the little like tech and value rotations were very, very, tech and Russell was very weird coming in all from last week. But yeah, that one's moving. Meta's on the high. They're up 1.8. Disney's barely moving. CRS. YUUP. I think the same exact thing happened last December too. I think it's just all this kind of, again, all like a lot of currency futures have all reset now. So I think UUP might look like that. But if you just go look, if you look at the DXY, I don't think that has moved down. So again, there is a big move here even with the yen and stuff, but I don't even think it's like, again, I think what you're seeing is just like weird market shit related to like ETFs. Again, because when we look at UUP, it is an ETF of the dollar. But if you go look at the DXY, I don't think it's moved. So that's, again, even then Bill's also doing its thing too. The Bill, I would look in the chat. We've already kind of covered it 3 times already to start off. And then again, a couple of chats are bringing in some other info to it. So I'll double check. But for the most part, this is what happens every December with Bill. And then again, just get ready, though, to moving forward by like March, depending on what happens. If those rates do move, then I would be moving too. Oxy. Illumina big candle. Illumina.com. Hood. I think Hood got an upgrade at JP Morgan. Yeah, banks are starting to turn up. They weren't as strong. KRE's now down. But, yeah, watch if the banks and financials can make a move. That will be good. DraftKings well, but still 10% from their highs a week ago. I know they were up a lot. Tripped me out. Pfizer's breaking out. TSN on the high. JP Morgan once again. Hasbro even. Oh, where's Macy's? And then somebody talked about that offer again. I feel like Macy's can move a little bit harder. Probably got like $2. MDT. Let me check these. Egypt's Sisi says we'll continue building New Republic after winning 3rd term. I'm looking at an option. But very, very, very liquid here to start the morning. This people very, you know, very shy, very shy. This is E-Trade Pro that you're looking at here. He said, how should I screen my future trades? I don't really like screen for trades, if that makes sense. I mean, I only trade a couple of futures, like the main indexes and then like oil and gold. But that's really, I'm usually going off of news or a more broader macro idea. Again, there's a lot like bonds too. You can wait for like catalysts, like the bond auctions. That's been a good one. And then everything else we've been dealing with too, with this whole cut this, cut that. And then bonds still coming down here. 30-year a little bit on the low. IBKR on the high. You guys remember on Friday, that thing started getting clapped. SPY still up about 0.29. NASDAQ 0.20. Russell 0.19. And then Dow 0.13. Where can you do futures? Schwab or TD Ameritrade. They do their futures through that. But that's at least where I do them. There's a lot of other ones out there too. But, I mean, approach at your own risk. Apple shares down on the report. China's phone ban accelerates across government. There was even that thing on the wearables, too. People were not liking that over the weekend. Again, Macy's, there was a little bit of news there. So watch out. Adobe's going back up. Again, the Figma news. Adobe's up 3 now. Illumina 1.5. So they're slipping, and then Adobe is rising. Amazon more high, Tesla more highs. Yeah, Amazon's killing it, 1.4, Tesla 1.2. I think even Meta was up like 1.8. Yeah, Meta straight up. All big tech is actually doing great. I don't know how the Nasdaq's not higher than the SPY. Seems like all of your big names, maybe except Microsoft, are in the green. And then SPY's going lower. We're back to pretty much the open. Let's see what level we're at, baby. Royal Nissan, baby. Royal Nissan moves you. Do you know Masi Nissan? I don't know if they. That's like the OG San Diego commercial. Damn, we're at 47.34. Habibi, you're 4 points off of the high. 6 points off of the high. No way. This crazy, man. These guys, you know? Okay, this is a random account. We did not have a random today. The long term. Thank you, long term. Costco slap. Airbnb hold it up. Oh, Costco's killing it. Snapchat 52-week high now. 1783. They just got a big pop. Apple Watches are not to be for sale this week. Yeah, I saw. I don't. Is that good or bad? Is it because of? It's not because of demand. It has to be because of issue, right? But again, they were talking about it a lot over the weekend. Apple to haul U.S. sales of watches. Yeah, 9 to 5 back. So we'll see what that happens. Apple's Enron. No, I think they have a problem with it, man. WMG on the high. Let me see. Snap covered calls. Airbnb's doing very hot too. So we'll see if that gets excited. It's a 32. Okay. It's a problem. I don't know if there's a problem or they're just not selling it. Maybe it's a production issue or something, but they're saying, again, there's a lot of bad news over the weekend, and then even this morning that came down not too long ago that they're going to be discontinuing it. Maybe it's just this week. I'm not too sure. It says on their website, so other retailers can still sell them. Patent dispute between Apple and medical company Massimo around the blood oxygen sensor. So Apple a little bit low. MMM, whoa. 3M's at 107. Yeah, 3M is actually climbing up there. My goodness. Broadcom, no. I think Broadcom's just killing it from the last week. And then, if anything, I think Broadcom is still extremely strong. So I don't even think it's stopping or slowing down. Tesla, AMD's going green. AMD, yeah, they're right at break even. They were red in the morning. Abivi on the high. They got a downgrade this morning. And then Snap still doing its thing. ANET 52-week high. SGD on the low? No. Roar. NAHB housing market in 15 minutes. Consensus 36, previous 34. Thank you, Jesus. There's a lot of housing data this week. I think that'll be the only thing we'll get. And then PCE on Friday might move us. JPM 167. JPM, what is the high? 172, I think. Is JPM showing up as 52-week high? I don't know if it is, but again, they're filling their January gap. I don't even think they did. They didn't even do this at the beginning of the year. So they're very close to filling that, and then like 172.60. I believe that's their high. A firm on the high. And then DocUs came down 3. Remember all that news on Friday. And no real follow through there. Add into Oracle. Macy's still climbing. Pfizer holding. Pinterest 52-week high as well. Uber came down. Spy near the high again. This is crazy though. I don't know if you feel it, but like you guys realize like you're near another high. Like literally we're 5 points off of hitting a new yearly high now. Or again, at least reaching the last one. And then the level is 47.54. So there's still even like 10, 20 points above there if we hold up. Russell is starting to run up here a little bit more, though. That's starting to become the leader. Gold came down. We're still up on it from Friday. And then I think bonds are just getting mollywopped. That's probably getting ahead of, Young Powell. Or excuse me, Young Japan. That makes sense. Fuki. T-Sway, baby. Good morning. Our higher oil from the shipping better for Tesla. In the short term, I don't know if it's going crazy, but yeah. Like, if anything, I mean, oil and oil prices. But as of late, I don't think oil and energy prices have been disturbing anybody. We'll see what happens with this thing. You know, if oil really takes off past 73 again and gets to those higher levels, then we'll see a little bit more tension. But, you know, again, it was what, like the worst 5-week streak in like 5 years, I believe, or almost 10 years or something on oil. 2% from all-time high on S&P. We're very close. I didn't realize we were very close to hitting a high even on the day, or like again on the year. So we're about to hit another 52-week high most likely, but we'll see what happens. Volume should be low. I haven't looked, but it just feels low. Yeah, you got 4.9 million in 30 minutes. Not too bad, I guess. 20 minutes. Actually, it could be a lot worse. So for now, I wouldn't call it low volume, but if it slows down from here, I mean, and which it will, it's not going to be crazy. You thought I wasn't streaming? I said either this week or next one, but we were talking a little bit on Friday. I'm not going to have any watch lists, so I might do one tonight for the Bank of Japan. But then I'm going to be done with watch lists for the end of the year. And then I'm probably like the weekend of Christmas. And like after, I'm just going to turn that to like a week off. Because after Christmas is going to be wild. It's a catch-22. Oil prices still impact Tesla's input, but do help drive the efficiency and productivity. I agree. Because remember, that was like weird in the beginning. Remember at one point they had to deal with their input costs. Like remember, it was kind of expensive, the supply chain. Elon was tripping out, but I don't think they've worried about it in a while. Same goes for everybody else, really. Mike Wilson flipped again? No, what did he say? How would it be wild? Well, it's going to be like boring. It's not going to, so I don't think, because we get the 25th off or the 26th, and then you're going to have a couple days, and then New Year's is off. So like in between two holidays, the volume is going to be pretty low. Yeah, I think oil and any commodities going up, we will have another problem. But for now, as long as if they stay subdued and not moving, then, things should be good. Mike Wilson's bullish now? No. Maybe who's the other guy? Mike Wilson and they got names I see. There's Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. I think I have the other dude. Michael Hartnett. He's already bullish sometime. Yeah, Hartnett. Kalanovich is Kalano. No, Hartnett though. He's usually I get his reports. Yeah, I think Hartnett he kind of leans bullish, but then that's crazy that your boy Mike Wilson kind of flip-flopping. Very interesting. $7 days ago. Wilson's the one that flips back and forth. Okay, then Hartnett's the one that... I thought Hartnett was the one who's always... I thought Hartnett's bullish. Wilson is bearish. And I saw it 6 days ago. It said 20 bearish and 24. What? I see Bloomberg, why Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson is bearish on stocks in 24. So in the last 6 days, he changed that? Oracle straight up. Netflix is up 3.5. Damn. Yeah, Netflix is at 40. I think Netflix hitting a 52-week high. Even Elf is coming up. Oracle on the high. BX Boeing. Remember, Boeing was on a tear, but they're coming down. Netflix good, man. I feel like Netflix is the long-term addition that gets no love. Like, everybody asks me about Redfin. They'll ask me about Meta. Even damn Snapchat. But, like, Netflix, baby. That one is actually kind of crazy. Back to 488. I mean, their highs were in the 600s, I think. But, damn. Coup paying to acquire the business and assets of Farfetch. Really? They're halted, so Farfetch, I think, all day. Interesting. Netflix all-time high, 700. Apple pausing sales of Watch series for Ultra from Apple starting December 21st, and from Apple retail locations after December 24th. Apple should order go to continue take all measures to return Apple Watch Series 9 to customers and there's a bunch of updates on that. I don't know what's happening. Is Apple Watch Series Google on the low? They're on the high, excuse me. MXRL's on the high again. See if Macy's goes crazy. 490 on Netflix. Watch for the 500. I do remember when Netflix was the DVD thing. We had it when it was a DVD. I remember my brother got it. He was like, yo, check this out. It's like Blockbuster, but in the mailbox. That used to be my job. I had to go and, like, I loved it. I took a lot of enjoyment out of putting the DVD back in the little slip and putting it in the mailbox. That was my job. I loved it. It was very fun. I was just a kid, man. It was great. The same, you guys know, but it felt like I felt good about it though. I felt like I I had a task. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this is my mission. And then I got to flip the little mailbox thing up. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Redbox was their competitor at that time. Netflix, I might just keep a Netflix up because everybody keep calling it out. They're going ape shit right now. 3.8. That's a great end of the year for them. I don't have any plays on it except for the long term. And then Philip Morris on the high. Again, ex-dividend, I believe, is on the way for some of these names. Adobe going back up. They trying to curl back up here. SPY coming down. So, again, we were just a couple points off a new high. And then Dow's about to go negative. And then SPY is still outperforming the NASDAQ. I think that's the weirdest thing ever. Meta, I don't know. Meta was up a decent amount. So we'll see. If anything, bonds and like currencies are the biggest loser while oil is the winner, and then it's kind of 50-50. I'll get you a breakdown. DoorDash on the high. So right now, we're looking like Dow Jones, 15 names green, 15 names in the red. That's kind of funny. So 50-50. NASDAQ 100, 42 names in the red, 58 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 231 red, 260 green. Bro, it's 50-50 on everything. Actually, I thought it would be a little bit more telling, but it's not. Very interesting. So again, bonds, currencies, even global currencies moving a little bit more than not. But then everything, it's like half names up, half the names down. And then gold's trying to come back up. Oil's still up. Oil's hitting a new high. Oil's gone up another almost 2% in the last like hour or so, even like pre-market till now. Because I thought oil would have had a little sell-off there, but oil getting above, I think like 77 or 76 is where you got to watch out for. Netflix top 10 watch shows are all Netflix. Should tell you something, the original. Bro, I think their library is great. I used to hate, as a shareholder, I really hated their investments early on. I thought they were spending a lot, but like in a world where content really is king, they own a lot of the good shit. Again, and like it's everything from like woke shit to non-woke shit, kids movies to like just straight Christmas and like holiday ones. So they're killing it, man. I think because again the data came out recently, they finally revealed the first time what people are watching and how much, and that's why people realized it was all Netflix shows. They still have a lot of other stuff in movies, but hopefully that makes it cheaper for them to acquire stuff. Jake from State Farm, baby. Call Real Estate, love you, huh? Good morning, man. I hope you had a good weekend. I did see Leave This World Behind. The movie was creepy for no reason. Yeah, Apple TV is very good, but they don't have the same library. So I love Apple TV, but like that's just like for longevity. I mean, Netflix is for the last almost 10 years, they've been making their own movies, and now like the back end payout, it was kind of a lot of money up front, but they got a lot of different things going on there. Housing index came in at 37 versus 34 previous. Estimate was 37. So no shocker there. Wait, consensus was at 37, forecast was at 36, and then forecast was 37. But yeah, nothing really moving there. Actually, I see forecast 32. I see a couple different ones. I don't think it's going to move us too much. A little better, at least. If housing was cratering, we would have liked it a little bit more. So I don't know. Watch what the bonds do anything. But SPY getting a little bit of juice there off the open or off the data. Carvana's on the high. DraftKings. Actually, a couple of smaller cap names are running. Again, high ticker is getting really crazy off that data, but no move in bonds or anything else. Airbnb, let's go, Habibi. Go to the 150. This is your time, Habibi. This is your time. You have waited for this. The housing, it's like an index. I forgot how they do the NAHB, but it's like they go by like every area and like they see, I think it's based on like sales and pricings, and then they compare it to activity. What is it? NAHB. So it's for single family homes. It's based on a monthly survey of NAHB members designed to take the pulse of the single family market. They ask markets to respondents to rate market conditions for sale of new homes at the present time and in the next 6 months, as well as the traffic of prospective buyers of new homes in their area. So they go national and then national and regional. But usually it's not too crazy. Like, it's not too crazy of a data set. If anything, though, I mean, if the number's lower, we want to see bad real estate data. I think good news may slowly become good news, and bad news will slowly become bad news in the next year. But when it comes to real estate, I think we want bad real estate. I think if you could get everything else doing whatever it wants and then real estate does bad, I really think the market, like equities and bonds, will really, really like that. Bro, oil keeps ramping. It's up at 3.7 now. Saudi exports rose to 6 million in October, 6.3 from 5.7 in the previous month. I think bad news will become bad news, but it depends. I think with real estate strong enough where you could get really bad news and like have some cushion, if that makes sense, before like going total emergency on it. Because like, again, it's that's been the only thing that hasn't came down. Like, again, even if you compare it, like stocks at least gave up a lot, like real estate went down, but like, I mean, I wouldn't care. I like pro melt up, pro, melt down. I don't really mind, but when it's all said and done, well, that'll determine whether or not we're in the 70s. But at this point, I do think, all bad things barred, we should have a pretty stable year in real estate. Shouldn't do too much. Shouldn't do too little. What do you think about long-dated calls on some beat-up value? Well, just make sure the premiums don't fuck you. That's the only thing I'd say, because you're talking calls, but like shares and futures with that idea have worked out tremendous. So like, I don't know if you guys, we were talking about this from the beginning of December. So this idea of like I mean, again, it's always something we've liked and talked about in the long term, but in this case, this whole cyclical rotation, I think that it was like a thumbnail with a cat on it is the one I did last time, but like that, like literally from beginning of the month, that idea and play has been one of the it's been one of the best. So as long as you just watch out for the premiums, I'd say for options, I mean, the idea is there, but we've already gone up a lot too, though. But then again, if the path is cleared into next year, or at least the first couple of months, you'll get a little time. I don't know about little mini dumb. Maybe after we hit this, if we hit a new high, I think we did. No, one more point. High over the last couple of days. Last high was on Thursday. You're higher than Friday, but we're literally off by 1 point, and then you'll get a new 52-week high. NQ over last week's high. I'm waiting for the bonds to do something. That's the only thing that's sus today. But then it makes sense. Bank of Japan is tomorrow. So again, if Bank of Japan if they raise, I mean, our bonds are going to get killed. And then we'll see what happens with the dollar. But if not, then bonds can resume. So this is either going to be sell the bonds, or you're going to get a great dip buy today if Japan does nothing. That's what's weird, because bonds are kind of selling off, but a lot of people believe Japan will do nothing. I'm surprised. I mean, we'll see by the end of the day. I'm still in the ZB. Nike earnings, yeah, if that dumps, even right now, I mean, even ahead of earnings, I think Nike is one of those plays that is down on the year. I believe. You're like right where you started just a couple of days ago. So I don't know. Nike's still kind of elevated over the last couple of years. You've really had a good price at like 80 and 90 not too long ago, but maybe wait till earnings. But at the end of the day, they are not like, they have a very small premium on the year comparative to some other names. Is the fidelity me? What do you mean? Are? Netflix still? Dude, 3M, that's kind of shocked me at 107 today. Yeah, back to 105, 106, just under it. PayPal is a weirdo, you know? PayPal, it goes slow, then it go fast. Very weird, man, very weird. Am I playing anything? Nah, I don't know if I find anything. Again, I was looking at a couple of those plays. I'm still in the gold play. I'd be down for a future if we like move around, but we kind of started off a little stronger than I thought. I thought Russell was going to do good, but then like I already had that idea, but other than that, I'm going to kind of wait and see. Google going crazy. Evergreen halt Israel import-export service on risk. Yeah, Amazon 52-week high too. Ay. Uber. I think Nike's a great short on earnings after EL. After Estee Lauder? Didn't Estee Lauder do good? They did bad, I think, and then they came up. Remember, they dumped and then everybody bought. But maybe the same thing happens with Nike. Tesla on the high. Google's crazy, 2%. Again, Amazon 52-week high. That's crazy. And then bonds selling off a little bit more there. That next leg, Google out of nowhere. It wasn't even doing that in the morning. And then Meta's up 2.2, 2.4. Ulta killed it. Yeah, Ulta... They were down too earlier, but Ultas are always just so expensive. Ulta just don't go down. Airbnb on the high now. We're getting close to the 150s. That'll be good. Let's see. Gold is dropping even harder right now. And then oil's about to hit a new high. And then Pfizer. Apple will appeal the U.S.'s ITC decision to federal court. GM. All right, SPY hitting another high. This might be it. 437868. You have now hit a new 52-week high. At least, yes. This is a new 52-week high for the SPY now. Again, next level is 47.52, and then after that, I don't even have levels drawn out here because I'm pretty sure, like, after this, it's just like, what, 47.65? Is that the low? 65, 62. And then 47.87. All right, and then that's it, just 4,800 craziness. My goodness, that's crazy. So again, another high right now. Believe it or not, seems slow, calm, and then that's it. I think the solid names that have warnings and divvy growth get on deep discount by chance. Pullbacks are natural. Some of the names are just multi-baggers. Yeah, but like it doesn't. That's what it's like kind of now in this environment. You know, you just got to kind of bite the bullet. Some of them are already up so much over the years. That's why I'm like, as long as the premium's not too high on this year, I mean, I'd try to go for something cheaper. Or there's a lot of like quality names that are just still within the same 2 to 3 year range. So nothing wrong with some of those, especially if you don't have an anchor in your portfolio. If you don't have a big name that can really hold it down like that. And then again, you know, as long as you still plan on getting more, if it does have those discount, you'll be good to go. SPY was higher on Thursday. I don't think it was. SPY hit 47.37. Was it this? Maybe the SPY versus the SPX? Maybe that's it. So they're ETFs, bro. I think on Monday, or is it today? I think the Dow and SPY and everything got rebalanced. That's weird. Honestly, SPX is higher, but the SPY ETF, and again, if you notice, everything ETF related was kind of effed up today. But yeah, SPX was higher, but the SPY wasn't. The SPY was higher, but now we're higher with the SPX for today. Very weird. Again, I think a lot of fuckery in ETF land. The gap up made SPY weird. Yeah, I think there's new additions and removing from NASDAQ 100 and S&P due to the dividend. That would make sense too. That's why it doesn't feel like you're going too high. But SPX is literally, so again, cash open, the pre-market. But SPX, this is the high on the SPX. I like the oil few. We should have bought it a couple days ago when we had our shot, sub 70. Otherwise, I mean, it's high right now. If oil gets clapped, I mean, you're on the 4%. I would try to buy it on one of the down 3% days. Those have always been the best, low key. All right, SPY coming down. A couple of other things. Where is it? Uber. Signa, Humana. IBB clapped. Yeah, Google, big tech is doing great. Again, NASDAQ 0.32. The funny part is SPY's up 0.33, and then the Russell's up 0.34. The Dow's not doing good, and then everything, for the most part, is still like 50-50. Half the name's green, half the name's red. The bill thing, they have 2x dividends. So we've talked about it a lot. I thought another Chad was probably going to answer it for you. But everybody's gonna all day. Everybody's gonna walk in here every 30 minutes and ask why. So there's 2 dividends. I don't know the dividend for January, but the same exact thing happened with Bill last year. But your values should all end up to be the same. So you probably got a dividend coming up. I've answered it 10 times today. I think I have like 5 or 6. Why is the dollar flat? Well, at least you're saying that, because a lot of people, the UUPs draw. Again, all the ETF land shit is fucked up when you look at it. But I think the dollar is moving. Again, pound is up and then yen is down. So it's causing a little weird effect. But, by tomorrow, I'm sure we'll get some big moves after the Bank of Japan. Would you consider O as an anchor? It's a good play, but when it's not struggling in this environment, so it's close to an anchor. But I mean, what you don't have anything else like a higher quality, like you don't have like a Coca-Cola type beat. You know what I'm saying? Like just something like age old, something that like you would see at like a football stadium. A company that is named after a football stadium is a good place to start, unless we're talking FTX. But something of that nature where I'm just like, but that's been around for like 50 years, more or less. But O has been around for a while. The only bad part about O, it's a REIT, so it's a different type. It's not really an equity. It's a real estate investment when it's all said and done, even how it is. So something like that. SoFi then. Man, y'all were waiting for that, huh? Y'all were like, okay, I'm going to get SoFi then. I mean, there's other factors, too. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you an idea to understand. But like I said, I mean, I would take JP Morgan over SoFi. But if you use SoFi, you think it's going to be around for 10. What's the only problem with SoFi? Anybody know? There's only one problem with SoFi. Well, it's one thing about where it lasts, but what's the history on it? So SoFi was like founded in like 2011, and I don't even know when they even got to go public, but they're still kind of a new company, more or less. So, and then not to mention Mr. Chamath and the SPAC. So that's the thing. It's just like, remember when we've gone through long-term reviews, you go through it. I mean, most biggest mistakes of people have bought immature companies. So like I'm saying, maybe named after a football stadium and been around for like 50 years, maybe 30 years. How about that? But just like longevity, you could predict future longevity to a degree with how long they've already survived. Anthony Noto's the difference. Big mistake to underestimate him. So it's not about underestimating or overestimating. What we are looking for is to protect our portfolio in the long run. Like, that's it. It's just making sure we add a name. So you could balance it out. You could add SoFi with stuff, but we're talking about an anchor position. I don't think SoFi meets that criteria. Neither does O. O is right up there, but it's still it's not necessarily the most craziest. Like you could get something that's not like a real company, not a real estate asset, even in the financial world. Like we have JP Morgan. Like you tell me you have a financial. So it's like if you get like JP Morgan, a bigger anchor in the financial world, and want to add maybe a small percentage of SoFi, I'm totally down with that. But people do make the mistake of building their biggest position, something that has, that they've been alive longer than, pretty much. Eli Lilly is solid. It's just expensive, but that's one of the most solid names in the world, like ever in history. Eli Lilly has like over 116 years of dividend increases and payouts. Like Eli Lilly is like, that's something, that history is bigger than all of us. That history is bigger than Warren Buffett. better to buy JPM than SoFi? Well, right now, I mean, I would go for a cheaper bank, or I would look for a better anchor. But in the financial world, like for finance stocks, I would rather get anchored around a big bank and then add one of those smaller ones rather than, making it my anchor. All I'm saying is be careful of making a smaller, less historic play with less history your anchor stock for your portfolio or that industry. That's I think it's pretty simple. You just don't make it big. Yeah, that's all. You can do whatever you want with SoFi, but if you're going to make it your biggest position, I don't know what will happen, but I just know that's high risk, high reward. Procter & Gamble is very anchorish, yes. Yeah, IRM never comes down, unfortunately. That dividend, though, we got a little bit. That does enough stacking. I was looking at that the other day. But, yeah, that play has not came down since. I use View. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I think for some people now, if, like, you have too much cash, but then again, or you haven't started, I don't know about grabbing some of these assets like VU or even the SPY at the highs, but you could go to, you could get some other stuff. Coke went from 280 to 900. You might be looking at COKE. I don't know, but Coca-Cola did not make that move. Our biggest position in the long term. So y'all should watch the long-term video, man. It's a live stream on the main channel. That's why it shows up different, but I made it on a post. Where is this shit? Our biggest positions in the long term. Abivai is number 1. Airbnb number 2. Uber is number 3. MO is number 4. Snap is number 5 now that it's came back up. JP Morgan number 6. Disney is 7. Meta is 8. 3M is 9. And then MPW is 10. So again, that's my idea too. With like financials, take a look. Like we have JP Morgan. And that one's still up there, right? But this is where my anchor in finance is. And then we have MPW to supplement it. And then I also have the other IRM in the other account. And then we have O in a smaller one too. But our biggest position has been Abivai for years. Why? Because it keeps going up. We stacked on it early. And then not to mention, we get like almost $1,000 a year of dividends into Abivai that just always get reinvested. TLT Red. We were just talking about it a couple of minutes ago. You might have missed it. We'll probably circle back to it a little later. I wouldn't consider MPW as finance. I consider it as like a financial play. Anything sensitive to rates and like again REITs, I kind of view them as finance. They're not banking, but I do think both of those, like JP Morgan, O, and MPW, are all heavily interest rate sensitive, with JPM being less interest rate sensitive than not. But I would say that would be the anchor in that world. But I could see how you could disagree. That makes I wouldn't be surprised. New Timmy tweet. Hot dog. Starbucks low-key the one to add. It's up a little bit. We should have got it at 80, but Starbucks is an anchor type beat. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see them everywhere. You know all about it. It's came back down here, but if it's below, yeah, it's down on the year. They just were in the gutter, though. So they're still up 50% from almost a year ago, a little longer. Do you rebalance your LT? Yes, with time. Over the years, we've had different leaders and laggers, and that's why, like, again, I don't want to. I'll rebalance in 10 years once we see what happens. But overall, like, what's the best play, the worst? Like, at one point, Snapchat was the biggest in our portfolio. And then what do? We just didn't buy it for 4 years, 3 years, let it do its thing up and down. And then we just added other stuff to it. Again, as you hold cash, the accounts grow. I'm naturally like, I wouldn't call it rebalancing, but I grow into it, if that makes any sense. We made a long-term play on Friday. I grabbed Pfizer. We added our second position there. And Pfizer's getting mollywopped now. And then Russell's coming down. NASDAQ's starting to be the leader, though. They're at 0.4, SPY 0.38. Missed that, but you did as well. Good work, baby. Good work. And let's see. What did Nikki D say? Fed officials are out in force to push back against expectations that a March cut is base case. Atlanta Fed probability shows how dramatically March pricing changed after the March meeting. So he's just putting out he's just putting out like an opinion. Or he's not saying anything great. Yeah, do you think it's credible? Believe I was in one of these plays. I feel you, bro. We'll see, Timmy. Not too pumpy yet. Not too pumpy. No, he could have pumped more. I think we added 100 shares of Pfizer in the big account and then 20 shares in the small account. AMT. Remember the tower? At one point, though, they were just getting destroyed, bro. All the communication plays. Open right? What the heck mean? The bottling triple in price? I feel like the foreign, is it Coke? Yeah, I don't know actually. As of recently, maybe commodities or the fact that they're just, I think there's only like a couple of bottling and like can companies in the world. So like that, I know for cans too, like, like Red Bull alone, this was a couple of years ago, but like Red Bull has like 4 years of cans ordered. So like there's even like places where just like if you want to get the same cans manufactured by Red Bull, you can't, for like you're on a 4-year wait list. And even then you got to have a huge quantity to even get their attention. My average on Pfizer. I don't know. Let's see. Price paid $34.17. So I'm still down 20% on the long term on it because we got it at one of the other lows and then it kept dropping off. I think on here down 11% on the small account. So I think I made an extra bigger purchase on the bigger account. So down 11 on the small and down 19 or down 21 on the big. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm tripping because I bought the Pfizer on the other account. I'm waiting on the account I'm transferring to. So this, technically, the E-Trade one I'm looking at does not account for it. So I do think this would be a better indication. I think 11%. I assume, because I'm pretty sure I bought them all at the same time. Yeah, 34.38. Yeah. So it'll be down 11, I assume. NVIDIA exploding. Maersk will officially implement emergency risk surcharge, ERS, for all customer cargo discharged at Israeli terminals. Surcharge will be applied to Israel import cargo for bookings with a price calculation date from January 8th, 2024. I know you mentioned losing partial shares during account. Did you lose them when TD moved? I think so. I'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure everything you just got clapped on all of it. Let me double check. I know at the very least, like, on Schwab, your first round of dividends, you didn't get drip. No, I still have my partial shares. But I don't know which ones they came from, unfortunately. So I think you kept partial shares, but then your latest dividend, your latest dividend did not drip. You got paid out in cash. That I know for a fact. On Schwab. And then if you transfer outside of their network, all of your partial shares get sold off. And then they just give you the cash instead. So you still get the money worth. So if you have like half a share at $100, they sell out the half share, give you $50, and then call it a day. No, even if you turn on drip, Schwab, like, they sent me a message. They just said the first dividend just did not drip. Even if you re-enrolled it, first dividend that you received on the new account most likely was paid out in cash. Break resistance. So weird. Again, SPX is looking great, and then SPY is still lower. Procter & Gamble on the high. Roku dying. Netflix 490. SPY still up 0.43. Roku's not too bad. Macy's still holding up again. There was news there. That's Procter gambling. Drip is on the high. I'll keep Netflix up. Airbnb came down a little bit. Booking, all the travel's decent. Costco, another high. Special dividend. Got your bonus, all the LT names up. Guess you're waiting. What's your cash balance like? What percentage of cash are you holding? That is the key, I think, moving forward. Otherwise, just be on the lookout for anchors in some good place. But then it just really, just again, if you have less than 20% cash, no worry, you'll find a good opportunity. But if more than 20 cash, then it get a little, crazy, Costco went down for a while, actually. Costco didn't really have too good of a year not too long in this last, 12 months. And then it kind of just turned around. And then that earnings and dividend helped out a lot. I want 4 more MMM shares. I think we were up on it this morning. I don't know what price you're in at. It had a wild range. But they still be moving a lot. I have my fan. Do you hear my fan? The airplane? Purifying the air. Netflix new high again. That's crazy. Usually you don't hear it. You get mixed reviews. Where is Red Fun? I've never heard it till today. Yeah, I know. Usually you don't get it. That's why I'm like, every time I ask, Open Face is like, nah, I don't hear shit. Share Netflix to go up 5K. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. Congratulations. Cut so much that Powell said be patient. He was patient. I don't know. I haven't hit you with one this morning, bro. I haven't hit you with one. I was patient. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Right. Cuts. Yeah. Mama. Starbucks, we just talked about that one. So I like it, but they're still up like 50% from the lows. So it's an anchor name. You could probably do better, but it's also not bad. I did watch the Kanye rant. I was vibing with it. You're saying what we were just talking, like right ahead when I cut it off, though. You know, he's like, where you at? He was calling out Donald, too. It's great. PayPal. Why you get paid? PayPal, you know, PayPal get you excited, and then PayPal make you sad. You know, PayPal will make you happy, like, oh, wow, this is so future, and then PayPal take you back to the past. PayPal very, very frustrated, man. Very, very frustrated. Mm-hmm. GM, they said something this morning. Miss Mary Ibarra. I forgot what it was, though. Yeah. And it would be PayPal, I feel you. I'm still on the hunt for divvies. So, like, I don't know. I still want PayPal. I think that's a great one. We already got a little bit of Disney and that bullshit dividend. But, you know, I mean, even moving into next year, I'm still, because we have a lot of cyclical plays already. You know, if Snapchat, Airbnb, Uber, we have a lot of growth names that could really work for us. So I'm not too worried in that sense. But, you know, just year after year, man, I hope you guys see the compounding nature. And, again, just like dividends and adding to it, it's beautiful. So, like, whatever, you know, the bank account or the long term looks like, you know, we got to add just $4,400 in dividends. I love it. Just go ham on MO. I have. MO is it's one of our top positions. So MO is number 3 or 4 in the portfolio. It was number 3, then Uber just kept going crazy. But, you know, we have a lot of MO. I'm actually down to even grab some more. But I'm definitely not opposed to that. 4,400 in dividends. That's a year, not a month. I wish it was a month. That would be beautiful. But still, I mean, when you do the numbers, it's almost like $400 a month in dividends, which again, that's a car payment. That's a nice little car payment, but then it's all reinvested. U.S. lawmakers urge Biden to probe EU targeting of U.S. tech companies. Yeah. Total account value is like 155. But then half of that is dividend stocks. The other half is growth. So it's not too bad. It's an average yield. We yield about like 6.5%, I believe, is our average yearly yield. That's locked in. That's the beauty. I mean, obviously, if the value goes up, but like we're fixed at on what we bought, we're bringing back like 6.5. I think more. Because we got them a lot cheaper and then some have grown. On that 18th day of Christmas, the cold lady gave to me 8 ghetto spread legs, 10 for Pony Montana, and a golden rate cut. Yeah, U.S. lawmakers warn EU digital markets act could undermine American interest. Yeah, Pfizer is still at 6.5. So I like that because again, if Pfizer does recover, but if Pfizer gets bad, it's they have like 13 years of dividend or 16. So, but like they could still cut. They've cut in the past before, but for the most part, they are holding up quite well. I hope, and I'm thinking future. You know, if things do chill out, then we'll be good. JD, yeah, I think it's a small divvy. You guys know Disney pay a dividend now, too. It's only 0.5%, but shit. Yeah, Pfizer does really depend on earnings comeback, selling something, or even their cancer drug. I think a lot of people I don't think a lot of people give Pfizer that much attention for it, but Pfizer has some pretty big cancer drugs they're working on. And again, not only that, their acquisitions too, but like if they could get upside there, like you got to think it's like Abivai. Like, I think that's, Abivai's been a great name for us, but we can't forget why. They had Humira. That was their leader. They made all this money from one drug, and then they started losing money on the drug because the patent and then the generics. But then they literally just started coming out with a bunch of other breakthrough, like, blockbuster drugs. Skyrizi, Rinvoq. I love saying Skyrizi too, so it was very, very good in that sense. So it's like, again, I do think Pfizer, a way they could get around this, it's one thing of, like, they don't have to grow their vaccine business. I hope not. I hope they don't. But at the same time, it's like they can, their cancer drugs and some of the other stuff, they could really use that to beef up the earnings and, solidify their position and make sure everything on the balance sheet is good. Yeah, Skyrizi, that's what it's called. It's literally how you say it, Skyrizi. No one thinks these cost controls are going to clap pharma. We'll find out. We'll see, like, back in the day when, like, we first would hear about biotech pricing under Obama, you would get, like, a lot of moves, but then, again, year after year, everybody just realizes the truth. They all work together. Again, I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a pharma pricing actually fuck up the pharmacies and stop them from hitting record highs in profits in a couple of years later, unfortunately. So welcome to the effed up medical system in America. But realistically, at this point, it's been a lot of barking for over 10 years. And I think most people are aware at this point that it's not going to, it has to be very drastic. And even then, there's still going to be some winner. There's always the lobbyists. Affirm going. Nordstrom's on the high. Affirm is up. They're in the red. And Docu still clapped. Does it make sense for the market to be this high? I mean, if you asked me at the beginning of the year, I would have 40 points lower, I would have told you was too high. So I do think, I don't know if that's a hard question to answer. Like, does it make sense? No, but can it happen? Yeah. Like, it's, what people are really on the future. And then again, the data hasn't cratered completely, so at the same time, like, I see how it's possible and I still see the room for upside, but I am still, I'm still in the hard landing camp, believe it or not, but I'm in hard landing camp, but I'm over trying to fight any of the upside, because at this point, with people hearing rates and then value in certain areas, I don't think you should go after bigger names, but I just think it makes some sense, but it doesn't make sense at all. But that's why it makes sense, and that's why I'm still leaning towards hard landing camp. Yeah, we talked about the bill. Chad, feel free. Feel free, Chad. Feel free. What would be the play if inflation returns in a huge way? Energy. It's about it. At this time, though, by the time inflation returns, we're going to get clapped. But then again, I don't know if it's probably going to happen after we cut rates. That's the weird part. So it just depends how the rates are going to fold into the situation. So let me show you this chart. I wanted to make a video with this. I didn't get around to it because of last week. But you guys, how many likes you got on the video? Do you know what chart I'm showing you right now? The background of every first Fed cut from 1973 to 2019. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? I have it. I have it right here. But you don't have the likes, bro. I got the results and everything. We could talk about what happened with bond. I need some likes. I need some likes on this boring Monday morning. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on. Hit me with the like, baby. Hit me with the like. What's up? Good morning. Do 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 do. You're done explaining Bill for the day. It lasted like an hour 15. I gave up. I realized I'll just talk about it on like the Bank of Japan video tonight, so then we could push people there. But at the same time, there's nothing to worry about, so I'm not gonna feel bad delaying an answer to that one. NASDAQ, yeah, everything just got clapped there. Russell gave up a lot there to start off. And then gold is coming back up. And then oil, but then so are the bonds finally. Oh, damn, y'all ran up the likes. We need like 80 more. Just hit 1K, and then it turns into a buffet. You know what I'm saying? After we hit 1K, everything's free. Y'all know that, right? I'm just saying, like, once you hit, well, let's just get it out early. You get a buffet, breakfast, lunch, and I don't know. We'll do dinner, too. Yeah, you know, that's it. They already ran it up, bro. I'm very impressed. Let's eat, baby. Let's go. Hey, welcome to the buffet. Welcome. Come on. Come on. Everything. All info. Free 9. There you go. We hit it. There you go. All right, but this is, I don't know. This may fascinate you. It fascinated me. But, like, different scenarios, and this goes to show how much different every first rate cut is. So, like, in 1973, September 1973, that was the first rate cut after, and remember, they went back and forth during that period, and Powell has long said he wants to avoid that. But the background was it first preceded an oil shock and recession. So in 1973, in September, they did their first cut before oil shot up and before the recession occurred. And then the recession happened. They cut in September. Recession was November to March 75. So even then, you start to get more rate cuts in there. And then the 10-year yield dropped 52 basis points, 2-year, 10-year, 17. The dollar went up 5%, oil went up 83%, and then the SPY went down 9.9. So that was the first time they cut before a recession, and then oil rocketed up again. Remember, oil did the same thing. It rocketed up, came down, and then it rocketed up. They cut, and then it rocketed up, and then they had a recession. And then in July 1974, it was the first cut as stagflation raged. So again, this is where they entered a stagflationary period. Same recession, November to March. It was during this. That was pretty much their, I don't know why they call it the first cut, but it was borderline there. 10-year went up by 32. 2-year, 10-year went up by 69. Dollar went up by 1.8. Oil dropped 2.3. And then the SPX dropped 26%. Yeah, that was the worst one out of everything in that historical period. And then now 6 years later, this is where the story gets a little interesting, because then I hope you guys take this all in, because it goes to show the different reactions and like what we do before and like how the market takes it, whether it's before or after recession. So in 1980, in April, you had your first cut after an oil shock, and then you had a short recession. But what happened here, they cut after oil went up. So oil was already rocketing in the 80s, and then they cut, and then you had a little baby recession, and then that recession pretty much was January 1980 to July 1980. So again, the recession kind of started before. They cut in the middle, April, May, June, July. For 3 months, they had a recession. 10-year yield dropped 256 basis points. This was the biggest drop on the bonds. 2-year, 10-year, 302. The dollar dropped by 9.7%. Oil went up by 0.5%, and then the SPY actually went up 12.5%. So what do you notice there? Cutting after oil shock, that led to a positive outcome. And then in 1981, June, first cut preceding a recession. So this one, that recession, July, 1 year later after the big run-up, right? July 1981 to November 82, almost a year-long recession. They cut before the recession began, nothing to do with oil or energy. And then the 10-year went up 195 basis points. 2-year, 10-year dropped 36. Dollar went up 5.5. Oil dropped 3.1. And then the SPY went down 7.1 after going up 12 that year prior. So that was 81. Then you got to chill out, honestly. Then you got to chill out. Why? Because just we're kind of out of that decade period. Now you're in 1984. You had 3 years of calmness without dealing with rate cuts or anything else. So then October 1984, first cut to weaken the dollar and then soft landing, no recession. So 1984, some will deem it as no land, just simply to weaken the dollar. There was no oil issues. There was no issue with recession, stagflation. It was simply they wanted to bring the dollar down after all of that shit. No recession. 10-year dropped 84 basis point. 2-year, 10-year went up 125. Dollar went up 3.9, ironically, right? So to get a soft landing and to weaken the dollar ended up going up. Oil dropped 12.5%, and then the SPY went up 1.1. It did nothing, believe it or not. Then you got to wait another 3 years. October 1987. So this one was an emergency cut. You guys should know what happened October 1987. That's Black Friday. So literally first cut after stock market crash. And then they had a recession in, a year later? So after the market crashed, you had a recession July 1990 to March 1991. They cut rates 150 basis points. 10-year fell. 2-year, 10-year dropped 17. Dollar went down 5.7. Oil dropped 12. And then the market went up 10.9%. So this was like a COVID type beat, right? COVID, emergency cut. And then you started dealing with stuff about a year later. We had inflation instead of a recession. Maybe we did have a recession. I don't know. Yeah, this is good data, but back in the days, SPX was completely different. You are 100% correct, but that's why there's something you have to notice on what are we going over. We're talking about pretty much 3-4 other factors other than the SPY. So if you are only focusing on the SPY, that's where you're fucking up right now, because you are saying, well, the SPY is different. It is, but who cares? Because there's 4 other factors that are on here. What are they? What should you be paying attention to with all of this? Yeah, Russell is getting clapped right now. Russell, first one to go negative and down by a quarter. Well, okay, oil and dollar. You got that right. There you go. That's 2. What else? Come on, easiest one. Thank you. Rates, 10-year. That's the easiest, right? So bonds. Treasury market, SPY may have changed, but bonds and bond reaction to policy, that's always going to be forever in a weird way. That's the beauty of the bond market. Obviously, it changes with auctions and funding needs and all of that, but that is huge. Believe it or not, unemployment's not even on this chart. So again, people are looking at bonds, the yield curve, the dollar, oil, and then the SPY. SPY is just one of 5 of the factors. But then guess what? A recession, and then when the cut occurred. Those are your other 2 main factors. Believe it or not, the main thing people are looking at with this here, it has to do with when the first cut occurs. We want to know, does that cut happen before a problem or after a problem? Does that cut happen before oil goes and energy goes crazy or afterwards? And then that's what's leading into it. So don't get too fixated on the SPY, especially if you want to get the best analysis out of this and understand, as we move forward, the SPY is a reaction, right? But it's not necessarily what I'm trying to show you is people trying to predict it. Like, we want to know the cause. What's the underlying thing, and then what other factors? But you'll notice the SPY is all over the place. But even though the SPY is different, you should notice something here. From 1973 to 2019, what do you notice about the SPY reactions, though, when it comes down to rate? That's why I've been telling you guys, no matter what, even if I think a hard landing can happen, you have to be aware that this shit could go for a while. You never know. Again, the quote-unquote soft landing, it may materialize for a little bit. Maybe that's transitory, but maybe the soft landing is transitory. But what do you notice when I'm showing you, 10, 15 years of the SPY right now, and that performance, regardless of what oil does and all of that, you'll notice it compared to all of the other ones. Do you guys notice something about this chart? Let's see. SPY move is the effect, not the cause. Indeed. But what do you notice about, look at this SPY performance chart. And, your eyes should naturally see something. What do you naturally see? Not a recession. I don't see a recession. None are uniform. You're there. You're getting closer. But, what do you, notice about this? Pullback. You're just really bearish. Nothing is all red and black. So what does red mean? Red means bad. A negative year. Black is good. Yes, thank you. It's mostly positive. So, you may tell me that the SPY is, even different nowadays. But, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 instances were negative. When it's negative, it really goes down. That's the downside to it. When it's negative, your best one is 4% in 07. But again, there was way other shit that was 1 year. The next year kept dropping, so it doesn't show up on a rate cut year. You see what I'm saying? That's where this also becomes flawed, right? Because 07 and other years, we may have had a rate cut and only went down 4%, and then you were down 27% the next year, right? But for the most part, it's not there. Now let me give you the other one. I'm gonna give you the other good thing. This one will help you in the future, no matter what it gets thrown at you. You know what I'm saying? There's something that you now look at the chart next to it. I want you to look at oil and SPY. What do you notice? It should stand out. And then we're coming back up to VWAP again. Bond's got a bid here. Bond's got a nice bid, thankfully. And then a couple of those tech names came down, but I don't think anything's too crazy. Again, IWM is the one that went there. There you go. Look at you, Chad. You guys are smart. Beautiful. That one you didn't take long to notice. Most of the time, oil is green. Oil does good that year after a rate cut. SPY's probably going to do bad. Right? There's only one year, I think, where it didn't inverse. 1 or 2. Or no, 1 year, literally. Otherwise, oil goes up, SPY goes down. Oil goes down, SPY went down. That's the second instance. And then the third one right here, oil down, SPY down. Other than that, the next, you probably spent, a decade? A solid decade from 80s to 90s, I would say. Where is it? From 84 down to 98. About 14, 15 years of oil negative, SPY goes up. And then again, oil goes negative, SPY went negative. That was at 01. That was everything crash. And then again, oil positive, SPY's going to go down. And then it started to get worse. Oil negative, SPY went up. So again, unfortunately, there's just so many factors. But this one, I think this is a part of our playbook in the next couple of years here, is that, again, I do, as long as oil stays down, I think the market will get more or less soft landing type beat. But then again, if rate cuts or whatever happens leads to oil skyrocketing, then you're probably going to have a negative SPY. But if oil does bad, the market will like it for the most part. So where were we? We were 9087, and let's do 1989. This one's interesting. 1989 is very interesting. But the great question, whoever brought up the SPY. I'm glad. I really hope that could give us a little bit more as we're looking over this. But 1989, this one is probably one of the more interesting ones. Why? Because the first cut was 12 months before recession. So there wasn't any issue. We're coming down here. Again, you're right back up to opening candle a little higher. But this one was before a recession. Oil and energy weren't doing anything crazy. No oil shocks or nothing. And they barely cut rates. So rates, this was the time where rates actually moved the least except for the bond crash, and then bonds already crashed, so there you go. But 17 basis points down on the 10-year, 13 on the 2s and 12s. The dollar went up by 0.4, oil went down by 7.2, and then SPY went up 9%, and then there was a recession 12 months later. Your recession was literally July 90 to March 91. And then here, 1995, this is where I would say is the epitome of soft landing. Even though it said soft landing in the 80s, I would disagree with that just because things were already wild. But here, this one's a good one. 1985, July 6th, you had your first cut soft landing, and then you had a bond crash in 1994. It was afterwards. So you were 1 year off a bond crash that didn't cause a recession. This led to no recession. 10-year yield only moved 1 basis point. So this is a normal ass year. I don't know if you see it. Right, 1 basis point up on the 10-year, 2s and 10 inverted by 15. Dollar went up a lot, that was the big mover. This was kind of like what we went through, more or less. Like in the last couple of years, I feel like oil down 2, oil went up crazier in our period, and then SPY up 5.1. But why? Because the bonds already crashed a year before. So the bond market pretty much blew up, got its own little support there, and then you had your first cut, which led to that soft landing. Hold on. Let me just double check. I want to see Russell and then oil. Gold holding up. Good point. So 1995, what could have caused the bond market collapse? Honestly, this whole era. Oh shit, what's that? And then, but before the era, let me go back to it. Something happened in that era. Like, what could cause a bond market collapse, Chad? Between 1989 and again, and they're moving all of this stuff around. And then you got a bond collapse. And then even then, LTCM. This was a highly levered bond collapse. I'm going to fuck with you right now. I don't want to tell you the answer because then you're going to freak out ahead of time. 1989 to the 90s. 95, 98. But really 87 to 95 especially. Not Monica Lewinsky. Good point, though. Honestly, I'll tell you, it's a good joke. It's a good joke. You could throw that one in there. I'll give you a point for that one. Anything lower quality joke, I would have banned your ass. That was a good one. Oil, fuck oil. We already know oil's gonna do its thing. Thank you. Sam already brought it up, and then that's why I reiterated it for y'all to say it. Japan. So again, our rates moving around, and think about it. Japan was doing a lot of crazy stuff too. So that was the emerging market collapses borderline. Japan financial crisis was around that period. So then, again, you had another bond, that bond crash 94, and then take a look. September 29th, 1998, first cut after LTCM. This was like a levered fund that ended up collapsing, and as a result of the collapse, I mean, you had no recession. 10-year actually went up by 12 basis points. Curve inverted a little bit by 15. Dollar went down 1.4. Oil dropped 26. And then sure enough, 18% rally in the stock market. And then now you have 01. These ones, September, January 01, first cut, post.com. Preceded a recession. So stocks crashed. Then a recession was on the way about, 3 months later? And it lasted about 8 months. 10-year only dropped 20. So again, you'll notice too, in the modern era, the rates started dropping way less. And then what's something funny? Can I bring to you this chart now? As I'm telling you, modern observation, right? We start dropping on these rate cuts. What do you notice about the size of the rate drops? And we're talking after a result of a cut. LTCM was related to Japan also? That would make sense. There it is. Only a quarter point moves. Believe it or not, in the modern era, your bond moves have been nothing. Why do I say that? Imagine rate cut 1 basis point higher. You would be pissed. So that's the thing, too. You got to realize it. In these two instances, if there is no recession, your TLT, you're not all of the move, then what's going to happen? It may be limited. So if there's no recession, TLT does not get the same juice, believe it or not. There's only one time, and it went negative 84. But these moves are tiny. Why do I say that? Because you moved 20 basis points last week on the bonds. You didn't even have a rate cut. Think about that for a second. Right? Remember those days last week, 15 basis points, 20 basis points. You've seen that happen in a day on just random-ass news rather than a rate cut or anything big attached to it. That's pretty wild if you think about it. But again, that was .com, and then 08, and then 2019, and then you get to see the reaction. But I think you've already got you should be more familiar with those. But now, I mean, what do you get from this chart? What's the full picture that should be outlined here? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What's the conclusion? You should get something out of this. It should tell you a couple of things, especially relevant to what we want. Long-term good no matter what, baby. Amen. That's not the one I was looking for, but fuck yeah. I could get behind that. Pentagon warns Ukraine military aid funds run out December 30th. The context will be key. I like it. Amen. Uncertainty. There you go. You guys are honing in on it. Unfortunately, like welcome to good analysis, because unfortunately the conclusion is that you're not really left with something conclusive. The point is this chart fights against every idea that everybody has in the market. That a rate cut has to cause a recession, that it doesn't, that we're going to die, or that we're going to run up. It's showing you how different every single instance really is when it happens, unfortunately. Is that, but here's the thing. There is something. Out of 12 times, 30% of the chance you have no recession. So statistically, there is a leaning towards recession. The timing, though, it could happen 1 year after the first rate cut. You see, everyone's trying to figure out the time. How long does it take for the Fed to cut? And then how long after the Fed cuts does something occur? Because, again, everyone's like, oh, the Fed's going to be late. The Fed's going to be early. They're going to be late. Well, as history would show, I mean, there's a pretty wide gap no matter what. And then, again, 4 out of 12 times, about 30% of the chance you have actually soft landed or skirted away from having it. But then again, the times of no recession, I mean, one time you've had it run up big, other one adequate, and then the other time was actually you had a barely 1% move. It did nothing. So hopefully this gives you some insight, but hopefully you are able to notice, like, when it's all said and done, there's going to be different factors. There's going to be different things that move, and then you are going to have different things, and then just pay attention. First cut to recession, there's always going to be a time gap, and then 30% of the time, since the last inflation era, it has led to no recession. Ta-da! So there you go. There you go. Not bad? Not bad. I hope so. I hope not too bad. I hope not too bad. What happened to UUP? It's all the like expirations. The ETFs are all wacky today, but the dollar is not down like that. You know, if you go look at the DXY, dollar is still stable for the day. Japan stats are, well, not even stats, it's decision. So it's like Japan Fed, pretty much. It's gonna be fire. But I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, you guys, if that's okay with you. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You know, it's gonna be a good one. Don't fall for the fakes. Okay. Don't fall for the fakes. Don't fall for the fakes. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll see you in a little bit, unless there's a commercial.
Mentioned the whole show is political risk and geopolitical risk, and this is right to it. BP saying it will pause all its tanker traffic through the Red Sea following attacks by Houthi militants. We see natural gas. We see oil prices moving higher.
I heard the music right when I turned my chair around.
Svelland, a CEO and founder of shipping hedge fund Svelland Capital. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Did you hear that in the background? All right, I'll wait. I'll have to wait. I'll put this on low because it scares me when it comes back. Yeah, you got to watch out for the fake Josh on Instagram. Would be interesting to normalize the data to show what percent of cut was instead of the basis points. I feel you on that, but at the same time, it's to highlight that even then the bonds like kind of end up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like the bonds still move around. It's just like kind of like what I'm saying today, where it's like we didn't even have a rate cut and the bonds moved down 30 basis points, you know? Fake just, oh, he almost got you in 2020? No way. Really? No way, Alaskan. Oh, I always thought like you would know. No way. Fuck him. Fuck fake Josh, bro. That's crazy. He's like, hey, how's your trading going? Hey, I'm Josh AI. Actually, I'm the scammer out in Nigeria. Did you hear about my WhatsApp group? Yeah, if you send me your crypto, I'd love to get you imparted. Yeah, I got a private group I'm offering. Even though Josh doesn't do nothing like that, and he's live for 7 hours, and you could just talk to him for 7 hours. Maybe you'll want this. It took me 4 messages to give him hella side-eye. Dude, that's what sucks. Like, imagine the people, though, that, like, don't know it's me. And, like, they fall for it, and then they're like, damn, this dude fucking shady. They're like, you know, you imagine hearing me, and then you hear me for, like, 7 hours. You're like, wow, this is such a great vibe. Oh, this is so fun. And then I'm like, message you, and I'm like, yeah, send me your fucking Venmo. What the fuck? Okay, but that's it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Your brother got finessed. He's like, Josh hit me up and DM me. Some guy got mad. Some guy the other day, they're like, you hit up my wife. I'm like, no, I didn't. I promise you. Okay, I don't care how hot your wife is, bro. I promise you I didn't. There's no way. That was fake Josh, bro. That's it. And even then, like, I wouldn't ask her to join my WhatsApp group and Venmo me. Like, honestly, that's some gangster shit. But, like, nah, man, nah. Yeah, that's hella funny. Yeah, until, like, people getting mad at you, you don't have to deal with it. I do. I got people saying that. Like, what? You asked him why all the people with the money freaking out? He probably gave you some. He's like, well, I'll show you in my group why the people with the money freaking out. I would love to show you why. Just send it's $1,000 in Bitcoin, in untraceable currency. Anything else? Fuck it. I'll take a gift card. Thank you. All right.
What is happening here?
All right, I'll be right back.
So
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading
escalation
Fraternity.
of this situation. The Houthis have been getting more and more sophisticated over the last few years in terms of the attacks that they're making. They're now doing these attacks with relatively sophisticated drones. That's hard to stop. And with the situation in Gaza ongoing, it doesn't look as if there's an obvious reason why they would conclude their actions. How big a problem is this going to be?
Probably it's much bigger than what we have seen of the previous attacks when we had back like 3 to 5 years, when we saw kind of the easier attack coming from speedboats, etc. This is much more sophisticated, and yes, we can have as many warships from U.S. in the Red Sea and at the critical spots, but right now we just don't know how this is going to develop. But just on a general note, everything around South Africa will take around like 8 to 10% out of the capacity for some types of ships, and some will be a little bit less.
So if that's the case, then what does that do to pricing? So how much time does it add on to a cargo, and how much more money could that add on to shipping it?
So in some cases, depends, where you're loading in the Arabian Gulf, or you're coming from Asia, etc. But in general, this from some segments like the LPG, we think we're down to like 2-3%. But on the containers and tankers and LNG, we're talking 8 to 10% of capacity taken out of the market. But remember that this will delay all kind of cargoes, especially from the AG, into Europe that normally will use the transit. So this will have impact.
How does this feed through into OPEC's decision-making, into how governments think about how they're going to be managing their energy needs? Can we now assume that this is a permanent feature of the landscape, that these risks are going to be there, and as a result of which governments, OPEC, need to plan on a longer-term basis around this issue?
Yeah, it's all about, the inventory levels. We have had low inventories now for a long time, especially on the oil side.
Inventory levels. All right, yeah, we're popping back up here now. SPY back to the high of the day. Russell still negative, though. I think it allowed everything to catch up, though. Bro, Russell just booms and busts so fast, bro. I love it and hate it. It's glorious. It's glorious. We're still up on the day, though, surprisingly. The futures are doing way better than the index. And then that gold is still up. And then oil keeps going up, though. PayPal is sluggish and unloved. Honestly, I mean, the real answer, you need earnings or analyst. Like, you guys don't know? Come on. I think Snapchat is the best example of fuckery. And what I mean by that is, like, simple. Like, Snapchat hasn't even turned the fucking shit around yet. And that's the guy who loves Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? I love Snapchat, right? And they haven't even turned the ship around. Why are they up over 100% on the year? Anybody got an answer? Or I guess they're up 70%. Think about it. You need earnings or analyst. So look at names that are still beaten down. It's not crackheads, because you could have a bunch of, you don't think there's crackheads on PayPal? There is. I got a crackhead position on PayPal. I got January place. It's not ad revenue, no, believe it or not. Because like I'm saying, they haven't turned around the ship. It's not as if Snapchat's earnings have guided up in that they're doing amazing and that they're actually doing good. So it's all it is, man. It's analyst has Wall Street backing. Once the analysts say thumbs up, that brings in a lot of money. They're getting in bank money. You have more money pretty much on the institution side coming in once they give the green light. That's the only difference. PayPal, they're either going to have good earnings, and then the ship turns around and we're going to be like, wow, there it is. Boom, it's good to go. And then the analysts will give it the green light or not. Even if it has good earnings and then the analysts say no, it's probably even going to be limited until they confirm it with 2 or 3. That's really the only difference I see with some of these cyclical growth names. Obviously, there is fundamentals and what's going on with the company, but if you're wondering why they get like popped and why some are more hyped than not, it's not like Snapchat's performance is through the roof, but literally in the last, 3-4 weeks, Snapchat has gone from hold to buy, or people from sell to hold, and then price target upgrades and increases. PayPal doesn't have that. You need the green light or you need the earnings. So right now, Snap is going up ahead of the turnaround. If the turnaround matches up with it, then there you go. And then so you either need PayPal is going to start running and hold the run up once the analysts turn around and give it the green light, or until 2-3 quarters of earnings turn around, and then now the analysts have to jump on board, and then by that point you start running. So unfortunately, it will move, as weird as it is, for a while till that stuff happens. X is up because of a buyout. I wonder what the analysts see. I mean, I think they're all pumping cyclicals and going for certain names, and then I'm sure they like the positioning, but maybe some believe in it. But then again, I mean, Snap was good last time. Their last earnings was decent, but then they just hit us with the bullshit excuse of the Israel stuff. No, it's some foreign companies buying X. If you have X, would you continue to hold or sell? It depends. I mean, they might get a higher offer, but I think the offer's at 55. So you could still squeeze out 10%. So it just depends what you're into. But at the end of the day, what's your purchase price? Even if the deal falls through, I think it's still going to hold up and people are going to want it. So it's just, do you want cash now? If you want your cash now, you're going to take 10% less. Otherwise, if you're down to wait, you'll get 10%, maybe more if there's even more bullshit around it. Or I don't know if I think they accepted the offer, but you never know. We know analysts are BS. Well, that's the thing, but they spark the money inflow and outflow, if that makes any sense. That's the banks. It's getting people on board, but 100%, I think they're all bullshit. I have the video on it when I remember. I think maybe that's why I got banned off Bloomberg though. That was a timely video. But I remember I went over analyst ratings. I was showing you guys even all the year where people got destroyed. Every one of these analysts, they had targets 100, 200% higher than where stocks were trading at. Again, it's like Airbnb. Great earnings. Even then, Airbnb had 250, 270 targets from a lot of people. But again, until you get the analyst on board, Airbnb kind of stays pinned more or less. You need to get either killer earnings over and over and over again, and then the slightest sign, people are like, I told you. There you go. That's why we're not getting it. But once the analysts turn the ship, that's it. That's even one day when all the analysts start shifting towards Airbnb, then we're going to see the crazy breakout with it if they do end up doing it. I think they will, but it'll take some time. These analysts don't know the difference from livestock and common stock. I like that. Names like Snap, right? Well, Snap, I'm done building a position on Snap. We built it big early on. And then, we've made, we've made a lot of money on it. Even on the small account, Snap is up 50% now. And then on the big account, it's break even, but we still have, or just under break even, but all the covered calls, and I'm about to sell more on it. But I like Abivi. I think MO is one that I want to build out. And then some of the names, Disney, Pfizer, or any of the blue chip names that are good quality, that are cheap right now, I would love to build those up. We stacked up on Uber. That one grew. I can't believe Uber is our third position. UWMC, I only have it on Colt Sister, sadly, because I sold out on my bigger flip shares. I never added it to the big long terms, believe it or not. Only Colt Sister when we had a little bit of cash there, and it was later in the stage. But I did a tax loss a couple of years ago, then it never came down, and I got clapped. Pfizer and PayPal. I like all of them. That's the beauty. When you got good names or that you really believe in the long term, I mean, we're just going to work around the stack. But I do want to stack. Cold Sister's good. She has to log in. Or she got to text me everything. Let me see if I could double check. I don't know if she wakes up this early. On the red flag territory percentage you were talking about? How so? What are we working with? Yeah, her account's up 18.5%. Fuck. Colt's sister, the late long term killed it. Yeah, bro. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, so she had to get a move to Schwab. But yeah, here's Colt's sister, bro. This was a late long term. You guys remember this one. Again, we forgot about it for like a year, and she just kept stacking up. And then she has Uber and a cup. I think she has UWMC in this account, but it's up 18.5. That's actually insane. So again, I mean, this one just any long term, man, just did its thing. Even if you forgot for like if you were excited at the hype and made an account, FOMO'd everything and then forgot about it and then just kept the deposit and then bought like random. She missed out on the meta too. She didn't get the meta in this account or any of those crazy plays, and it's still up 18.5. Still have drip, yeah, for sure. Every account always drip. There's no point to not drip until you're old. I think she still got Bill too. Yeah, she has Abivai, Airbnb's green. The only thing red in her account is Altria 1.9, and then Walgreens down 1.3. Her UWMC is up 7. Uber up 57. O up 1. Netflix. She got Netflix in there, 122. I got her that one. And then JPM up 30. Yeah, her account's solid. She got, again, it's all names we all know about, but she still got a couple of anchors. She needs, I guess Netflix could help out. And then Abivai, that was a great position for her. And then it just built, man. It built. So she almost has 10% cash. Her account's growing now a little bit bigger. I swear, where's Bill, though? I swear there was more cash. I guess we threw it all into Walgreens. So maybe we'll wait on Pfizer for her. If not, she bought anything. I bought her Walgreens a couple of months ago, and then that's it. Otherwise, it was when we last forgot about it. Then I remembered Netflix for her. We got her Netflix up 122%. But then she didn't do a lot with it. Because, again, there's like a year she just said, fuck it. She got over it. But she kept the deposits and then kept the things in there, and then that's it. I just told her to get Pfizer. She said, why Pfizer? No one's getting vaccines. Just like, man, just fucking shut up. Buy it. It's bigger than, I'm texting her now, it's bigger than rap. It sucks. I wish I got it for her the other day because it's already moved up like, what, 3%? But then again, that was an average, so we're still down on the main position. We could get her something good, I think. see. Is it Euro close already? Oh my goodness. Tax laws, you get like 30 days. All right. We got her Pfizer 2715. Colt Sister 23 shares. And she had cash. I think it's good we use the cash for her. We put some in Walgreens too, but we need to get her stacking up and then we build out. I think I like her portfolio though. I think she could build that one out and just start smaller, but again, you can still stack that up. The Pfizer 2717. What was the LT play? I grabbed Pfizer on Friday, but again, I couldn't get a hold of I wanted my sister to go get it, but now she's actually up. So I told her to go buy it, and she did. So we got Pfizer at 2717 for her, and her account's doing good. Again, we were just going over that if you guys don't remember. This was like, I wish we had the TD Ameritrade so you could see it, because we started that account late. My sister, like everybody else in the world, she was like, I want a stock account when it's all at all-time highs. So we started an account like at all-time highs, and it was late, and then it just started getting killed right after. And then she's like, fuck this, and then she didn't like look at it for like a year. So like we had like basic positions like AbbVie, like we just did the basics, right, that we have in ours. And then she didn't touch it for a year, kept depositing, and then she had cash, and we got her like a couple of other things, and then that's it. But moral of the story, late account is up 18%. It is a small account though, so again, it's not that much money. But this was another account. I think it started with like $2,000 or $3,000, and then we just did the $200 a month. This is another small account that is growing, so it's separate from the other ones. Like, but I still think it's pretty dope to see how it worked out, man. Like this is what we're working with. So like literally only 2 plays in the red. I guess even Pfizer's there. But and then Walgreens we added for her this year, and then I think even MO we added for her this year. We had it before, but her UWMC went up, and then she got the drip. It's actually one of her biggest positions. So then Uber's killing it for her. That was the biggest. And then Disney, she's even up on that one. That's the second biggest. And then JP Morgan, she got a nice gain. Then Airbnb's even green for her. So, yeah, there's time in the market. That's funny. I'm texting her. I'm like, look at the Uber one, asshole. Remember? You guys don't remember when I got Uber? She's like, why are you getting Uber? She's like, why would you support Uber? I don't like Uber. I'm like, just get Uber. Just call it a day. Just call it a day. What should I look at if I'm stupid low on growth because I like my divvies? PayPal. I think PayPal, that's our growth name. Even Disney, even though it kind of pays a dividend. But I do think, I don't know, I think that's our only growth name. Maybe MPW if you got the balls for it, you want high divvy and high potential growth. But I'd say PayPal is probably our growth name of the year. share. I think that's our only growth name we got this year. Yeah. Literally PayPal, maybe Disney. PayPal and Disney are the only growth names that we picked up this year. Everything else paid a dividend. And now Disney pays a dividend. So, like, technically speaking, the only growth name that I bought with no dividend in 2023 was PayPal. Now that Disney pays one. So, honestly, that's my own. Because we already have growth. Again, you have Uber, you have Redfin, you have Meta, you have Netflix in the same portfolio. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that. But that is my only. That's my growth that I like, that I think has value. No matter how many times I hear about the long term, it's so refreshing. It's good. Honestly, man, it's good. You got to keep reminding yourself, man. It's a long journey, you know, and it's good. We see it at times of lows and highs, but always knowing that is good. Why you see PayPal as a strong growth stock? It's on stage 3. Well, I do think, quote unquote, growth may be an issue for them, but I see them as a stock that, you know, it's not no dividend, but in the sense of, like, I think the share price can move a lot more than anything else. And just quite frankly, I think no matter what, maybe they become a value, maybe they do pay a dividend, but I do think they are going to be around for the next 10 years, if not longer, easily. Okay, now she's asking me about Palestine and Israel. I gotta end this. This is, man. So I just wanted to make sure she got her investments right, and that's it. You know, I love you, sis, but no, I'm out now. I'm out. I'm backing out. Yep. Y'all do the same to me too sometimes. Yeah, that escalated real quick. I'm like, Uber, and she's like, well, what about Palestine? And I'm like, okay, all right. Hedge funds from being banned from buying houses. I'm very conflicted by it because I really think they're part of the problem, and I actually think it would be a good thing. However, I'm very aware of the slippery slope, and I don't like it, like when there's certain regulations in place. You know, like I feel like if you ban them, once you ban one thing, it just opens up the door to ban anybody buying more than one house. Like that's just event. You know, it starts with the hedge funds, but before you know it, that's it. They're gonna be like, you can only buy half a house. If you own one house already, you got to sell back half of it. How do you do? I don't get how that works. It doesn't matter. You have to. You are a home provider. So that's all. Just scared of slippery slopes, but I think that's the most targeted of the vibes, if anything. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, most of the time, like, you know, at least it's targeting the biggest money, if not. Yeah, Layeth, God bless you, man. Even your opinions. Like my own sister, bro. I'm here for finance. I'm here to talk about the long term, man. You know what I'm saying? Anything else, I say y'all are free to your own opinions. I don't support any war on both sides, so I think everybody killing is fucking terrible. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. But at the end of the day, you know, we're here for the stocks, baby. We're here for the stocks. I had the same thing I said to my sister, man. I didn't even say anything to her. I just actually ignored her. That's it. I did my job. This has been banned. Will the hedge funds flood the market if they have to? But it'll be good. I think we can absorb it all, like legitimately. But they bought a lot. But then again, most of them will get clapped in a weird way though if they have to. You're right about the long term. Look at my wife's account buying small good companies for a decade now. Amen, baby. Amen. And every time we go through these, like hit a high, then come lower, and then time goes on, then we hit another high. It just it just reinforces the long term every single time. So man, I really hope everybody's on it. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I can't believe Colt's sister is up like that. Apple down, I think, off the watch news, and then the other thing, a lot of China banning at government places, even non-government, just being instructed to not bring in iPhones. That had a lot of headlines over the weekend. There's a mix of both of those. Advent, CVC are among bidders for Jagex. Are? Carlisle. What's Jagex? That sounds so familiar. GPCR, they were clapped in the beginning. I think it might be private. Yeah, isn't that RuneScape? Wait a minute. That's all doesn't that sound hella familiar? What? Carlisle's buying RuneScape? That's funny. All right, I need to go to the bathroom again, bro. I down too much water. We out here, baby. The dollar. Let me get the Snapchat. Where is Snapchat? Oh, Snapchat went down. I think they're buying. Is that Jag? If it's the same Jaggeds, I think Carlisle is buying them. Pretty cool. But I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram. Don't fall for the fakes, man. You follow me, you're going to get hit up. It's fun experience, though.
It will be important
if you want to see it, follow me. You'll
some kind of
happens.
sense of progress towards that. If we don't get that, January could start to look premature. But I think there is a window, Alex, as you've just said. And I think certainly as we advance into 2024, when the US economy, we think, is going to slow more notably, and the Fed then are in a position to start cutting rates, the communication for the BOJ gets a lot more difficult to be raising rates in the context of what happens globally. So there is a kind of a sooner is better than later in terms of that window that's available for the BOJ.
Dollar yen kind of topped out, what was it, 151, 152?
Yeah.
Double top in the market. We rolled over since then. Is that trend now firmly lower? What could happen? And is that the right pair to be looking at?
In terms of our forecasts, we think the yen will be the top performing G10 currency in 2024.
Where?
Around 130. So it's
right. So
it's
143
over,
now.
Yeah. So it's north of 10%. And if you just take a step back and just look over the last 2 years, inflation surge, yield surge globally, that's been the macro story. And the two worst performing currencies in G10 over that 2 year period, Japanese yen down 20%, the Norwegian krona down 15%. We're now in a macro scenario where we think that's going to start reversing. And the more confident investors become on that, the quicker we'll see the reversal of that FX trade as yields sustain these levels and go further lower. And to me, it's nearly that simple. So it's that reversion of that 20% drop in.
Oh, yeah, Euro close. We ran up by Euro close, huh? We ran into it. SEC delays Grayscale Futures Ethereum ETF. GBTC. I don't know. The ETH one doesn't exist. I think it was by end of the year. We're supposed to hear it. Good morning, Patrick Bacardi. Boston. Man, we got to see Boston. Are you going to Boston for the holidays? Is it snowing in Boston? Google new high, no heavy rain. Heavy rain. It's raining. Well, we got a lot of Bostonians in here, huh? Look at the Bostonians. Fitch, 20F filing, Holton. Again, I think Pinduoduo or somebody said they're buying them this morning. Meta 52-week high. No shit. That's crazy. So this thing's even higher now. Wow, Meta is, they still got like what? Another $30 to the all-time high? This is a crazy people, man. Coupang, that's who it was. Yeah, thank you. Coupang. Coupang. Coupang, mother... Oh, sorry. Bonds. I don't know. It's kind of early, but I think we're going to take one. We're going to take one, baby. Not how you think. I sold out the ZB from the bond play from the Powell, was it? I think it was Powell, top tick bond, 2K net profit. I had 2,800 at one point, or 25, but again, I don't want to hold that coming into the Bank of Japan tomorrow. So again, I think people may show up to it, but I'm out. And then because remember, I still have a very big yen play. I got like 3 or 4 contracts. What do I have my eye on next? Are we talking trades or long-term, Connie? But long-term, literally Pfizer. We grabbed some from my sister's account today, and then I grabbed some on Friday as well. And then people were asking about growth. I like PayPal. That's my only, like, non-dividend play I bought this year. But other than that, next year, I mean, kind of, I just sold out of that bond play. But, you know, the yen, there's a big yen Japan meeting tonight. And that could move around a lot of things. Yeah, Google's still running. My goodness. Snap puts could be a good idea. Maybe maybe selling Snap premium on the calls. Maybe call credit spreads. That way you could take advantage of juice. Because, again, it may drop, but like if it doesn't fall, again, break even, the puts, all that. Maybe just sell the credit spreads. Call credit spreads, I feel like could go a long way. I am considering China companies. Yeah, I mean, I bought Baidu for like a flip. I'm still in that, but I really want to get BABA for the long term. I did go ahead with I'd rather get more Pfizer than BABA, but, you know, I hope that the next couple of months here create either it's either BABA's going to recover or we're going to get a real nice opportunity to do something with it. Tencent I like. I think that's still a solid one. I just love BABA. I just know BABA is like a good company. And again, like, I mean, I have some friends in China in the business world, and like, you know, there's nothing wrong with BABA. It's just literally it's the situation in China, the government, and what's going on. But like I know a lot of people that are, they love BABA as much, and I've known about BABA since I was a kid, believe it or not. But I think it'll be great. BABA will lose to Pinduoduo. I don't think that's possible. I think Pinduoduo will do its thing, but like at one point people said the same thing about JD. All of them. Billy, have you ever heard of Billy? There's a lot of China names out there that have been here and there, but again, BABA is the GOAT. Like that's it. I know, but Tencent's a good one. I think Tencent's probably next to all of them, and then Pinduoduo. But Pinduoduo is kind of recently. Reason why Pfizer is worth it for the long term. Great history, blue chip name. They are struggling now as they're kind of rebalancing after the vaccine fall off. But other than that, cancer drugs. That's the real answer. That's the real intrinsic value beyond their history, balance sheet, $54 billion a year in revenue, stuff like that. But their cancer drugs are where I see their future. My Japanese rate decision take, I don't know. I think if they don't raise rates tonight, which still seems like a low possibility. Again, I told you, end of the year or beginning of next, because everybody's waiting for next. I think the yen's going to move like crazy, but I'm getting a feeling. But then again, last time I had a feeling about Powell, I just fucking whiffed it. We still made great money that day. But when it's all said and done, I do think that I kind of feel like Japan is going to take note of what we did and kind of I think they're going to make a strong – I don't think they're going to raise rates, but I do think they're going to make a strong – not commitment, but a strong like green light kind of, leading everybody into it, if that makes sense. So I think they're going to really confirm next quarter rate increase in Japan, and that's going to set some things off. My long-term on options or stock? Oh, man. Long-term is only for stock, for shares. That's why it's long-term. We're going to hold it for 10 years. Yeah, very against options on the long. I think you should always separate them. So, like, if you have an account where you're trading options, don't trade it with your long-term plays. Like, even then, that thing I just showed, my sister's account, like, that's just all shares. And, like, she top-ticked it. I wonder if I could get the first purchase price. Like, but I'm pretty sure we started her account right here at the highs, and then it got pummeled, and then she like gave up around here. After Netflix, I think she gave up around May, a couple months, and then she didn't do anything until and then we looked at it around here, and then we bought a couple of stuff at the beginning of the year because she had a lot of cash, and then and it killed it. But that's just all shares; they don't expire. So that's the thing. Options are great for leverage. The good thing about options, you could get, like we just recently turned $300 into $4,000 on an ARC play. The KREs, that was like what, $400 or $500 into $1,800, and we're still in it. It's at like $1,000 now. Like you could turn a little amount into a lot, and then you have a downside. But the problem is that there's a time limit. So like imagine if options didn't have a time limit. Oh my gosh, they'd be amazing. But the time limit is what it takes away the inherent advantage of owning a stock, because once you have a time limit, you can't fully ride it out and go from negative to positive and have something good. Leverage shares. Well, even leverage. Anytime you leverage anything, it makes it harder to hold. We started the YouTube account back in October, November. Market was near all-time highs. It was. Every account. I mean, every time we've started, that's why we do them. And then again, everybody just needs to see it, like we've said from the beginning, man. And then it's crazy how many years have already gone by, but we've already had so many instances to watch it literally start off high, go down, hit a new high, come down, hit a new high, and then just every single time, it does its work. And it's not like we've made only good plays. Like, it's crazy to see Colt's sister there's only 2 plays that are red, but you see all the other ones, you know. We've had our losses even this year too, but timing, baby. Timing. Added some Pfizer to the long term. Let's go, baby. Be careful who you tell. I'm surprised I didn't get into a discussion with it today. My sister was just like, why are you buying Pfizer? I said, just do it. Just do it. So 10-year options are fine for the long term? No. I mean, it's very simple. Ownership. That's all. When you own companies, you want to be an owner of a company. That's it. If you want to trade options, just separate them. But I don't consider a long term. You could sell covered calls, but it's just like, don't forget, like, what is an option? You are buying a contract. What is a stock, a share? You're buying equity. You literally, so it's just like, I don't know, like, it's like Shark Tank. You're walking away with ownership versus walking away with the right to something. Yeah, so like literally, like maybe you're on your Klaus Schwab and you like options and you want to own nothing, then that's a good idea. But other than that, long term is there. They make longer than 10-year bonds, but you got to do them OTC. Like Warren Buffett, he'll sell like 30-year puts and like 15-year puts. Because he has a lot of money, he'll get people to make that market for him. But they're all over the counter. Bay2, that's Bayer, right? I don't. It doesn't matter if it's foreign. If it's like a high quality name, like some of them been a while for a minute. What is it, Bayer? I feel like you're talking about Bayer, right? Well, then again, it does depend on the name. Like they're killed. I'm gonna trace this to Schwab. We've recently just made some purchases on Pfizer. Other than that, I haven't traded in a minute. Yeah, Kroger's been up from the morning. Chewy's on the high. Bond's coming down. Snap starting. Damn, Snap, come on. You're up 5%. Russell chilling. Where's gold? Gold's holding up decent. Yeah, Bayer's been around for a minute. A minute, to say the least. Coinbase petitions court to review U.S. Securities Exchange Commission denial of its request for rulemaking. That's a little old. Bro, Google's still running. So I feel like the smaller cap plays shifted for the bigger cap. Again, Meta, 52-week high. Amazon. Bro, all your big tech. We should have held that MNQ. I feel like that has to be taken off. Yeah, that's the thing holding up 0.5% right now. GPCR was clapped. Am I going to be in San Diego for Christmas? I should be. And then I think I'm going to leave right after. So, and then my girlfriend's family came in town. They're going to be here for a little bit. Then they're going to dip to Swaziland. But yeah, I'm chilling. My average is higher. That's why even though we did a nice average down on Friday on Pfizer. But then Colt Sister, I bought it a little higher than what we got the other day because I'm still down like 11% on the long term on Pfizer. So Pfizer, I'm not even up on. Yeah, Bayer, because price is low, they should survive. As long as they don't run into any issues, but Bayer is one. I mean, if you know more about it, maybe you're German, that could help. I think you could get better names, but that's definitely one with history. Just hopefully it doesn't become one of the fallen angels. SPY coming up. So SPY's even up by 0.48. But you're about to hit another high again. SPX is going up, but not the SPY. 4741. Should join her. I want to go to Switzerland, but the flight is a long time, bro. I'm not really trying to. I don't like flying like that. I said, why don't we go to Colorado? Why don't we go to Lake Tahoe? I could do that. I could do that. Was that Russell? Russell's doing decent. NASDAQ is doing better, though. FIZAT. Where's PFE? Bigger volume at the high. All the ETFs going up. Flights to Switzerland are half price after New Year's? No way. You made the flight 12 hours. It's not. Apparently, it's only. I think it's like only like 6 hours from Chicago, though. That's why they all like they have family in Chicago too. But like, apparently, like the flight Chicago to Switzerland is a lot easier. I still have the M2Ks. Yeah, those killed it. Those are absolutely gorgeous. We have the M2K, the Russell. But those small options are still, they're up over $2,000. So even though it's a smaller play, we just hit it right on the head. I think we're up like 7% on the index, which is insane to hit in a short amount of time. So, you know, all those watch lists saying cyclical this, cyclical that. And, you know, I remember I think I've said it like 4 or 5 times every day, and I felt like I kept repeating it. But the Russells have been great. U.S. lawmakers want Biden to reject export license to Chinese drone maker DJI. I wanted to go to Macau, but then, I looked up the flights. Fuck that. Macau is like 30 hours. Or like 40 with a layover. I was like, that's stupid. I didn't realize it was that far. Almost, dude, it's nuts. I really didn't. I don't know why I thought Macau was closer. Just fly to Hong Kong and then Macau. That might work. What's a good play for now? Like on the day, or what are we talking? I mean, right now I haven't made a play. I took profits on a bond play. Other than that, we added to the long term on sister long term, and that's it. Data analytics firm Alteryx agrees to go private in $4 billion deal. Sivra, Baba's still going up 74. They're red though on the day. Disney came back down. Baidu's chilling. Already got Pfizer up there. Where's Uber? Bank of America, are they up? There you go, little guy. Very good. You know, I'm kind of down. All right, so this will be a tax law. I'm going to sell my Bank of America. I like it, but if I'll just buy more Russell plays, and then we already have the KRE. I really want to hold it, though, but then I'm kind of $4. You'll make like $2,000. I think it might be time. I'm at a $500 loss, so we've already got the same amount in dividends, so it's like it'll lower the gain. I'm still going to get taxed on either the dividend or not. Hold till 37. I don't know if it's worth it. It's at the low end though, but I could still literally break even on the year. Yeah, I could literally buy back in a month. It'll be middle of the year. We'll see. I still need to get rid of end phase. That's going to be a good tax loss. Oh, we got to chop a couple of them up. I got to take some. I didn't sell it yet. I'm still holding. We came back a lot on it. That's why I'm like happy with it, but then too, it's just like we could just get back in by the beginning of the year. But then I don't think it's gonna go crazy. Gain would be nice though. Yeah, it's not a long term, it's just a flip. And then we have the KRE options in the meantime. All right, yeah. He's gone. Bank of America. We bought it February, right before shit got fucked up. And I averaged down on March, and then we got fucked up again. $500 loss, and then we made that around in dividends. But we'll take that as a lower one. You buy my shares? Good, man. No worries. I'm down to buy back in a month. So we'll just see how it plays out. But in the meantime, we good. Oh, shit. That thing's up. Cody. The makeup. These guys need to break out. I might be down to hold these ones, but this one, that play got ugly real quick. So UNG, I could take the lot. That one's going to be, I could only sell one of them. Oh, no, I don't even think I got the boil. Let me see, because when they rolled it, no, the boil, one of them, it's not going to work on the timing. Yeah, because it says 2022. October. Yeah, I'm past it. UNG, I won't even get the benefit, but boil I will. Because they did the split, so it shows the purchase on the 6th. I'm going to sell the boil. That's like a 9,000 loss from, what, 2 years ago? At this point. The split actually helps you to take the loss, so that's actually good. I meant to type not a reco. It came out. I pressed edit. It said not a taco. We should probably say that more. Not a taco. Do not trade. I have to wait. Let me wait and see tomorrow. If that lowers it, though, I'm going to check my tax amount tomorrow on the, like, taxable gains. I'm going to give you guys that update, too. And then we'll see what that does. All right. I still have the city shares, yeah. VLTO on the high. Meta again. SPY still running up. UAW files added federal charges against Volkswagen. And then 47.44 on the SPX. So SPY may not be hitting a high, but the SPX is. IWM getting a nice pop. Needs to move. The futures aren't doing that bad, but IWM went from leader to lagger real quick. RTY futures up a quarter. Again, I do think, like in the morning, small caps had a nice bid on them, but then it kind of flip-flopped to the Google and Amazon's taking over. Yeah, future. Everything's, it's weird. In the ETFs, I think because the dividend and everything else, but they're not as high. So, like, SPY is literally below its high, but then the SPX is literally hitting a new 52-week high. Keep asking, but very curious what TLT will do tomorrow. It just depends on the Bank of Japan. If they raise rates, I think TLT will go down. If they don't, I think TLT, and it's not too hawkish from the Bank of Japan, TLT might hold up, but I am leaning towards a negative reaction. I sold out of one of my bond plays today. Uber call. I'm waiting to do it. I have to switch the account because it wouldn't let me do it on E-Trade. So I said, fuck you guys. I'm moving to Fidelity. But then the account is not transferred. So, yeah, do it, though. You keep asking me. Why don't you just do it? Stop asking me about it, though. Because I'll do it when I can. But, like, I can't because my hands are tied. But, like, legitimately, I think you go close the 60s on 25 and then is it the 60? Yeah, 1,200, and then I'd roll over. You can roll over to the 65s, or even if you did it a couple days ago, you would have got more. So like when we were last talking about it, but do it. Don't wait for me. If you're gonna wait for me, I mean, I wish I would have done it a long time ago. I would have even closed them out earlier, but again, E-Trade fucked me up. So, but if anything, I would do it now. If you want to get a hold of it. Otherwise, I mean, only reason I'm waiting is because I literally have to. What was that, C-Bus? How is this bullish? Average full-time offer wage in the past 4 months increased sharply to 79,000 from 69. In July, the highest reading since the start of November 2014. Why is it bearish? Elf on the high, Amazon, Meta again, and SPY too, and Amazon. 52-week highs on Meta and Amazon. Yeah, Monday melt, baby. Kind of crazy. You know, just work its way up. It's crazy, man. Let me see. TLT in the Bank of Japan. I'll go over it tonight on the watch list. So subscribe to the main channel second link. That's what, because again, I'm not going to really do any watch lists till the new year, but given the Bank of Japan tonight, I think it'd be a good one. So a couple of hours before the event. Otherwise, I've explained it just not too long ago. That's why at this point I would get prepared for it. So maybe by the time you'll be able to react tomorrow morning. Adobe would be 700 in a few. Well, look at all of the 52-week highs. Adobe's chilling. Where's the other one? Illumina. Bro, Meta. 3.7 for no reason. Again, Google 3.0, bro. So computers are just... The computer melt on low volume is insane. Yeah, it's only 23 million in volume. And we're about to enter the third hour. The yen. I think the yen is going to strengthen. Other than, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Again, I already covered that. Like what we're kind of feeling. But at the end of the day, I mean, the yen, even into next year, I mean, most people are getting bullish on it. Unless they fuck it up tomorrow and just like, nah, we ain't going to ever raise. We ain't never going to raise. You've been negative on Amazon for 2 years. Should I get out now that it's turned green? Well, what was your intention when you bought it? Excuse me. But, like, if it's long-term, I mean, it's long-term. Otherwise, like, you know, like, why did you do it if you weren't, like, going to hold long-term? But then again, it's like, if it's flip shares, like I had Bank of America, I've held for almost a year. They're about to go green. We made as much on dividends. I said I'd get out of it. So it's in my LT just after I started investing when the market crashed. Well, I mean, it's not a recommendation, but I tell people not to make don't make the mistake of just like always moving shit around. I don't know how to describe it, but you know, if it's long term, I mean, and you made a decision to put it there for 10 years minimum, I mean, ride it through. But at the same time, I mean, it's however you're feeling towards it. I mean, you could either listen or you could learn the lesson. But at the end of the day, it's like, if it's long, I don't like getting in the habit of selling out of the long term. And that's what I'm saying here too. It's one thing about Amazon, but it's more so you don't want to get into the habit of selling. That's it. You know, it's just like, that's so many people do it. And again, sometimes it's better off in the short term. And you're like, oh, I'm glad I sold that. Like, but then again, there's name like UMC. I sold it for a tax loss. It's up on my sister's account. You know what I'm saying? All of you guys are like, I'm up like 30% on UMC. And we got the 4 years of dividends. Like, you know, so that's what it is. I held on to it quite strictly after finding your channel. It's quite literally the only reason I didn't take the loss. Well, it seems like you need to make a decision and strategy for yourself, though. You need to really decide, because don't blame it on me for why you hold or why you didn't hold. And I'm glad you did hold it. You know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day, like what is your plan? You know, are you riding with the long term, or are you hanging with the sucker side? You know, because like if you do have a long term commitment now and you've held it for 2 years, nothing has changed then. Otherwise, it's like if you're trying to like go back, seems like you want to sell it and you want to find a reason to sell it, but it just your next decision is going to outline kind of how you move in the future. So how I've always done it, even if it's a play, like again, I have Airbnb coming up to break even. I was green in some accounts. I have Snapchat doing the same thing, but it's like I've told some people earlier, when other things like go down, and like I'll buy other stuff. Or so like you could have bought more Amazon, or in general now you could hold it and find other things to go after. But you really do have to decide what style you want to move from with here on out. Because it seems like, you know, if you started off one way, then you got into it now another, but then you're trying to go back to the first way you started, then you just got to figure out what is going to be the path moving forward. So are you going to hold for my logic when I make a play? As his word to Warren Buffett, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That is what he says. You know, that's all you got to do. Whenever you're indecisive, you sell half or could just knock it to 3/4. You don't have to sell it all. You just don't have to sell it all. I've showed you guys what it looks like for the, again, and that's like, even I'm down like 40% on MPW. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's play. It's not like we hit every play. I got Coinbase in the same account. There's so many, like, you just don't have to sell it all. Like, legit, like, again, I keep it simple in the sense, like, I'm not smart enough to always time everything and top tick and bottom tick, but I'm smart enough to just hold it. And, you know, as long as you're adding, if you got your little balance there, you're going to grow into your portfolio. If shit gets bad, you never add to it again. Like Amazon, if that never came up, you just don't touch it. You already, you know, and you find some other things, but then vice versa, you see it go up. That could be the stuff you lead, but like legitimately, this account has one sell because they got rid of the dividend entirely. So like, again, I don't even, can we find it? Like, if you ever wonder why the account goes up, like, think about it. All you see here is positive, plus. We're adding to it. Not every play goes up from when we bought it, but at the end of the day, though, I'm trying to find the HBI. Is he hiding? When I thought that was in March. Did we not get HBI on the small account? There's no way. Yeah, it doesn't show H, but that'd be the only sell. How come it doesn't show it on there? But that was, and again, that was a very unique situation, I would say. But other than that, it's like, I know it sounds wonky to some people, or maybe the smarter you get, you're like, why don't you rebalance? I got to do this. But it's like, legitimately, you don't ever even have to sell. I wish I could show you any other better way, but this is the evidence I have for it. Where it sells if they cut the dividend, and they did entirely. Like MPW, I hesitated, but like they still have the divvy. But like if they cut it I wish they cut it entirely. That would have made my life. That would have made my life a lot easier. Less transactions, the bigger the portfolio. And it just like, remember, we're not trading. So like go make a trading account to trade, you know, but like the long term is really, like I said, I'm here to acquire assets. Just little by little by little by little, you're going to acquire and you're going to grow something versus doing the other. All right. Hold on. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
To keep chatbots safe and on topic and appropriate. So they claim to have done a lot of work since that meeting and since that time to make sure that, you know, AI is safe and transparent.
Because it's worth reminding people that these two employees, when they first went to the CEO, Jensen, it was back in 2020, a lot has changed. A lot of soul searching among corporate America has occurred since, of course, the tragic death of George Floyd as well. I'm interested in, ultimately, the real part of AI they seem to be worried about is facial recognition, correct?
That's one of the big pieces, and that was one of the things that they raised during that meeting. You know, there's a lot of research that says already that facial recognition technologies in general, you know, don't identify people of color quite well. So this was just generally raised. You know, if that's going to be powering self-driving cars, then you know what's going to happen. Like, what if they don't recognize people with darker skins or different kinds of people in general?
Right, Bloomberg's Sindhuja Rangarajan, just really important and deep reporting on video, a company that everyone has become so obsessed with throughout 2023. Now, coming up here on the program, we'll continue the discussion on artificial intelligence and turn to company adoption of generative AI. We discuss with Mylan Thompson-Bukovic, Amazon Web Services Vice President. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Hold on, I still have to fucking... I'm still on the phone. I got a customer service call. I need to do this. Hold on. Oh, this still ain't playing? I've had this up the whole time? Oh, they hoeing me, bro. Pop, 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 pop. Go, just drop off the kid. Hope everyone doing well, baby. Hey, man. Chilling, man. Are you doing good? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's go, Colt. It's good. Bought up. Oh, they got... Oh, it's the Kia commercial. The boring one. I would have let y'all listen to the other one. Do I have a new mic? No. You may hear the fan in the background. I don't know if I'm as loud today. No. All right, hold on, these guys. I might just call them back. It's a lot easier, though. Bro, my CNBC thing, this didn't play once today. That's so weird. Oh, there it is.
They downgrade to market perform from outperform. They take away the $260 price target. So what do we think about this call? Is it time to catch your breath as they suggest you should in this call?
So for me, Scott, this is really a risk management call. I mean, this is like a trimming call. There's no disruption to the theme here. I think cybersecurity is still very important. Listen, a couple of quarters, it's only recently become profitable, only a couple quarters ago, right? So gone are the days of 80% EPS growth, but guess what? This past quarter was 66% EPS growth and 20% revenue growth. So this is a trimming call. I don't read in too much of it. And even for us, it's been a huge winner, 120% this year.
Oh, for sure. But they just suggest that the risk reward is just becoming less favorable.
Right.
I mean, who can blame them for saying that, right? I mean, you have a $260 price target on the stock. You get it blown past it to 308.
Right.
Now, there are a lot of stocks in this market, especially within this universe, that you could make the same kinds of calls about.
Agreed.
They choose this one.
Agreed. And, again, when a stock moves this much, this far, and again, it's somewhat of a fragmented space. There's other players, CrowdStrike, I know, Joe, you own it, and there's other names in this space that I think have done well. For me, I'm neutral on this call. I think it makes sense, relatively speaking. But again, I don't think there's any disruption to the broader theme. I'm still very vested in it.
Joe?
Just because I'm long doesn't mean I have to disagree with this call. They're 100% correct.
Right.
They're correct.
Right.
The value.
This is not a hating on a call. I mean, it's just an acknowledgement of where we are.
Correct.
Absolutely. I mean, both CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, they're literally just going a staircase higher and higher. And it's sooner or later you're going to see a pullback, and the pullback's going to come, and they might be correct. The pullback might be here based on what they're seeing in valuation. Cybersecurity, as I've said on the air, is a thesis that I believe is not just something you want to invest in from a cyclical standpoint, but from a secular standpoint. That's why I own CrowdStrike. That's why I own Palo Alto. If, in fact, you want to move out of Palo Alto, I would encourage everyone to take a look at Fortinet. Fortinet has significantly underperformed. They've tripped all over themselves in 2023. They still have a good balance sheet. You want to reallocate capital based on valuation? Go from Palo Alto into Fortinet.
All right, there's a call in the financials, too.
I actually agree with that. We brought that one up the other day. S&P, Cyber, Fortnite. It's called Fortnite. It's a way better name. My goodness. All right, Chad, how you feeling? How you feeling? Very melty for Monday, huh? Fortinet, little CNBC. I wouldn't be surprised. We were talking about this the other day. It's one of those like S&P names that's at least, again, this is down on the year. Actually, no, it came back up a couple days ago. It was down on the year. My goodness. So land for your mom. I'll take a look. There. I didn't see anything. I had to refresh. The stream, dude. Somebody said that to me, bro. 2 people today. Yeah, they're on. You're the second person who emailed me though. They're saying they can't see the stream. Like they could see the chat, but then the video doesn't load up. So this is the house. But do you have a plan for it, or what are you asking? Like what to do with it? I mean, ideally, because again, if she's entering, like, you know, she's about to qualify for Social Security and stuff, what's the mortgage rate on the house? I guess you don't have to necessarily like pay it off, but you can, like, that would help to you know, again, if you get like a fixed income of like $2,000 a month or something, and then you have no mortgage payment, that's a good way to put the long term to use, and then find stuff to get like dividends. So why is she withdrawing in the long term? I think she should move the long term maybe into bonds, low key. No, yeah, bro, I've had 2 people send me this though today. Where is it? I thought it was just one person, but you're the second person who has sent me that. We got 2 of them. SE Vertical. She's working part-time, 15 an hour. Is she going to retire? Because, like, the thing would be, though, to put we need to get her fixed income. That's what, so again, she'll get it at Social Security. SE is running up. But the idea is, like even with the long term, if there's growth names, I'd be down to sell some of those. But, like, you want to try to get her into, like, a bond position or something to pay out fixed, and then turn in, turn the property, hopefully, that if the payment, we don't want that, we either no payment at all. And then if you have the land, I would probably say if you could sell it, unless, because it'll cost money to build. So, like, if you want to build something out from it, the land's in a pretty decent area, though, honestly. I'm looking at the plots right now. Yeah, the land's not bad, but, like, low-key, there's no way to bring income off the land, unfortunately. Property is paid off. The email you said there's a mortgage halfway paid with about $1,000 a month, though. I'm confused now. Oh, the land is? Yeah, the land, if you could, I don't know, unless you want to take up the expense of, like, because if you could build something on there, the land, the area, looks like those properties around there, like a full built property, like $400,000 or $500,000. But other than that, I would probably dish off the land, and then maybe if you could take the property, the money from the land, and then get another property that could bring in rental income, that fixed income, and then just keep the house she's living in now, and then hopefully Social Security or anything else will be able to pay for it. That's probably what I would do with it. not a recommendation. But the land, it looks good, but I don't know if it's high risk, high reward to develop it. About a 10, yeah, I was saying it looks like it's about $100,000 a plot. That plots are nice. They're really they're good areas. You could build something, but then again, it's like I don't know if that will, like, the goal is income, right? Your mom, if she's turning 65, she's not going to be able to work. She's retiring, she's going to get money from Social Security. But then ideally, like, you want to just make sure she always has enough money to bring it in. Honestly, too, and like with the house, I'd probably even reverse mortgage the house then. Because then you could even get that, what's it called? Then no mortgage payment, and then she could pull out from that house. You could probably pull out what? Probably like 150 maybe? Or at least $100,000 from the house she has now that she lives in, and then she could still live in it. And then even if you guys all want to live there with her too, you can. But because if it's under her name. And then from there, now she'd have $100K long term, no mortgage payment, $100K, $150K credit line, then go sell out the 2 properties for like $200,000, and then go and take that $200,000 and then go buy like a rental property either in Texas or Indiana or somewhere, like maybe even like Oklahoma, so if there's better taxes right next to Texas, and then she'll have another like $1,000 to $2,000 a month coming in from a property, and then she'll have another $15,000 to $2,000 from Social Security, and then she'll have access to like $200,000, $300,000 to live off of. Assuming she doesn't have any like gambling habits or anything crazy that should last for a decent amount of time. TLT, yeah, I'm glad we got out TLT on the little bounce. Texas, same thing, Habibi. Sound exactly the same. SC, C limit. Don't they do chips, I believe? Tree. All these ETFs have been wonky, though. TMF splits, all these little splits right before. They crazy, bro. But everything's kind of chilling out, though, even though we're at the highs. But we've just been going in bursts. It's online gambling? They're e-commerce? No way. I appreciate the house is small and she wants to live in another house. It's by UNT to rent. The only problem is, like, if she sells out of that house, the chances are the new house that she's going to get is probably, it's going to be more expensive as well. And then I don't know about the tax benefits in Texas, but here you would lose a lot of the tax benefits. But here's the best part. She's 64, right? Yeah, she could qualify for the reverse mortgage as long as you have 50%. You have to have at least, or I think, 50 or 60% needs to be paid off. So if that next house could like low key, if she wants to sell the house she's in now, take all that money and pay off half of a house, double the price, which is not the best move, and then go and reverse mortgage it, she could live in that house, double the price for no payment, but then chances are, like, there's not going to be any equity left to pass on to you down the road. But then she could go sell the land, take her long term, still sell the land, turn it to a rental, get her Social Security and all that. So that's the beauty of the reverse mortgage. If you're down and you want your mom to have a good, 10, 20 years of retirement, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could just go sell out that house for like $260,000, $300,000, and then go buy a $600,000 house, $1,000 house, put half of the money down, and then she could go live in a $600,000 house and then have no payment through the reverse mortgage. But then again, like, again, all the payments will add to it. I mean, if the house really skyrockets and depending on the time frame, then, there may be good, but that'll pretty much burn into the equity, though. That's the only downside. But then she could have a nice house to live in and, really enjoy the final years of retirement. Do you think Rolexes are good investments? I want to get one. It depends. If you use it, if you wear it, like if you're going to wear it every day, it really loses its investment value. And then as long as it's like a rare one, but if it's like hella basic or like it's kind of mass produced in a way, you're not really going to get the investment benefit you're looking for. But it'll somewhat sustainably hold its value depending on how much you use it and the condition. Peace is crazy. I hope you realize how blessed you are. Hey, man, I'm glad to be here. I really hope it does help. Amen. Yeah, decent store of value, not really. Amen. But then again, like, go buy a gold coin, you'll get the same sort of result, if not better. Like, my gold coins, every gold and silver I've bought is up over 100% in, like, 10 years. I can't wear it. I can't put any, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, it works. It does its thing. Vintage. It depends on you have to know your shit. It all depends on what it is, right? Like what type of watch it is, what style, how rare, and then the condition. Oh wait, where is it? Oh, my gold coin. I have to go get it. Hold on. I only have one on me. I took the other one upstairs because I flipped the coin the other day. I'll get it. I'll get it at the next bathroom break. Josh's wife really lucky. She is. She doesn't exist, but she is. I got a girlfriend, though. That's it. We're working on it. She can't take care of this puppy, though. That's it. I'm going to be single very soon. That's it. If this little puppy don't learn to fucking shit outside and keep shitting in my house. Use the coin. Yeah, we did it the other day. Actually, I pulled it up. My girlfriend, we were like deciding on what we wanted to do, and I was like, coin this shit. So the coin's upstairs. I have it up there. Jack's okay. Chad still has him still around. I don't know if he's like on like randomly on the 7 hours, but yeah, I saw Instagram photos of him and everything. He's thriving, baby. I think he's an Instagram profile pic, actually. We talked about Bill hours ago. It's just ex-dividend early. They paid twice in December. She needs to crate trade him. She didn't get him a crate, but she has like one of those like open air like cages. I was gonna make a war joke, but we'll reframe. Does that make sense? It's like one of those like little boxes, but it's not like that's it. Oh damn, that roller you had it for 15 years. See, if you didn't wear it a lot, that's vintage and it's a good thing and it's worth like that will probably go crazy. But like that's what you want. It's a free range puppy. You can buy fake watches and people can't see the difference nowadays. Yeah, that's like, I mean, if you just want to flex, like, go buy a fake watch. Like, fuck it. People are going to make fun of you if they find out, but who cares? Like, I could wear a fake watch. I feel like I could get away with it. But, like, I don't buy a watch for, like, drip. If you want to buy shit for drip, like, go get you a good jeweler at that point, too. You know, have somebody who can make you some shit. But other than that, like, as an investment, like, if you're going to buy the watch and let it sit there, maybe wear it to your wedding, you know, wear it to, like, special events and certain things like that, then, yeah, you'll be good. Like, then it's not going to go crazy. But the problem is, I say it's just like a car. I'm telling you, there's certain cars you could buy the same exact car. One of them will hold their value tremendously, even go up. And then the other, if you drive the shit out of it, you crash it, you damage it, it's like you're going to lose all your value. So, like, if you're the type, a lot of you are out there right now. I know it. I promise you. There's people, even the person who brought this up, who's asking me, this might apply. If you just want to fucking flex, don't tell me the watch. Like, you're just trying to justify a really expensive purchase by calling it an investment. You know what I'm saying? You like, well, like, I donated to charity so I could be a really shitty human. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're like, I want to buy this watch because realistically, it's kind of more like, you know, you want to feel better about yourself or you want to flex on a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta figure that out internally, but you're trying to use investment as a real reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's so you gotta figure that out. You just gotta figure it out. You know, but if it's for, like, you just want to flex, go get a fake one if that's the reason, for real. But then again, that's the difference. Like, if you're probably like, well, they'll know it's fake, because then that means you haven't bought a house yet, and you see what I'm saying? You make enough money, you could buy the fakest shit, and everyone's gonna think it's real. Yes or no? So what I say is buy it, put it as a down payment, and go get an Airbnb, or get another rental. But at the same time, it's like, there is some that are investments, but I know the game where it's like, if you don't treat it like an investment, it's not going to be an investment. You don't wear investments. You don't take investments out. Investments don't get scratched. Investments don't get stolen or lost. And if they do, they're shitty investments, right? You know, like, it's simply like, that's it. You just got to do it. And if you're going to buy a watch, lock it up, keep it in its box, and wait for 5-10 years, just like gold. And see where it goes from there. GLD on the high? Inshallah, Habibi. Good conversation for GLD to go up. Oh, whoa. White House, U.S. still believes two-state resolution. Yo, gold is rocketing. No, gold is, like, taking off. 2040 now. That's 0.5% in one candle. Yeah, that's a big pop. I'm up 1,000 on the future from Friday now. But gold, again, gold moves hideously. Every dollar is like $100. Why is it doing that? GDX. Well, GLD, I'm sure. I'm looking at GC as well. Oil came down. Look at the dollar. I just looked at the yen and other currencies. Dollar's not moving too much. The dollar's not down. That's UUP. I know it's confusing a lot of people today. We have a bond auction, but it's short terms. It should, like, we did move last time. Last time I said we shouldn't move on them, but we ended up doing it. So you never know. Lift huge pop. Are you sure? It's kind of ramping up from here. But not like a 1 minute crazy candle. I think UUP dividend drop or ETF, and just keep in mind like rollovers. So like if these ETFs, depending on what contracts they were, if they were holding anything related to that, it's like it's left them in a pretty weird spot. So it's like I just think there's a lot of ETF fuckery in the last couple of days. Cop some rep Yeezys too. Nah, man. I buy the old Yeezys because they're comfy. Those reps will fuck up your feet, bro. I am a flat foot. I can't. I need a good shoe, Habibi. Need a good shoe. If someone says the girlfriend's the wife, you just say, okay. I did that once before, but then somebody called me out in Vegas. I was like, yeah, that's my wife. I'm waiting. My wife, I can't stay. Because they kept asking me questions. I was like, my wife, I got to go. Right? And they're like, oh, that's your wife? They're like, where's your ring? I was like, oh, fuck. Fertilizer maker Mosaic says shipment was diverted from Red Sea. GOD is bottom right, and then TLT is bottom left. I think I said I don't wear it. I don't wear it in Vegas. Nah, they got me. I was like, man. And then they kept asking me. I was like, man, I just got up and left. But I'm like, I'm not dealing with this. Hey, y'all asking way too much for a fucking game of blackjack. Hey, y'all way too friendly. But he uses Yeezys to farm. 4 years later, they last or abused. I have every single pair of Yeezys. And they're dead, but they're not dead. It's amazing. No, everybody's just diverting all of the shipments. They're worried. Because of the attack thing. And then I don't know what's going on. Maybe GOD is probably off of that headline. Maybe the more we keep getting these war tensions, that's the only thing that could have been caused. Now Lyft's getting a bigger candle at the top. I think gold might be off the Red Sea headlines. Russell came down a decent amount. Russell futures back to negative. Mulan, big block sale. Who making all these drones? I think RTX and all the other military companies. About gold royalties? What do you mean, gold royalties? Do you believe people are now buying stocks? Not all people, but yeah, it happens every time. Do you realize the interest for making a long term is up 100% in the last week, in the last month? Safe to say. I'm telling you, I've had more people ask me about the long term than ever before. I've seen more people go from I hate the long term to I want to start a long term right now. So yeah, people are still doing it. I suggest that you go for things that are lower than not up on the year, and like you could start a long term without buying just the SPY or Netflix, Meta, Amazon, Google, all these names that are going crazy, you know. But other than that, it's like there is a very interesting effect with it all. But everybody is getting into it. And then yeah, I've never heard of gold royalties. Is it a company? Oh, it's a company. I thought it was like a royalty on gold. So gold royalty, not gold royalties. Okay, but if the companies trade different, I believe in I don't believe in miners right now. I think you should buy the actual commodity of gold. That's what I'm actually interested in. But I'm not, the companies themselves, they may have gold or not, but you're susceptible to however they perform. But yeah, gold's still climbing up. I think it's based off of the Red Sea headlines. LMT makes a bunch of drones. AI allows easy editing. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm going to have something else for you afterwards. Please hold.
Additionally, Gen Z Plus, which is increasingly becoming a larger and larger segment of the actual audience, and a way for sports properties to stay relevant as their traditional fan bases are starting to age. that's the only way they consume a lot of sports and entertainment. So this is important as a matter of fan engagement as much as it is to inform you about what happened. And in some cases, it'll be creating fans and monetizing different avenues that didn't even exist before.
Well, third investment coming out of that 300 million fund. Love talking about it. Bobby Sharma, founder and managing partner over at Bluestone Equity Partners. We thank you for your time. Meanwhile, Ed, I'm sure you weren't trying to insinuate that your wife and your mother-in-law don't mind you watching some sort of sport.
That was a poor example that this week of all weeks I will live to regret. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Massive, massive week ahead. Don't forget to recap on the pod. Thanks for listening. From San Francisco and New York City, this is Bloomberg.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate, across every major asset class, to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
Are you ready for a new Kia? At North County Kia, we have a huge selection of high-quality vehicles to help you enjoy everything San Diego has to offer. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary of serving our beautiful community. So whether you're looking to buy, lease, or service your vehicle, our people will make the difference to ensure that you have an exceptional experience. Make North County Kia your first and only stop. Visit us today in the Escondido Auto Mall or online at northcountykia.com.
Students of any age from...
Fucking Kia. My bad, man. My bad. How long was I going out for? I stepped out there. Oh, man. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. I have not pooped today. I did not get to poop this morning. I didn't feel like I needed to poop in the morning. It was very weird. You got 2 commercials? I thought it was just the Kia one. My bad. That's good for you, though. It's good for you. It's good for you. I'll get a little ad in there. I hate that Kia commercial. That Kia is the most boring commercial ever. You have no idea. You have no idea. CME ad. The CME ad. Man, they don't even need an ad. You know what I'm saying? They already got y'all. Gotta get the morning business. Dude, I do. Gold is running. Fuck yeah. I'm down. That's good. We got out of the bond play, took profits on that. I think it's kind of near the same price, but I would love for gold to move. Imagine all the Uber drivers listening and the passenger in the car said, and then they hear I didn't get to poop. And then maybe they think about their own bowel movement. And they're like, you know what? I'm grateful I got to poop this morning. You know what I'm saying? Super good, bro. Super good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Amazon is going nuts. I don't know, man. The market's already up. So I don't know if you want. We could maybe skip it till the market has on a red candle. But I do have something for you. This is a good one. This is a good one. I love it. Debates? You want to debate? We could debate. You want to debate? This ain't going to be a debate. I got something better for you, man. You know, why argue? Why, you know, I got some fruit for you, man. I got something good, I hope. Something good, I hope. You know, goodness is good. Who doesn't like good? Lift drop a little bit. My sniffs are still wild. It's a lot better. I'm sorry again. It's a lot better, but I'm still like, I just have the weirdest heavy, clear mucus I've never had before. It's crazy, but don't worry. It won't stop us, baby. It won't stop us. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? I don't know if you're going to like this, PHILO. You might feel called out instantly. I don't mean to call you out instantly, but if it does, amen. You know what I'm saying? Because I felt called out instantly at times. Especially, this one's a good one, man. I didn't like it at first, but I liked it at the end. But maybe you'll see. There's a backdrop if you want, like, the extra. The story of Jonah is what this comes on to. The story of Jonah is what this is going to be related to. That's the backdrop against all of it. But are you ready for the headline? Are you ready for the headline? The PHILO headline. Are you ready, Chad? I don't know. I don't know if you want to deal with this. This is the summary. They're not the headline. This is like leading into it. But I will tell you the conclusion so you don't get crazy, okay? For real, man. Rest. And rest is very important. But I do hope you know things that do not allow you to rest. Oh, man. So, Chad, I really hope you feel me, man. Are you ready? Here's your headline. Don't be too tired because you are running away from the right thing. Wow. I could leave it there and just end the PHILO. I could leave it there and end the PHILO. Right? I don't have to say anything else. And there is a PHILO right there. Don't be tired because you're running away from the right thing. Like I said, I felt called out by it. You might feel called out by it. This applies in so many aspects. You have no idea. Is it like broadly speaking in your life, 100%? You know, and like little, I'm sure, you know, you may be doing the right. This isn't to say you're doing the wrong thing every time you get tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, be fair with it. I'm sure there's areas you do everything in the right way, you know. You be saving, you living right, you treat people good, you know, you be on the right path. But then at the same time, like, I'm sure there's some area where, you know, you may be tired because you just kind of avoiding what you need to be doing. Oh, man. So like I told you, the story is Jonah. The backdrop is Jonah. You know, and I got to hear just a little bit about, like, when Jonah was on the boat. When Jonah was trying to avoid it. And there's a little part of the story where Jonah is sleeping. And it's funny because he didn't really do much. And there was a gigantic storm. Yet he was sleeping. He was exhausted. So what was Jonah doing? He was running from what he had a task. He had an assignment. He's like, I don't want to do it. So, like, this phrase might mess with you and might not, you know, because at times I've been tired and, you know, like, I felt exhausted and, like, you know, and I said, where are you, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because think about it. The God of rest, the God of peace. So the book of Jonah, depending on your belief, I think there is a Jonah even in the Quran with a different name. But understanding that literally the phrase, the God of peace, I'm sure you've heard that. Have you ever heard the God of rest? So, like, a big part, too, is, like, honestly, that's why sometimes, like, mindset is so important. You know why? Because if you say you trust something, but then you really don't, you'll be tired. Why? Because then you're like, oh, shit, I got to do something. You be thinking about it. You're like, well, yeah, I believe my enemies will be taken care of. I believe that it's all going to work out for those who love the Lord. I believe, you know what I'm saying? But, like, if you really don't believe it, do you think you're going to be able to rest on that? But there's a reason why he has that name. So I'll give you the conclusion, but then there's a funny part about it. There's a funny part when we don't. It's funny how we get tired from literally avoiding things, especially things that we should be doing. Again, the right thing, and I don't know what the right thing is for you. Yeah, I hope you're not killing anybody. I hope you love your neighbor as you love yourself. But I do think a lot of us have a lot of intricacies in our life where it really does boil down to, like, there's certain things we all need to be doing. And I think we know it. And sometimes we just don't do it. But then we're losing our energy. We're not getting the same amount of work and production we should be doing because we are avoiding the right thing. And it's funny the situations it will leave us in. Do you know what the funniest part about Jonah was? He was avoiding, again, if you don't know the story of Jonah, he was assigned to go tell these people, like, yo, you about to get clapped if you don't repent. And then Jonah just hated him. Jonah was not down with them. That'd be like some of you old guys, if I told you got to go to Millennialville and tell and be with the millennials and tell them that what they're doing is wrong. You got to go tell the millennials to stop doing shrooms. And then you're like, I already know what they're going to say. I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. That's literally like his task. He didn't want to go deal with these people. He really did not. He hated them. Ironically enough, the guy prophet, the prophetical guy, he's chosen. And, like, why would God choose somebody who knew he was going to be like, he just did not fuck with them. Excuse me. But, like, think about that. It's crazy. So then he runs away. That's how eventually he gets swallowed by the whale. But before that, he ends up on a boat. This is what I'm saying. This is where he falls asleep. This is where he's exhausted, and there's a storm, and then the problem pushes him into where he needs to go. That's another point in life. No? Okay. Because sometimes we don't respond unless there's a damn storm. You know that. That's my problem. I hate it. Me personally, I do not. You cannot move me unless there's a hurricane. Some of y'all have noticed that about me already. Whether it's financially, monetarily, or even I'm not going on a vacation, like, and I didn't even move on the damn hurricane. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. But sometimes it's good. The storm will always push you, man. Even if you're tired, even if you ain't doing it, the storm will give you an opportunity. Always. That's the beauty of every storm, and I hope you never forget that. I don't know if you think I'm pushing the book too much or not, but, like, no. Take a step back. I said this to you just a couple months ago. The market was even lower. And I told you something very, very similar. But, like, for real, bro, every storm has an opportunity. I said, look at every time we've been here together, even in the market. Has there ever been something bad that didn't expose a gigantic opportunity for everybody? Some people had different opportunities. Some people walked away with opportunity, some didn't. But it was always as a result of a storm, a problem, an issue. Unexpected. What the is this, you know? So, here's the funny part. And maybe you'll look around and realize it. And maybe this is where, eventually, maybe you'll take notice of the thing that you're avoiding. Because Jonah didn't want to go, he didn't want to be around those pagans. That's what they were. He called them pagans. That's what they were at the time. He didn't want to be around them. Right? He was willing to run away to not be around the pagans. What kind of boat do you think he was on? And who were the captains? Pagans. It's the funniest thing ever. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. So at the same time, even in trying to be or get around something, he still ended up in it. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. I don't know if y'all feel me, man. I'll simplify it, bro. You think you avoiding it, you're gonna end up right in it. If that ain't the B word of life, I don't know what is. Have any of you ever ended up somewhere where you're like, I don't want to be like my dad? You ended up exactly like your dad. I don't want to be like that. You end up exactly like that's it. I'm not gonna deal with these people. They spend on their credit cards and then you start spending on your credit card. Damn. So again, it's funny what we do when we're tired too. You know, it's honestly, and even like the people you surround yourself with. I heard this the other day, and it kind of messed with me a little bit. Because then I'm sure, and again, I mean, I share these with you. Some of y'all, you take them one way, you take them the other. Some of you take them extreme. Some of you take them at face value. But this one, it got me thinking. I like this one a lot. I heard somebody say, if they will sin with you, they will sin against you. You know that? So, like, you know, you trying to avoid something, you end up in it. But then, like, imagine, bro. And, like, seriously, like, sometimes, like, that's the curse of people sometimes. Sometimes people will curse you by never even saying a word to you. By just, like, withholding stuff from you. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know, like, they knew trouble was ahead, but they just didn't tell you. Yeah, like, straight up. But then, seriously, if they will sin with you, they will sin against you. That got me thinking on a lot of things, honestly. It kind of made me, like, realize certain things. You know, like, for real, like, because I was like, man, like, think about it. You guys always ask, like, you guys, at least once a couple of weeks, you, like, do you smoke? You do this, you do that, like this, you do, what are you into on this? And, like, it's funny because I always tell you guys, just shut your mouth. You know, no matter what it is, I don't care what you do. Do whatever you want to do, but, like, you don't got to bring everybody in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you ask me to do, and that's what I've noticed. I'm more likely to do something by myself rather than people. I don't know if you feel me. Because that's seriously the worst thing I would rather have. I would never want to lead one of you into something, but I'll go ahead and do it myself. I'm fine with that. Yes, I am. You're like, oh, you hypocrite. Well, fuck you. Call it whatever you want. You know why? Because at the end of the day, there is something big about who you deal with. And at the same time, like, again, if I'm out here, I'm trying to tell you long term, I'm trying to get you, if I'm trying to lead you in any way, at the very least, I hope there's not a relationship where you think we're going to do wrong things together. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. That's the crazy part, because then sometimes you think you're friends. You're like, well, they're my friends because they'll do this stuff with me. Really? Think about it. If you go hit a lick with your friends, what will stop them from hitting a lick on you? Oh, come on. That's why I don't like too many people, man. That's what I've realized in life a lot of the time. Again, your friends, they going to get into trouble. Like, come on, what do you think's going to happen? You say never, but I don't trust it. Unfortunately. I really don't trust it. Oh, man. It's very deep. You could apply it in a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Well, think about it. I mean, what am I telling you? Like, you know, some of you may feel attacked. You're like, well, no, my friends aren't like that, even though we do all this stuff together. Cool. But I'm not telling you to not have friends. You think that's what I'm telling you? I'm just saying be mindful about what you're getting into with people. That's what I'm saying. Again, don't get tired because you're running from the right thing. You tired. I'm trying to get my friends to do this. I'm exhausted. I got to get people to do this. Uh-huh. You see what I'm saying? It's about better choices all the way around. So there's a lot, man. There's a lot we could get into. And I hope I've given you enough crumbles and food for thought to think off of. You know what I'm saying? But I'll give you the final thing, man. It's simple. All you got to do is obey and rest. You'll even run. You will even run from that's what the momentum of hitting the right thing after the next. It's just like a stock. It's just like plays. You're going to get your rest. Rest up. You don't need to do anything. Just start avoiding the wrong thing. Again, stop fighting so much and running from the right thing. Obey and rest, or keep avoiding it and be tired when you shouldn't be tired. And some of you we got young men and women in here. Y'all are full of energy in life. You should not get tired. And if you do, that's okay. Believe me. Believe me. I think I was just sick recently. I still got boogers everywhere. All throughout the journey. I've been burnt. This is not a PHILO to get you to burn out. If you think it is, oh my goodness. At least I know I'm telling you very verbatim. That's not what it's about. This isn't about work. No. I'm saying you get tired from avoiding the right thing. From running from the right thing. It's not even avoiding. You could avoid by going la 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 la. I don't want to hear it. How many of you are running to the opposite? Or it don't even matter where you run. As long as it's the thing that, oh, well, my mom told me that. No. But then you made up in your mind one time, you're like, no, that's not true. But then you kind of know it's true. But then again, you're running. So, Chad, man, follow the laws, follow the rules. I'm meaning this in so many ways. You don't want to take it spiritually? Don't go ahead. You don't have to. There's rules to wealth. There's laws. There's the right thing and the wrong thing. So what are you running from? Again, I told you the other day, you got to have the armor on. But even if you have it on, it does not stop any attacks if you're running away. Hopefully you guys are getting the bigger concepts with this. I'd rather have you face something. I'd rather have you deal with it. I'd rather have you be aware of it. It's not even what I want. I just know if you are aware, it will leave you better. You will be better off than not. I don't say this because I want you to be soldiers in an army and all acting and thinking the same way. No. It's understanding some of these just truths. That's it. Do you ever hear a story? Someone's like, I avoided all my problems in life, and I'm so happy that I did. And because of my avoidance, it led me to some. No, you never hear it, whether they're spiritual or not. You don't hear people say that. So, Chad, let's go, baby. I want to run. I want to run and not get tired. You run to the right thing, it will keep renewing you. Otherwise, keep avoiding it. And I mean, that is watch out for it next year. And if you start, let me just tell you this now. You start off next year and you already start feeling tired. I want you to think about this, PHILO. And I want you to think what you are running from. The right thing. And then I want you to think about who you're around as well. Okay? And if you could fix that, you won't be tired. But I want you to think about that. If you start off this new year and that's how you feel, this PHILO should come right back to mind. Sound good? Sound good, baby. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, and it also came with the peach, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys are subscribed and stand your ass up. And that is it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You got a peach, PHILO? You got to end it with the peach, baby. Let's go. Coinbase running too. Oh. Wow, ciao to Donia. Wow. Let's see. Roblo coming. All right, man. Well, enjoy your post, Uncle PHILO. Well, this is John. I'll give you. I'll play you two. Oh, you gotta give me a second. I mean, if I maybe a little, maybe three if I have to end up taking this dump. So we'll see how it plays out. I love you. Good morning, or good afternoon almost.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey, it's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh. I don't want to rock that. Pull up in a bit. So, baby. All right, man. My bad. Here you go. You used to get a lot of post PHILO. You know, I'm only giving y'all one song, so some of you, I know you've been appreciating. You know, you get a little bit more, baby. Yeah, that song's called A-B&B, believe it or not. A-B&B by Uncle Nate. So they weren't calling out of stock. Well, I guess it is, but yeah. Oh, I did grab the coin. If I didn't lose it, I put it. I did. I went and got that. That was part of it. I did. Yeah, I did grab my other coin so we could get back down to business. You know what I'm saying? So we could. There's like a sweet spot. You got to know how to do it, bro. You got to know how to do it. Oh, that was a good one. Oh! You hear that? Okay. I do it until I drop it. I don't think that's cost effective, but that's where we're at, man. That's where we're at with it. That's where we're at with it. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty sound, right? It's beautiful. Mm-hmm. It is in an instrument. What instrument do you play? I play the GC. I PHILO X dividend twice in December, and then no divvy in January, and what it did last year. So don't be too fearful in the midst of the confusion. You know? Any songs on Spotify besides F350? I do not. As Josh answers, no. My uncle, he has a nice little Spotify catalog. I was reading an email. The next resistance levels, we drew out a couple more today, and again, SPY is lower than SPX, so we're right below actually the next level. So 40, we actually top ticked it right here, but 47.47, 47.46, maybe 45, give or take a couple of points. That's actually the next level, and then above that is going to be 47.66. We drew that one out today, and then 47.60. Is it 66 or 60? Yeah. Maybe it's like 65. I think there's one more I drew above it. No? And then 47.87. And then 4,800 and then all-time highs. What is that? SPY, QLD. SPY's going up there. Gold came down a little bit. So gold's only up. Gold gave up like half of that pop. Yeah, and they hate it when gold move up. Yeah, so gold already came down a little bit, but SPY and everything else doing good. Why did Bill drop so hard today? You just ignored everything I just said? That's crazy. We'll talk about it on the watch list, but we've already gone over. Unless another chat, feel free to take a jab at it, chat. Feel free. It's all you. You got in here. I mean, we were just talking about it in the last, 60 seconds. So I don't know. The timing of that is wicked, unfortunately. Let's get down to business. Roblox, back to 45. Almost break even. Yeah, we made a nice average look like a year or two ago. But it's killing it. And then I'm waiting to sell more covered calls on it. But Roblo is looking nice. Yalla. Oh, I need to check the rate cut futures. The Zaza. Coca-Cola divvy today. When can I sell? If you sell on X dividend, I think you still get it. So you should already be on there. Wait like a day or two. You hear about the girl kidnapped off Roblox? No. What? I did not hear about that. How did that happen? Roblox kidnapping. Man charged of kidnapping 11-year-old he met through Roblox. Jesus, dude. Eyewitness News. Wayne Passaic County, a Delaware. It's all, yo, what's up with Delaware, bro? Like Delaware and like New Hampshire, like lately, y'all been going off, bro. Like, what's going on, man? I know, like, y'all got shit to do out there, right? Oh, they got a video?
Behind bars for allegedly kidnapping a New Jersey girl that he met through the online video game Roblox. 27-year-old Darius Matowich is charged with first-degree kidnapping and third-degree endangering the welfare of a child. The judge says he lacks ties to the community and is a flight risk due to the nature of these charges. The defendant's attorney insists there was no criminal intent and that the girl said she was being abused by her mother.
Precautions.
Yeah, so
that's it. They just end it right there. There's no more. He was 27, dude. Nikolai founder gets 4 years for fraud. That's it. Bro, he became a billionaire off of that. I'd do 4 years. Fuck it. What do you mean? That's crazy. Oh, he's the good guy. I don't think he's the good guy, but, like, I think it's weird, like, dude, the young men of our generation, man. Like, dude, like, 27, that's it. Like, what are you doing in life? That's it. You 27 years old, and you're like, I'm going to go play Roblox and then kidnap somebody. Like, man, you should have just got a long term. He tried to save. I think maybe that's what he was probably saying. I don't know, but still, you could have called like CPS or something. Yeah. Did I ever tell you that? Like when we were young, we first learned what CPS was. Like, right? Of course, our white friends told us about it because we were like, yeah, our mom will just slap the shit out of us. And they're like, well, she can't do that. She's not allowed to do that, man. Don't let her do that, bro. And then we told my mom once, like, right? And I was like, Mom, I told my mom I was going to call CPS on her once. You know what she did? She slapped the shit out of me. I didn't even understand how funny it was back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really think, like, if I was old enough and I could comprehend it, I would have cracked up. Because I was like, damn, that's some Arab shit right there. I said, I'm going to call CPS on you. I told that to my mom. I didn't know, and then I just got sad. She slapped me. I was like, I can't call them now. Yeah, she just, nah, bro. Man, that's crazy, bro. It's nuts. It's nuts, bro. So, yeah, bro, it was like, it's a long road, man. It's your personal space, bro. She can't enter your personal space. Like, I remember I went to somebody's house, like, when I was young, and then they got to lock their room, and, like, their mom would, like, knock on the door before coming in. And they're like, privacy, yeah. And I was like, damn, I'm going to try that out. It didn't work. What do you mean lock the door? You pay for the door? No. No, close the door. Leave it open. Nikolai founder Trevor Milton has been sentenced to 4 years in prison for defrauding investors. That's funny that news is coming out right now as we're getting into like our daily Chad crime section. I feel like at least every couple of days we find out like a new fraud or scandal. So-and-so guy. We go, you know, that today was the Roblox guy, and now Trevor Milton. Amazon in talks to invest in Diamond Sports. SBGI, that's running on the high ticker, 1340, 2%. Oh, Sinclair's actually kind of legit. Let's see. Chain kind of sucks. Yeah, that's popping, though. SBGI. Wall Street Journal, again. That one, if it's hitting earlier. Yeah, Amazon talks to invest in Diamond Sports. The contracts are all fucked, though. You can't really snake it. Maybe better off with shares. Ooh. Top ticked. 1360 top tick. 500 shares. We'll try to flip it. Again, that's early because it's WSJ. So we'll see. But the options are already gone. But I don't know. I might flip out of it there before. Again, Docu ran for a little bit. Oh, wait, I didn't get filled that bad. I thought I top ticked, but then it hit 14. So I'm still at break even after the drop. But yeah, I looked for the options. You can't really get any of them. They didn't have the same. If that chain was deeper like Docu, I'm sure there would have been one. So we'll give it a couple minutes. We bought SBGI. There's news right now. I bought it at like 2.5. Now it's popping up here a little bit, but it's Amazon's right here on the wire. Amazon Diamond discussing multi-year streaming partnership. It may be, I think it seems a little bigger than what it is, though. So I don't think it's going to be too big. Everything's slowed down. SPIG. MS new low. I think even where's City? Still in that one. And then what's the other? Bank of America. And gold came down. I thought gold was gonna be, just, making the noise. SBGI is a 7% dividend? No shit. Really? Yeah, what? Habibi. And they're down on the year? No way. Habibi. Oh, you already missed ex-divvy, though. So you can't really get a payout unless you want to hold. That's cool, though. It's good to know. No, not a long term. That's just a flip. I was trying to snake the chain, but it wasn't moving enough, and then the options weren't that good. Costco still keep going up. Costco WT? I mean, is that like a different type of Costco? But Costco, they've been running since the special dividend news. Shorting Microsoft, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but then it doesn't. I mean, I don't think they're doing bad right now, but the last couple of days, even coming into the new year, if we do get that cyclical rotation, I mean, we've seen them underperform. So I think for a small period of time, Microsoft might underperform because it was such a leader, but that's about it. Level 2, most brokerages offer it. Like even TD Ameritrade, and then depending on like I think L2 right here, you click that, it'll give it to you. But then you just tell your brokerage like I think you have to get access to full book and then everything else. You may have to pay for it, but most brokerages have a pretty accessible level too. And if you want the full extent of it, it's not really out of reach. Feel about the market? You think we'll test all-time highs? We could. I mean, we're like what 2% away from it. So I think unless we've already had bad Fed speakers try to bring us down, but until the next data set, we'll see PCE this Friday, and then we'll see what happens with your boy, the Bank of Japan here tonight. But it's going to depend on a couple of things. But assuming acted upon by equal or opposite force, it should do good. I think we should hit all-time highs, whether it's end of the year or very, very shortly thereafter. And then, again, if that data comes in bad or anything else, we'll go from there. Affirm gassing again. Where's Docu? SBGI dividend yields 9.2. I thought it was 7. Either way, I think it's good. I think it's moved up. I think that 5% pop may have changed it. You look at everybody through 2K build type lens. Got to stop playing. Believe it or not, I don't know. I feel bad. I didn't get to see the boys. I didn't play 2K once this whole entire weekend. I played on Friday after the stream. Once my girlfriend got the dog, we made a Pro-Am team. We made a 3-on-3 Pro-Am team. Me, Hooter, and Mikey, bro. And we're 7-0. We played 7 little 3-on-3 games. And then I didn't play rest of Friday, Saturday, Sunday even. I had no time for 2K, bro. But yeah, you gotta watch out. You're gonna start pricing everything in 2K. We made our Pro-Am team. The name is Sons of Averaging. We kept the legacy on. We kept the legacy on, you know. Hooter. That's his name. It's his name. I don't know how to say it anywhere else. Any way else. SGML on the high. LNTH. Lenthius. All right, I sold out of fucking SBGI. $78. I don't think it has. We got it early, but it doesn't have the same pop like the Docu. Could still go up though. It's holding up decent. I did 500 shares. This is our. We've already had the Santa rally. That's it. This is just everything else. I saw it hit Amazon. It hit another wire there. The Amazon headline. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get too caught up in anything. SGML's up 3 on the day. SGML. Sigma, damn, 9%. What's that other one? Oh, man. I'm still in that one. That one's down. Oh, now Sigma SPGI is going up again, though. Humana need to pop back up. I'm getting clobbered on this. So they let it come down, down, into the early round. Sugar, it is a down, a swinging. Number one with a bullet. The loaded, the complex, cock it and pull it. You know? This one? That's what it is. Oh, Sigma go up. Don't fall out, boy. Yeah, Fallout Boy, huh? Is this 2023? What kind of name is this, huh? Fallout Boy. Fallout what, huh? Have you heard their new album? I've not heard their new album. I don't think I've followed up with them since that song. To be honest, Fallout Boy has not been in my library. Excuse me. I keep yawning, keep like blowing out boogers. It's a lot better though, man. I feel so much better though, but I still like, I'm telling you, I just have a crazy amount of mucus and it's just clear. It's not even like yellow mucus. It's not green. It's just clear mucus. It's insane. And they've never been in the rotation. Mm-hmm. Coin's already up there. I think Coin, though, there's a couple of levels it has to get to. But, like, you're already at the low end. But, like, once it gets to, like, the 160s, it's already here, actually. I think, like, even above 155 or, like, 169, that's going to open up the door to the 200s. And if the 200s go, then that's it. I mean, maybe Coin makes an epic comeback. Do I use saline? No, I stopped. I'm not putting anything. After y'all told me the Afrin, you could get addicted, and it's a real thing, man, I stopped playing around. I said, no, I ain't do no nose cleanse, no nothing. Ain't nothing going up there, man. The only things come out. Only things come out. Afrin, it was good, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie, Afrin. That was nice. I was able to breathe for a little bit. For hours. Putting in Afrin as you speak. Oh, man. You flexing on me, bro? Your sinuses. I know you already scared me on this last week. We already talked about this on Friday. Yeah, Rivian has done good. We have that in the random. That one actually came up a lot. Kind of glad. I think that, where is it? The Rivian play up 300% on the random. Upstart 140. And then look at this one, some bullshit, bro. We got 2 TMFs. So if you bought in the random, we bought leaps on the bonds. One of them was bought in November last year, and that's down 90%, and it was a 4-year bond play. And then another one bought in August, end of August, and you're still down 30% on it. This is where they do the scam. Isn't that crazy? So again, I know they had the reverse split and all of that, but like, dude, that's nuts. So, like, you could have bought an option end of August with 2 years of time, and it would still be down 30%. Yeah, even every bond curve is up on off of that too. And the option was, and you bought 3 years of time. That's insanity. Or 2 years, 2 years, 2 years. No, yeah, 2 years, 2 years. Roblox projections? No, if anything, I'm just looking to sell covered calls on it. That's all I'm waiting for. All I'm asking is for little covered calls when I get home. Set a print. Ooh. Yeah, just covered calls. RBLX to me. Find out what it means to me. RBLX. Take care of Disney. All right. TweetDeck? No, I haven't used TweetDeck in a while. I think you have to like pay for it now because of like Twitter Premium, or it's like a Twitter Premium thing, I think. Are these new? These are deep, though. That's the only problem. I'm kind of down. NVIDIA is skyrocketing. What the hell is this? High ticker. It just looks crazier on the high ticker, but still. Not bad. All right, I sold Roblox covered calls. I was going to do the 26s, but I went for January 25, so if it runs, we could just roll our ass out of there. But 65 strike guarantees us like 50% on the $40 position, a little bit more. So I'm down. It's a big one. I sold 9 of them, so I got $4,000 in premium. At 450 or 453? I got 453. Nice. January 25. 1 year out. Technically. KRE, I'm still holding them. I mean, again, they're still holding up pretty good premium. You could do whatever you want still, but even then, a couple days ago was the best time to make a move. They still have great premium if you want to walk away, but you could have ghetto spreaded them real easy. But I just sold a covered call on Roblo, 65 for next year. Good premium. Last time I flipped out of them, but last time I sold the 26s, and they just dropped like 30%. I took most of the money. They just took SBGI off Robinhood? What? What do you mean? I got out of it, but that's kind of odd. So you sell covered calls, you're bearish on the stock? Not necessarily, because I'm selling them at a price 50% higher than I paid. But I just do it to get income on shit that I've been holding for a while. So we did it a couple. I did a covered call on Roblo like a month ago, and I made $3,000. I sold like $9,000 of premium, and then it just dropped like 30% on what, like, it's very volatile, so I covered it. So I'm down with either or, but like I don't think I'm gonna hold it that long. If anything, if Roblo drops, we get a down day. Roblo moves a lot. I'll probably, it'd be a nice one to cover, and then I still plan on holding the share. So just get in and out. You have it on your Robinhood. Might just be you then, Monica. Mara's on the high. Again, that lithium play, but more crypto. And then Snow's on the high. Fetterman, the acquisition of U.S. Steel is wrong for workers and wrong for Pennsylvania. I'm going to do everything I can to block it. Fetterman. Is stock kind of trying to come down. Tell me something. What do you want me to tell you? A firm looking squeezy? Not really. I haven't been looking at it. Again, a firm has been killing it with all the buy now, pay later trends. But like I've said many times, I really hate a firm. I don't know. Maybe the one that I hate is the one that'll go insane. But like I don't think I'll ever own a firm. I'd be down to trade it, but I don't think it's a weird company, and like fundamentally their interest and all of it, I don't think there's anything good about it, but the trends have been on the rise. What happened to Bill? PayPal small pop. All right, give me I don't know. I want to put this on. Yeah, give me a second, but it might hit commercials. I don't know.
That we're still cautious of.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, BRB.
Opportunity events in that sector in March this year, but we expect a little bit more pressure as the higher effects of rates keep pushing through the markets.
And Elena, just to tie a bow on that point, of course, you take a look over the past month and a half or so, and financials are one of the areas that's doing really well. You think about the CRE concerns on top of that. It sounds like you're saying this isn't necessarily bad for the financials sector overall, but maybe some caution around the regional banks, the smaller banks.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you will see potentially, right, if we go into a slowdown or a recession, which, by the way, we just published our 2024 outlook, and we think there's a higher probability that we'll go in real estate loans that are coming due, i.e. they have to pay them back in the next 4 years. Regional banks particularly hold about a third, and that percentage goes up to 50% in 2026, 2027, according to the MSCI. So there is a big, big risk on that sector, and we've been, and we continue to be very cautious on it.
And Elena, I also wanted to go back to what you said about corporate credit. Basically, that if you look at investment grade, if you look at high yield, the effect of higher rates hasn't yet been priced in to the same extent as maybe that you're seeing in small caps. But if that repricing hasn't happened by now, do you think that it's going to happen at all now that you're seeing rate cuts getting aggressively priced into the market?
Yeah, so we disagree a little bit of where the market is in different points. Like, we think it's going to be very hard to go and have inflation at the Fed's target at 2% if we don't have a slowdown, a recession, right? So that's number one. Like, we don't expect the rate cuts to come in unless we have a slowdown in the market, which obviously then should push us wider in spread or lower in the equity market. So the 150 basis points of cuts that's priced in for next year, we don't think that's achievable unless you have a slowdown. And we think obviously in a slowdown, then all these other effects of high rates and delayed reaction of the higher rates in the market would be seen in both equity and then, in a correction potentially in the fixed income markets too.
Yeah, we can't forget of the long and variable lags there of monetary policy. Thank you, Elena. Really appreciate it. Elena Hernandez of GenTrust. Now, coming up on the close on the big show, it might be M&A Monday, but not for Adobe, which is walking away from its $20 billion acquisition of software maker Figma. What led Adobe to give up on the deal?
Plus, BP will pause all shipments through the Red Sea after more attacks on merchant vessels. We'll have the latest on what the tensions could mean for energy prices.
And Harvard sees a drop in college applicants, early college applicants. Is it all due to tensions surrounding the Israel-Hamas war? We'll talk with Nat Smithable, a private college admissions counselor at IvyWise. All that and more coming up. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Good time, good time. Good time. My goodness, man. End of the year. Figma Johnson? No? Okay. No, the stream didn't crash. You hear? I've been doing a lot of different stuff, though, today. I have to deal with a couple of things. It's been very, very holiday. You got a lot of family coming in. I got to even call my sister now that I talked to her about the damn long term. The Red Sea, will there be new supply issues? So probably more inflation. Possibly if it gets like crazy. That's what people are worried about. Again, even oil's coming up a little bit. But yeah. LMT's up 4. Gold went up a little bit. I mean, oil's, as long as if oil continues, that's going to be the real, like, big factor with all of it. If oil go, Habibi, then that is it. People are waiting for the oil. You know, the oil, very, very important. NVIDIA. That keeps running. I feel like the high ticker makes it look insane, but I guess they're above 500. They've only been above 500 a couple times. That was a big deal. Coinbase again. That one's still running. Yeah, NVIDIA is kind of nuts. EXC, that was crazy on Friday. The utilities, they went nuts. Yeah, the dollar didn't drop that much. It's just the UUP fucking with everybody. You know, I'm sure we're going to hear this a couple times. All right. Okay, give me one more minute. I think
and that was Figma. They paid a huge price, right? $20 billion. I think a lot of investors liked the idea of the deal, but they thought it was too expensive. And then as Adobe's share price has gone up, it's going to be even more expensive. And so essentially the regulators really said to Adobe that they are concerned that this is another instance of a large tech company snuffing out a young competitor. And since things are a little different for Adobe today with the AI and they have a lot of other growth drivers, my sense is that they all figured it was not worth all the trouble.
And Brody, it's really interesting to see Wall Street's reaction to this. As Scarlett mentioned, shares are higher right now of Adobe, and there was a really interesting note out from
ADM to buy Revela Foods. Archer Daniels, what's Revela? Are they positive? ADM's going down on that. Revela. And then my sister just sent me a chart of colonialism, supremacism, and capitalism. What? What? Revela is not publicly traded. The Wire, baby. Revela provides dairy formulations, has about 400 employees. Is this the news? What do you mean? It just came out, ADM buying. Other than that, I don't know what you mean by that. Ask Uncle if he could release the album before Christmas. I don't know. It would take like 14 days. Maybe it might be able to. We'll have to see. We'll see. I'll give you the unrefined Uncle classics. But we were talking about it Friday. I think some of them, they got to get reworked a little. I got to send them to Marcus and Benny and see what we could come up with. Bank of Canada rate cuts expected in second quarter. Cold on the high. That thing's moving. So again, energy. That's weird. Nat gas down. Well, it's still up 1. And then your boy oil is still at 72. Oil's only up 1%. It was up 3 though. Everything kind of chilled out. Even like gold and all of those. A lot of things had like big moves off of that. Then they calmed down. Let's see, where's Russell? Russell's chilling, but Russell's even down by 0.09. Blessings, baby. Blessings. Thought on buying your first property to live in instead of rental? Nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, you are going to pay to live anywhere to begin with, but the richest man in Babylon, make thy dwelling a profitable investment. You're renting? I'm confused now, sir. Instead of a rental. Yeah. If you buy it instead of a rental, 100%. Like living in it, that's probably one of the best, easiest decisions you can make. Because again, at least I would rather pay off a mortgage and get a tax write-off on the interest every year rather than paying somebody else's mortgage and paying rent. So again, richest man in Babylon, he talks about it. Make thy dwelling a profitable investment. You're overhearing talk about imperialism, the cognitive dissonance necessary to judge countries is mind-numbing. My sister just sent me a chart. I don't know. I'm not reading it. I usually just let those ones go unanswered. Like the other one. Just I don't have to engage in every conversation. Even Australian toe, I'm mad. NVIDIA, I don't know, NVIDIA 500, man. Maybe next year if the AI boom keeps going, that could do it. Any books you know on taxes? I think like Taxes for Dummies. If like that's a good place to start, low key. Like those those what's it called for dummies books? Like it goes a long way, but like a basic like tax law and understanding the structure of it could go a very, very long way. That or go look up they got like community college courses on taxes and like accounting and like just go just see what their book list is. No, yeah, dude, Taxes for Dummies is like a good book for like taxes to get to start on it. IWM is kind of starting to die. It is. But it's also doing like what it's just underperforming right now after being the lead performer. But it moves 0.3, 0.4 just so fast. The QQQ is chilling. Unless, I mean, it probably looks different because of all the ETF stuff. Actually, this one, the QQQ, again, it looks more in line. Again, the SPY is a little bit below. Oh, no, they're both, but even the NASDAQ and then the Qs are matched up. Figma expects 600 million in annual recurring revenue. Did you talk about the new movie, Civil War? The other day we did, yeah. I saw when we were talking about the Netflix one. It's crazy. That's insane for Figma. What is? I just think Figma's fun to say. I don't really know what they do. I don't admit this often, but I really enjoyed accounting. We took 4 semesters. I think it's cool. My girlfriend says she knows accounting. Like, she could do taxes, but she, like, hates it. And I'm like, why? She's like, it's the most boring, dry thing ever. But I'm like, it's so cool. I'm like, you don't think it's interesting? How to, like, learn how to do certain... I think taxes and accounting is great, but it is very... you have to, like... I don't know. You have to enjoy it. You have to know how to do it, man. You got to know how to do it. It's a product software design company. You use it because I'm a product designer, but you mostly use Sketch. Really? Is it, like, common? Is Figma, like... Figma? Just fun to say. Figma. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. We got Power Hour in 30 minutes. I'm a tax accountant. If I didn't like investing business, I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much either. Yeah. Your husband loves tax hacking. We got married on tax day. That's cute. I had a friend. He's still a good friend of mine. He just hit me up the other day. He was like, I'm having a kid. I was like, what? And I was like, oh, no, man. Another one. But, like, he got married on, like, him and his wife are really into, like, Star Wars. And they got married on May the 4th. I said, wow. That's commitment right there. But that's kind of dope. We got married on tax day. That goes hard. Tax is only fun when you make good tax decisions. Nah, man. Like, imagine you learn taxes and then you get to be good at taxes without having to, like, ever do anything with your own money. You could do it for other people. SPY ripping now. Popping to a high. Easy anniversary. That's good, though. That's like, but most people hate tax day. That's good that you turned it around. Wix got court order approval of 300 million stock buyback plan from Wix. Why do they need court approval? Bro, SPY's running. Huh. Why is Wix at a... Damn, I didn't know Wix was actually doing that good. I guess they got clapped from the earlier side, but they kind of look like Snap. That lasts 1 year, 1 year and a half. May the 4th doesn't sound like May the 4th be with you. You never got it? May the 4th. Like, oh, I get it. Like, yeah, like May the 4th. May the 4th. My name's Mike Tyson. I want to celebrate May the 4th with you. May the 4th be with you, Luke. If it was Mike Tyson, you wouldn't have any problems with it. I'm the greatest ever. I'm the best ever. I'm a Mike Tyson AI. Nice to meet you. I feel you, but like, still, I always knew it. I don't know. It always vibed with me. Once I saw the wedding, I was like, man, you nerds. You nerds. Yeah, Mike Tyson go hard, bro. You want more Tyson? I'm too good for Tyson. There's nothing to talk about. All I do is win victory. That's all I want in life. That's all. I can't be stopped. You can't hold me back. Nothing. Long term, nothing. My luggage password is 0504. Get him. We got it. Wait, why do you got a luggage password? What the hell? Like, my girlfriend got nice luggage. I don't travel enough for nice luggage. I don't. I think all my luggage comes from Ross. I'm not going to lie to you, man. Or TJ Maxx. I don't even think I have luggage. Like, I bought luggage once in my life, maybe. But, like, I don't travel enough for anything. My long term's impregnable. It's the best out there, best ever. It's the greatest. All my luggage comes from childhood trauma, right? I swear I've had the same luggage forever. I've lost my duffel. I'm mad I don't have, like, my high school duffel bag anymore. And, like, all my homies, they still have theirs. I'm like, man, that's so... A lot of times impetuous, impregnable. You can't stop it. Sorry. Oh, the Russell's dropping. Can I blow the party horn? Hey, I'm Josh AI. We can't initiate the... Damn it, I fucked up. Sorry, I usually don't. I can't ignition the horn. But for $4.99 I can. Thanks. I don't even think my Mike Tyson's that good. I think you guys just like hearing it. I rest my case. I'm the greatest ever. Get the long term. You guys didn't see Josh AI on the watch list? That was fun. You got a little breakthrough there. I'm still in the Russell futures. Yeah, M2K and RTY. I'm in gold too. That one's been doing nice. But yes. If you had cash right now, what would you pick up? Pfizer. So I did it for Colt Sister. And I still have cash in the long term. I added some the other day. Literally on Friday. We added some in there. 2:30. We still got an hour and a half left. Not too bad. Not too bad. Now you need an altercation between Mike and Joey B. I'm the world's greatest. I'm the best ever. If you vote me president, I'm gonna build back. I'm not gonna build back better. We're gonna destroy it, and then we're gonna build something new. Yeah, fucking we tried that. Huh? You gonna listen to this guy? He bites ears. I didn't bite nobody's ears. Stop that. It's a rumor. It's fake news. Yeah, what do you say? Come on, I saw you Vander the Holyfield. Come on, you guys want to vote for this guy? Come on. Stop lying on my name. That's it. I'm a victorious champion. I can't be stopped. That's the vote for me in the 24 election. Yeah, come on. I'm the incumbent. Come on, fucking stop it. You're not a boxer if you don't vote for me. Come on. Right now. Hey, man, I don't want to fight no more. Meet me in the ring. Yeah, you stop. You stop. Of course, look at this. Look at old man Biden arguing with Mike Tyson. I used to hang out with Michael. I'd see him in Vegas. They all were my friends until I called them out. And then I became a politician. Then nobody wants to hang with Trump. Yeah, fuck you. I'm a full schizo. What's this guy saying to me? I'll get him right now. You talk a lot of smack right now for online chat room. I'm the greatest ever. Telling you, they all love to be a friend in Hollywood. And then you do a Mike Tyson voice, and now they don't want to vote for you. Look at that. Yeah, sorry, I got a little carried away there. Yeah, good. No, I don't. If I do more than 3 voices, I think I go in, like, the next step is a hospital. I can't do. I could probably do it. I've never tried to push more than 3 in one conversation. It's not worth it. I might lose sight of reality. Like, for some of you guys, it's 3 grams of mushrooms. For me, it's three personalities all interacting at once. Steel's ripping because the United Steel deal. X. Three plus your normal voice. No, that's chill. The normal voice doesn't engage in the conversation. That's it. He'll be good. I could do 4, but like it's like I said, it's not worth it. It's like, what's it called? It's like a time-space continuum thing. What's that corporation? The Switzerland one with the little spinny thing? It's just not worth it, man. I don't want to push those bounds of reality. CERN, yeah. It's like a CERN situation if we go past 3. CERN, the OG conspiracy, bro. The OG conspiracy. What do you think? It's MVP, Luka or Giannis? I haven't seen it, but I think Luka is doing better. But then, bro, I finally watched the NBA game. We were eating. I posted a picture too, bro. I roast my girlfriend for ordering meatloaf. I didn't know meatloaf had such a big audience, but you guys apparently 50% of you thought it was weird. But I'll tell you the first thing. I watched the NBA game, bro. And how come the Phoenix Suns suck? I thought they were y'all be riding the Phoenix Suns like they're good. My first NBA game, like I sat and I got to watch because I was eating, bro. Dude, Phoenix Suns are garbage. That dude on the Knicks, what was his name? Jalen with that, bro. He dropped 50 on him. Oh my gosh, bro. No, bro. The Knicks, and I was looking at the Knicks. Yeah, Brunson, bro. He's ill. Bro, the Phoenix Suns, though, I was watching the first. They were up. They were winning, and I was like, dude, the Knicks are trash. And then all of a sudden, the Knicks, I was like, how are you guys losing to these guys? Oh, my gosh. It's crazy. You finally joined the Twitch because your name's Hernia Boy 666. I think the devil and talking smack with Josh, I'm banning you. You make a new name. Okay, Hernia Boy? And that's your first message? No, you make a new one. You're better than that. Fucking, he has a low blow. He went literally a low blow. You went after my inigual hernia. He said Hernia Boy, and then you added the devil in like that, like Juice WRLD was rapping about hernias or something. You know what I'm saying? And that you can't do that. Like, you can't act like you hard devil worshiper with a hernia. I hate to break. I have a hernia. That's why I praise the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, nose out of left field too. I think he tried it. He tried on a couple of other names too, I think, and that was the one. He made it like 7 days ago. He waited till today. No, man, just make a new name. I'll only accept your first and last name. So I say anybody I hear getting surgery, getting banned from now on. Sorry, buddy. I say unless it's a first name, last name in the Twitch. We only got like 200 in the Twitch. We could hold it down like that. Sorry, bro. I thought it was pretty funny. I think my joke was funnier, but anyways, the point was the Phoenix Suns are trash. That was the first point. And then like my girlfriend's mom, like, did I tell you guys, like, that was when she realized I was funny? Like, I got my girlfriend's mom to LOL at dinner because I just started roasting my girlfriend because she ordered meatloaf. And, like, I just start roast. I'm like, who orders meatloaf? And I was just, the joke, the punchline, I was like, I've never seen a hot girl order meatloaf. And her mom just starts dying of laughter. I was like, it's great. I said, I'm glad your mom laughed at that. I'm glad. Meatloaf. I think meatloaf's great, but like, you don't go to a restaurant and there's a bunch of things you could order on there, and then you order meatloaf. And like I said, I've never seen a hot girl order meatloaf. Like, that's it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring up any past dinners I've had, but I said, nope, I've never seen a hot girl order meatloaf. That is just not fitting in the situation. I like the ground beef. It was good, though. I'm not going to lie. I ate it. I ate some of it, bro. It was good. No, look, it tasted good, but I was like, you got ready for this? Like, I could have got you a microwave meal. We could have ate this at home. You leave the meatloaf alone. What do hot girls eat? I don't know, but not meatloaf. That's but then again, I mean, my girlfriend, I guess maybe she's the anomaly, the outlier. But I said, nah, man, that's suspicious. So only ugly girls order meal? Nah, it's a fair meal for normal girls. Like, it's totally, and guys too. Just saying, it's just not really a sexy meal. That's all. I don't know why y'all don't get the joke. Her mom is old and she understood it. I'm just kidding. You're not old, miss. I didn't mean it like that. But you got a lot of young people in here acting hella dumb. He's like, damn. You don't see it on many men. Yeah, really, though. Not everywhere has meatloaf. But, like, she likes it. She likes it. Yeah, it's not that you can't order meatloaf. It's just you never... See, there you go. Somebody get it. Somebody knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you confused, you got to go out on a couple more dates. It's okay. Or you got married early, which I applaud you for. That's good if you're still together. Amen. Did the waiter hear you? Nah. I hope they did. I was like, I found a good joke. You don't order chicken unless that's what the place is known for. Have you ever had a chicken Madeira at Cheesecake Factory? I've ordered that chicken. That one's good. Everybody got it because Drake said that was his favorite meal, but it's actually good. A nice chicken Madeira, and it sounds fancy. It's fun to say. You can make that. I prefer marsala. Catfish? I've never had catfish. I think I have once, but I've never I don't even know what it tastes like. I don't remember. I think I was really young. You don't like mushrooms? I love mushrooms. I used to hate them when I was younger. But once I realized it was a truffle, I got bougie real quick. But some mushrooms taste nasty if they don't know how to make it good. But like I've grown on mushrooms. Like the ones you eat, you crackheads. You're like, yeah, you like mushrooms. Like a truffle, mother. Mushrooms with steak, yeah, it is. I love grits, yeah. I haven't had grits in a while, but yeah, I fuck with grits. Never with catfish, though. I work at Benihana. Don't order chicken. Why not? What are you guys doing to these chickens? Truffle makes you ill? You think you're allergic? No way. Can we get another PHILO? New meatloaf PHILO. Have your favorite meal while learning about PHILO. Big rejection on SPY. We're chill. We broke every day, though. We hit a new level. So, I mean, SPY might be a little weird. But the SPX is doing great. Again, we almost hit 4780. You guys are about to be at 4800. You realize that, right? Oh, no, 4749. I don't know why I said 80. Netflix. Wagyu beef. I've had Wagyu. I think I've had Wagyu beef, but like everybody called Wagyu. We already had this conversation. You know, Wagyu is a very loosely like worded. I think Taco Bell got Wagyu. If you want, like, they got their own Wagyu. It's like a Taco Bell or like, I swear even McDonald's got a Wagyu burger now. It's a very loosely used term nowadays. BMRA popping was this Biomerica. It's up 99%, just popping end of the day run here. Have I ever thought about buying an island? I have. I've gone through the process of like looking at them, but then when I finally found one, it was like really cheap back in the day. This was years ago, and I had somebody who wanted to do it with me, but then it's like it's so hard to manage. Like they're like, what are you gonna do for medical access? What are you gonna do for water? He was like, have you thought about landscaping? Like, do you know the maintenance on an island is unreal? Like, you straight up have to do the brush, and then like it's awful. And then depending on where it's at, if you don't have like medical access, bro, you get like bit by like a bug, you're dead. So it's like it was really like pretty much an island will cost you more to maintain it and make it livable than probably the island itself, unless it's all there. But yeah, it's pretty it's pretty difficult. So I backed away a while ago. This was years ago though. Islands were cheaper back then, believe it or not. I want one of those like little. Remember you guys sent me one in like Montana or something? I don't know. I think Montana. I think it was in like Texas or somewhere. There's like little places with like islands though. You could get like a house island. I've seen that there. I saw it. Someone you sent. I think we showed it on stream. There was one where like it was like a house that was just its own island, and you have to like boat to it. You saw one for $300 to $500. That's why I asked. Yeah, bro. It's not. It's a lot of work, bro. It's a lot of work. Bottom right is BMRA. I just pulled this up off the high ticker. I don't know what's going on with it. It's up 97%. Oh, that was Michigan. Yeah, that's what it was. Michigan. Good Islands, Lake Superior. That was cool. I remember when I first saw that. That was pretty wild. Adobe above 600. Everything's coming back up again. Netflix too. Even though cyber stocks are running. Where's Fortinet? Did that bounce? No. Cyber. Polyalti. Did Tesla come down? Microsoft went up. Apple went down too. Apple in the red, but they bounced. Time to short a net. Houthi official to Al Jazeera, U.S. offer not to obstruct efforts to reach peace in Yemen in exchange for halting military operations in the Red Sea, and we reject this. Why, oh my. It's crazy that that's becoming more and more of an issue. We got a little supply chain issue, if that keep, but like a lot of places are already pulling out. And then Russell's back up to greed. Gold is still holding up. Gold trying to climb back up. Do you sponsor people in Texas for real estate? Texas is more expensive, I think. I don't know. If that's one of the multi-$1,000 ones, no. Ohio, I don't sponsor people in Ohio. For sure. But you know what to do, man. You don't need to ask me. You ask, go on Wednesday. Call real estate. You've been here a lot. You've been here. You know exactly how to get involved, baby. You know exactly how to get involved. Call real estate on Wednesday. Tyler and Trey, you ask them. No, they're going to hook it up. Broadcom. Tesla's on the low now. Again, they were on the high earlier. Broadcom's at 11.51. My goodness. What type of reactions with the bonds? Despite if the data is, well, good or bad. If they raise rates in Japan, the bonds are going down. Maybe they might even bounce a little bit, but for the most part, initial knee-jerk reaction would be bonds down. And then if it's good, bonds could go up. So it really, I mean, there's a lot riding on the Bank of Japan. You know, I'm glad people are talking about it, but it's still like, you know, we don't know. It's just like, think about Powell, just how Powell was the other day. So like, even then, like I said in one of the older watch lists not too long ago, if they do that, like if they do what Powell does, where it's like all this hype and anticipation, and then they kind of like shock with like a bigger update, I mean, that could really change a lot. But then also, too, every time we get hyped on Japan, I mean, lately, and at least this year of 23, they don't end up doing anything. So we'll find out. The decision's tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern. Should we do that? Should we just go live instead of a watch list? I'm hella down. That's actually not a bad idea. But I didn't make a video on the watch list. I got to tell them the schedule, though. But I am definitely down for that. Yeah, that'd be dope. All right, well then, I'll probably go live maybe like 30 minutes before. And then we'll go out. But then it's like, it's weird. I don't know if you guys know how. It's not going to be like that dope, if that makes sense. Because what's going to happen, it's going to be they do the release and then the conference is like in the morning. So like, imagine like if Powell just dropped the dot plot and then he had his speech the next day. That's how they do it in Japan. There's nothing to watch, so we're not going to have anything to watch. All you're going to watch is the yen move up and down. Is a live watch list easier than the pre-recorded ones? I mean, it's easier to make, but they both take about the same time. And then if I stay too long, and then usually, like, I like to rest at the end of the day. So, like, if I usually only do it if my schedule doesn't allow me. But no, I like earlier better usual than not. So we'll see. I'll try, but I have a bunch of shit I still need to do today. That's why I was like, it might work. It might work. Consensus says unchanged. Well, yeah, I mean, then again, though, like, Jerome Powell consensus was maybe 2 hikes or 2 cuts, and we wound up with 3, and then the market pricing in another 6. So it's just, that's what I'm saying, is like, nothing should happen, but he may signal very aggressively for next month or next quarter, pretty much, and then at the same time, if they surprise like Powell did, tomorrow's going to be a wild-ass event. Market might be able to brush it off, though, but again, like I'm saying, knee-jerk reaction will be bonds will get destroyed off of it. Nobody's really expecting. There's some people. I mean, I think maybe like 30% of people are expecting that they raise. 70%, I would say, of economists. If you ask Bloomberg economists, they all say it's not going to happen. But then again, a couple of notes came out over the weekend. There's a couple of people, even in Japan and other places, that think it will happen. But it's definitely a majority believe no change. He's been signaling his moves through Nikkei, his moves or lack thereof. Yes and no, because like the last time he signaled it, nothing happened, and then the Nikkei, remember Nikkei caused a huge spike off of a headline, and then literally nothing happened. But then Bloomberg is always going to say the opposite. They hate it. They don't want it to happen. So, but then again, I mean, I'm operating under the lens that Powell just did a big move. Powell just changed a lot. Powell's ready to go, and Powell surprised the shit out of everybody. So, that being said, I mean, it's on the table, but like even 6 months ago, I was telling you the same timeline. Either end of this year or beginning of next year, they're going to do it. So it's just it's a matter of time. But like then again, I'm still in the yen, I think, regardless. One of them expired, though, today, so I only have 3 yen contracts instead of 4. Just saying he's an anomaly compared. I could agree with that. Fuck yeah. Great point. I wasn't picking up on that. But definitely. But we'll see. And then the other like side-eye update of the whole thing that has people like, you know, looking at stuff is the fact that that scandal. So all the people involved in that like government raising money or that money raising scandal, a lot of the people that are getting clapped, they're the people that like easy money policy. So that's like kind of the tinfoil, is that like a lot of the people who are more supportive of that type, they're all getting they're getting kicked out of the government. So always a fun take. RTY, that's still going, but it's only at 0.15. Russell's barely going green. Nasdaq's killer though. Nasdaq all day after that. Google, Amazon, Meta, all of them, they just went nuts. Costco still? Costco won't stop, Habibi. QE is back. Oh, people are getting ready, man. People are getting ready. Colleges, all right. I need to go pee. Give me a second. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. You're blessed.
Not to reveal my age or anything, when I was applying to high school, I mean, maybe it was 10 if you were like really ambitious, but really 5 to 8, it feels like was the sweet spot.
And on top of that, if you've got 20 schools, each school has like 2 supplementary essays, so that's 20 times 2. That's 40 essays that you're writing over the holiday break.
That's why I did ED. I just didn't want to do that much work. Thank God I got in. But yeah, geez. And then you think of the costs on top of it. A good point about fee waivers, but if you don't have them, those application costs really add up quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think people just kind of consider that a sunk cost in all of this. You know, we'll just eat the cost of whatever it costs to apply to these schools, and we'll see what happens. Like shoot our arrows in every direction, and maybe something will.
Throw spaghetti at the wall, see what lands.
Yeah.
What do you make of the fact that Southern schools are so popular?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know if it has to do with sports, or maybe they're not in the headlines these days with all the tensions on college campuses, and people just want to get away from what is happening here.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see where all of this ends up, I don't know, in what, 10 years? years, 20 years from now?
Well, for now, for the kids who are applying, just, come March, they need to get some kind of answer. All right, we have just over an hour to go before the close here. We are looking at a rally somewhat in equities. The S&P up 0.6%. The NASDAQ, I believe, at a record high. This is the close on Bloomberg.
Are you ready for a new Kia? At North County Kia, we have a huge selection of high-quality vehicles to help you enjoy everything San Diego has to offer. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary of serving our beautiful community. So whether you're looking to buy, lease, or service.
Dude, I'm going to play. I need the Nissan one, man. I need the Nissan one. They playing me, bro. They playing me. I hate this commercial. I don't know why y'all love it. Y'all love it, man. It's like, it's so, how does that sell you? You're getting a key after that? The most monotone. Oh, look at this. Flashbacks, bro. Flashbacks. All fun and games till the Kia boys strike. The track loves you, man. The track loves you. NASDAQ all-time highs, is it? From the NASDAQ to the Russell. No, NASDAQ 16,000. 16,000 and change. We getting close, though. We getting close. I need to call Fidelity, too. Bro, Fidelity kind of sucks, though. Because, like, they have, like, chat with a representative. But, like, it's a fucking AI bot. So, like, dude, I hate it. Oh, no, I'd rather chat with someone. Contact us online. Well, fine. I did customer service on the chat bot. Okay, well, I connect you with the live chat representative. There you go. There, you have to just fight through the chat bot first. You gotta, hey, how can I help you? Thanks. We'll see. Got to pump it up. The GM chatbot the guy made agreed to sell my car for $1 and included that it was legally binding. No way. What? I would have been like, hey man, I need that car right now. And the video puts, can anyone in the chart look at it, give you insight? I mean, I'll let the chat. I'll throw it to the chat. SPY's just been slowly melting up. Again, it's crazy. Even the Russell came back down a little bit, but that has been the W just of melt up, all melt up day. Ba-doop, boop, boop, ba-doop. I still think the options are pretty scammy unless you get cyclical rotation play early. Those hit very well. Or just snake the chain if the opportunity presents itself. Otherwise, shares. But then again, too, even NVIDIA, those small amount of shares, because they just move a lot. Boston. It's raining in Boston. Boston. Could no change be ignored, like when we get data and say at least it wasn't worse? Possibly. I mean, it depends if the expectation was high or low. So it's not that the data is like no change. It's really against the backdrop of what people were expecting coming into it. So it's like if it came in at what was expected, that's your good old priced in. So you're saying if Japan decides to change our policy, bond yields will drop more? They could drop more, or they could go higher, most likely. So reverse the bullish move that we've had. We love you too. God bless you. Why would that be the case? We'll cover it tonight, but we've been kind of talking about it even recently. We just did. But I brought it up even on the last video. I think I brought something up on Japan last time, like a week or two ago. But it's all part of the yen stuff that we've gone over. You want to add a heavy chunk to the long term, but I'm waiting for seasonality and sales on stocks near the end of January. Do you agree? Not really. I think it doesn't matter. I don't care when. I think as long as you're not overbuying or like overspending on names that have a huge premium. But I don't think the other factors really apply too much. So, but like if you're waiting for a sale, I mean, it just depends. You could wait a while, get yield on it. But at the same time, I think if you go maybe spacing out the bigger amount little by little, averaging into it would probably be the best. But I do think, just make sure you're not chasing the names that are crazy. Where is it? Oil still up 1.6. Gold. Copper, I think it tells a lot about the economy, but other than that, I don't. Like, some people use the copper trade as a idea of like manufacturing and production, but other than that, I've never traded it or anything. I don't really keep tabs on the price too much. Oleo, eBay. I thought that was eBay. EWW, Mexico. Mexico 52-week high. iShares MSCI. Oh, Mexico. Yeah, Rivian's crazy. Mission morning portions nowhere. Check out the watch list, though. I mean, at that point, if you really care about the yen, though, we have a lot of videos on them on the main channel, especially as of late. So, vacation that way on the live, too. Just hit a little bit of the watch list up. You'll find the videos. You'll be good. Again, usually if it has like a Japanese thumbnail or yen in the title, that's a good one. I usually give some form of it. But the last couple of weeks, even like 2 weeks ago, because, again, we bought the yen right before all the news, and then it went nuts. I think half now, half later, or just little by little. Again, if you're looking to space out a big amount, but you were like, I want to wait for this and that. Like, just again, I mean, the long term is a great example. You know, even if we hold a little bit of cash for some periods, like I said, just you don't need to hold more than 20%. But it's still just little by little adds up. So, like, you know, you have 50,000 and space it out, 20,000, 10,000, whatever it is. Little by little will allow you to go month by month and then, you know, see what's going on, especially with where we're, you know, who knows what the fuck we're about to get into. You know, with everything, whether it's a rate cut or not, does it hard land? Is it perfect? So, you know, don't time in versus timing. I don't like the yield max. I don't know why everybody asks me that. Or like late. I feel like every time we've had this discussion, everybody brings them up. But I do think the yield max, again, even like you see the weird ETF moves today. But like I really don't. I'd rather own something. Like, I don't know. Like even then, like this isn't weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at all of them, like, why is the yield max on Apple lower than Apple? What's the NVIDIA one? Is it NVDS? That's the bear. What's the NVIDIA yield max? Because, like, again, if it's based off options, I mean, again, it's based off a strategy versus, like, the ownership of the equity. I mean, nothing. If you think the stock's going to go up, you buy the stock, however much quantity. There it is. TSLY is Tesla. So, like, this isn't weird to you guys? That, like, one of them's trading, like, near the lows and the other one's still, like, holding up. And then they were matched up for some period, and then right when it dropped. NVDL. That one's actually up. That's the until it's not. It's based on the other. That's the only one that's matched up so far. Yeah, that's Granite shares. That's not even the yield max. NVDY, NVIDIA. Yeah, the yield max on NVIDIA is not. It's still lower. Like, it just doesn't. I don't know. I've never been a fan of it. Marcus. Oh, man. He's continuing on the legacy that kept him here, baby. Or not. Amen. You don't even know what you're supposed to think about what you're showing? I mean, are you, do you know what the yield max things are? If not, I mean, don't even worry about it, but it's just like a different, people are trying to justify holding these, like, ETFs that are linked to, like, a stock with, like, the option strategy, and it has a yield on it, and they think it's better than a dividend, but it's just not really, like, I'd just rather get a dividend. It's income based. You have to look at total returns. I mean, just at face value, though, it seems like there's, I mean, I feel like investors are down. I mean, then you get back your return, your yield. But, like, at the end of the day, I don't want that in my long term. I would rather grab a stock with a dividend that either gets raised or that's it. Sorry, they cut me in my Fidelity chat. They gave me an answer, then it cut out and said, sorry, you didn't respond. Your chat is now ended. I'm like, man, I got to do this all over again. They aren't for everyone. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It literally yields 76%. So, but again, the price of the underlying is going to move around. You'll get your dividend, but at that point, I mean, just think there's way better ways to get it. But I'm not a fan of it for the long term. I don't think so. I sold Roblox calls. I did a covered call. Now I'm number 30 in the queue. Wow, thanks. I like Procter & Gamble a lot. Mm-hmm. The divvies are taxed as short-term capital gains, not as income. I think you know, keep it OG. Keep it simple. A good company, buy the company, you get to own the company, the equity, pay you a dividend, you know, it's good, you know. I don't like synthetic, they maximize. Like, what is this? It sounds like a Burger King, like a Big Max, huh? I don't want this. In your Uber, you have 100 shares at 42.60. You sold April 42.50 calls. Why? I know you say you know, but like, why? When did you do this? And you saw April 24th? I mean, that's a shitty position because it's, again, at a lower price, but let's see. So you need to get back $20.35. Best I could offer you is $10 a share. Roll to 52, but you're still clapped. So if you think it comes down, but you could pretty much close out of that play, and for the same amount you close it out for, you could resell for next year, 2 years out, at $52.50. Or you wait till the stock comes down. You still could wait a couple months to do that trade, and then if it falls, you might be better off. But if you do that, at least it'll get you 10 extra bucks, and you'll still have to hold it for another year. And then anything above it, you'll get clapped. But then if it does come back down, you'll be good. God bless you for the free knowledge. Of course, my friend. Of course. Shorting Tesla. No, remember Tesla ended last year? That was crazy. I can't even believe this year is over, man. That's it. We got Christmas. Is it 10 days to Christmas? What is it now? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 7 days till Christmas? What? Bro, Christmas is in a week? Oh, my gosh. And then SPY looks like it's about to go up. Coin 52-week high, 155. This one is running. Oh, my goodness. Would you buy AMD if you'd be holding for 10 years? No. Why? Can you tell me why I say no immediately? There's one reason why I wouldn't buy AMD and hold for 10 years. You can if you want, and you want to average it down. I'm not, but there's one very, very easy answer to that. Why? I would not buy that. I would not buy AMD. It's not at all-time highs. It's close to it. NVIDIA is better? No. Margin? No. Thank you. I don't know why it took that long. The stock is up on the year. It's up over 100% on the year. This thing was at like $60 at the beginning of the year. So it's like you could wait on it if you want, but me personally, I told you just the easy rule. If it's up on the year, break even, I'll buy it. If it was back at $60, you know what I'm saying, maybe like somewhere around the yearly price, not too much premium, but at that case, I think you could find other things. Like I think Qualcomm's a little bit better. I mean Intel, that one's up a lot on the year, but it just would not. Where's Marvel? That one's even up. And then Bond's still trying to catch a bid here. Not bad. Allah, we get GID. Wow, you could get AMD in the long term would be great, but you just got, like I said, I mean, the one thing we've been doing is just making sure we don't buy too much. He said hold for 10 years. Yeah, so like he could have, that's what I'm saying. If you really are going to commit to holding and buying more and averaging down, like you got to do your thing, 21, you know what I'm saying? But like, and that's no problem. But at the same time, just, you know, you take a look at the account and everything, and just there's always, you'll probably do better off not chasing anything that's high. But then again, I've missed out on plays like Eli Lilly and NVO with that logic. But at the same time, though, it protected a lot of people early on. And then when it's all said and done, you know, a lot of the plays that were up right now, you had the opportunity to not pay the premium, you know, and that's the general idea. So try to go in a place where your dollar gets you more strength. I do have Snapchat, but the last time I purchased Snapchat was literally 2020, and that was it. So we bought it like at $8 or $6 in 2020, and then I had it at like $9 and $16 before that. But other than that, I haven't added to it in years. And then, you know, as it went up, we just let it do its thing. Came down. We didn't really buy more. I was going to buy more if it was a little lower than that, like 7 again. But other than that, just let it chill. I'm quiet. You should hear the fan in the background. Feeling AI and AMD doesn't matter what it did this year. He said 10-year hold. Again, you can if you want to buy it. That's all. If you don't want to, if you want a dollar cost average, not worry about price and get your ownership, you do you. There's no problem with that. So, but you know, just I'm giving you an idea of the strategy that we're employing here. I don't think you could shy away from it, but you got to just really make sure you're committed. Most of the time, everybody's lying when they say that. And what I mean by that is when people tell me I'm going to buy it for 10 years and hold it, they say that about every stock that they want to buy while it is up 100%? Yes or no? Some people do end up holding it, but at the same time, I've had this experience way too much. I just know everybody is lying about it a lot more often than not. ADM, they're buying somebody. But yeah, I think it's keep it simple, buy in the red, buy when it's down. You could buy a couple, eventually, I mean, you could buy a couple of high flyers. I wish I bought NVO and like Eli Lilly, but yeah. It's true about marriage. They say they'll hodl forever, then get divorced 2 years later. Wow. Okay. I guess that applies. It's even worse with the long term. Somebody said it like, people usually buy when green and then never when red. And it's just like, we see it a lot. Fine. I want Baba too. I would, if Baba just dropped a little bit more, but Baba started running before Pfizer. But even that, it is awful when you do pull out the chart. And it is. Oh, what? Chad, we only got 30 minutes left? I thought it was 30 minutes till power hour. Oh, my goodness, Habibi. This crazy, Habibi. You know? Are ADRs okay? Yeah, I mean, they have their own little risks. Like, I don't know how I feel about China to the long term, but like, I do like Alibaba, but I haven't bought it yet. I have Alibaba in my OG long term. I bought it back in the day at like $60, I think, at like 68 or something from like IPO. Like, I got involved in the Baba IPO, but it's still, they do have their own little risk. That's what it comes down to. Feel like 2024 is almost over. Oh no, dude, 2024 is. I never sold any Baba. No. I rode that all the way through, up and down. I think I trimmed once, but like that was part of a broader trim when I was getting houses, but nothing like never like sold, took profits, or like did it beyond that. But I've been holding it for a while. I like Alibaba. No covered call. I don't really do too many covered calls. I mean, I did it with my meta position a couple of times, but then I did really it's a lot to manage, and I don't want to because once you get stuck on, if you get stuck on one of those, I don't want to give them up. I just try to set and forget, man. That's it. It's way too much. And it's bigger. Bigger amounts are just a lot. It's easier to roll out of 100 shares, and get that over with. But everything else in bigger amounts, and then 5 cents, 10 cents. What the hell is up with those wicks? Eventually, even with our long term, we'll see how we do the cover calls. But once it gets big enough, you might just, at that point, hopefully we're getting enough yield to feast off of. Japan YCC finish. China rebounds into Q2, emerging market time. Thoughts, not actual questions. Yield curve control, I think, end of this year or, again, tomorrow, tonight, or by March is what I've said, first quarter. Otherwise, China, once we start cutting rates, China will start to rebound. And then emerging markets, depending on how the dollar reacts to rate cuts. If we cut rates and what the dollar does, and depending on how the dollar fares against everybody else, then I think that'll determine some of the emerging markets. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Great question. Thoughts. Topics. I don't know, dude. It's done that 4 times. I just already refreshed it. It keeps doing it. I don't know. Bill, double dividend in the month. Thing with NVIDIA. Could get some pump it up. Almost, man. You're like 50 points away. Damn, Spotify. Almost back up to 200. That was a nice ripper here, too, this year. But that one just nonstop. I wish we got more of that at 70. Bro, the long term was guttered at one point. That's crazy. Because, again, we were up a lot on that one, and then on Spotify, and then it came down, and now it's back up. That's insane. I would buy PayPal. I think we're up or down on it. I don't know, barely. But if I needed growth, I mean, PayPal is where I'm looking for next year. And growth, I mean, share price is much, not as much so the company, but it does have the longevity we like. Affirm or PayPal, way better. Affirm, I hate Affirm. But then again, I mean, maybe it's so bad that if they, and I feel so strongly about it, if it turns that around somehow, maybe it's good. But we'll see. Disney, we're up on Disney, actually. That was one of our winners this year, surprisingly. We got like 5%. But Affirm, I hate it. I think Affirm is trash. I don't know if it's going to last. And then their interest, there's so many things. But I think PayPal is a way better bet than Affirm. At least that's the one I'm willing to take over the next couple of years, more or less. Square has growth. I think as a real growth driver, Square is really good. I'm not opposed to Square, but then again, I don't think you get Square at the same discount. So again, Square, you're paying a premium on the year. But it's that one's still guttered 2020 prices. Let's see. Yeah, Pfizer, Walgreens. Oh, wait. Yeah, she still got money in Bill. That didn't show up earlier. All right, nice. So we'll get I'm going to sell out of her bill position so we could get her more equities. You said how much buy now, pay later did great for Black Friday. Christmas should be better. Yeah, that's the only thing they got going for it. But, like, I don't know. I just still don't like Affirm at all. Even then, the trend is there, but, like, I'm not. It weirds me out. Again, I even showed you their interest expense. Their interest expense is, like, 10 times higher than it was a couple of years ago. So, like, most companies, the good ones, especially in tech, they didn't have anything. You know, their interest expense didn't get clobbered with rates, but Affirm has. And that's the thing that worries with me with, again, just the whole concept in general. And then Pfizer came down a little. Okay. I grabbed 24 more shares of Pfizer for Colt's sister. Because I forgot she had the bill money. So how much is their total now? 24 more shares? It's almost 50 shares. I don't think I got Colt's sister PayPal, no. But we have, I think she has a lot of other growth stocks, but I don't know if we have PayPal in there. Let me check. No, we don't. I got her dividends and Walgreens. I think I only picked up Walgreens for her and that one. She didn't have MPW. We got her Disney. We put a decent amount in Disney. And then her biggest position is Uber, but that one's up 58%. T alerts are received, baby. It's not bad, though. Not bad. No, that account did really good. I'm really surprised. There's only 3 things that are down. Now Pfizer. Other than that, MO down 2, but you yielded back more than that on the year. So, like, she's up on that net. And then Walgreens, even though I thought Walgreens was smashed, but Colt's sister got it lower. So she's only down 1% on Walgreens. So no more bill, no. She has no more cash in that account. She has $7. So we got her fully invested on $8,500. Now here's Colt's sister. Very good, man. Very, very good. $7 cash, market value. Here are all the positions. Again, they're very similar. It's pretty much shit that we already had, but then bought at different times. So she got Uber as a steal, and it's a small account. None of these are bigger plays, but I mean, it's made her almost 20% in the last couple years. Kept her little savings in par with the 9% inflation, you know. Not too bad, but she just got little things. Even one share of Netflix up 122%, stuff like that. But like the bigged position right now is Uber, then Pfizer now. We put her cash to work in Pfizer. And then Disney at 1,100, and then where is it? Walgreens, we put like, that was the last time she had a lot of cash saved up. We put like half of it in there. Reduction mean complete? No, it's still, I mean, I'm just going for certain plays though. So like right now you could go for like other things, but you know, eventually, if depending on how the next couple of months plays out, it's going to be, you know, it may be time to move on from Bill. Just again, especially if there's other, if like, again, I'm buying names that are down 50%. Pfizer reinvest is off. Oh, really? Maybe because of new? Oh, it is. Reinvest dividends, update. Woo! We didn't top Thursday. The SPY didn't, but the SPX did. So welcome to ETF land. But, you know, the SPX is higher today, but the SPY is not. So maybe the SPY will catch up or the SPX drops big. I am still anticipating the hard landing, but that's the idea. Like, in an event of a hard landing, I do think some names will go down, but like if you're already clobbered, you might hold up as a little bit better. So, and then not to mention, if there's a hard landing, what's going to happen? Hard landing happens literally January 1st, right? We have our holiday, we come back, we find out all the banks are collapsed and, you know, stocks, everything starts selling off, right? What's going to happen? They will probably cut rates. The rates go down to 0. We're never going to see a 6% yield on Pfizer ever again. You know, that's it. If there's a rate cut, a lot of these rates, Bill goes out the window, and then now equities will drop, but some of these value plays, they will hold up, and then if it is real quality and they have a high dividend, this may, you know, you may not really see these yields ever again. So in a weird way, I like the double-edged sword they provide. They have value, they could hold up. If the market has soft landing, they're going to rally. If rates come down, we're locking in a higher rate on some of these names, and then that's pretty much it. The world is not ending, but if it did, it's like saying, why do I prefer high-quality equity trading at a discount offering a high yield? Why will Pfizer yield go away? What do you mean by that? Just all of these, like, again, once rates go down lower, you know, and in the future, the stock price will go down for a little bit, but then eventually once they cut rates and then the market stabilizes and then is able to go back up from rate cuts, all of these stocks, they're going to run back up, and they're not going to be, and it's going to run up for no reason. It'll be cyclical. Rates are lower, and then usually the yields, you won't be able to see them again. Again, we got Abivi at like a 7% yield or something. It's never touched that ever again, you know, and that was a time too, kind of around that. It was a little bit better, but, you know, even then, look at like 2020 and some of those dividends, very similar. So you could react in the moment. You don't have to like go ahead of it, but that's it. Dude, there's another person saying the stream is off. No, bro. People have been saying it all day. I have 2 screenshots of it. They lying? No, it's pretty like OG chats. So they're saying like the chat, it won't even load up. They could see the chat, and then somebody else sent me this today, where it's just like the chat will load up, but like literally just a black screen for them. Let you refresh. It'll be good. If you really can't access it, screenshot it and send it. No, I mean, Google, you guys have already, some of you got to like contact Google and you saw what it's like. They're like, can you send this? Can you do this? Oh, wow, that's weird. It shouldn't do this. But they just, I don't even know, bro. That's it. I think if I did more shrooms, they'd like me or something. I don't know. No plays on Costco, no. But we have 17 minutes left. Today was slow, but flew by. I still got a long day ahead. Even tonight, though, man. Bank of Japan. No, I was just on Schwab. It's good. For now, at least. I did not sell the KRE. Plan on holding. I mean, my play, if you've been here to know I have the play, you should know my plan with it. Nothing has changed. Again, I just reminded people if you don't want to, you could ghetto spread it or get out if do whatever you need to, but that play has not changed at all. I don't know. I sold out of Bank of America Day. It was like a tax loss, but not really because I made the same amount in dividends. We got rid of Boyle, but I don't know how that one's gonna play out. I think it did give us a rundown. And then I sold covered calls on Roblo. We flipped SBGI, and then I closed out of my bond play. Kind of did a lot without realizing it, but yeah. Was it RTY? Oh, gold. I'm still in the gold play. Came up a little bit from Friday. It was up a lot more in the morning, though. So, we will see. What major trend do I see in 24? The yen. Other than that, I think the yen's going to be a golden thing to watch. But other than that, I mean, I'm done trying to guess it. I think I know the answer, though. Diversification, you'll win. It doesn't matter. The way I'm kind of looking at it is let me put myself in a spot where no matter what, I think I'll be good. That's it. You get a little bit of that. I don't think you'll have any problem. Not buy. Yen is not a long-term play. It's a currency. You know what I'm saying? So it's really just taking advantage of the low prices now and potential policy. But other than that, I mean, I don't really think you can put it in the long term, nor would I. I don't really like to put currencies in it. Like, imagine what, it's not really an asset, it's just money. That's it. You're just converting currency. YCL March. The FXY. Because if YCL will only hit if we're correct in the short term, right? But FXY, if that's the play where, like, again, whenever the yen pops up, it'll be there. But then again, you got to be careful with the options. I mean, the random play highlights it. Bro, the random play, we have TMF options in the random that were purchased a couple months ago in August, and then even at the end of last year, and they're both down. So even then, bonds are higher than August 21st, and your TMF options with like a year, 2 years of time are still down 30%. So you do got to watch out for that. Bank of Japan will impact gold. Well, again, if the yen strengthens, dollar weakens, gold will probably go up. If rate yen stays in chains, it should pop then. If no, it might go down, more like weaken. So if nothing happens tonight and it's like a real nothing burger and they don't even signal anything for next year, the yen may get some pressure. But then again, the dollar has been dropping. So that one, the no reaction will be the most interesting of all of them. But there's going to be some language I'm sure people are going to get hung up on. And then remember, there's an action tonight. And then it's not till like early in the wee hours of the morning that they do the press conference. It's several hours later. 3 minutes until the 10-minute rigged. Next 2 weeks, robots. I mean, we went up a lot. I think the volume is probably fell off a cliff. Yeah, 47 million at the 10-minute rigged. Very slow, fast day. Right? Yeah, volume just light, though. All right, man. 10-minute rigs there. It's here. Not maybe final 5. Maybe final right. I'm with the IBB, but those got clapped. I still like the idea, though. But we need a little bit more cyclical pop-off. Well, those came down a decent amount. 800 million to the sell side, market on close. Fed Dolly, 3 rate cuts would be needed in 24 to avoid over-tightening. 3 to avoid over-tightening? So then that means we have 6 to get a good one, huh? If you say just over, MOW or MPW? You probably mean MP, right? But that day it went up was 8%. Though. I kind of like this price, but still an 8% premium. Are we flying blind? Is that just your screen? Nah, you good. You getting that on Twitch now? That's interesting. I'm still in the KRE. I don't think Viatris had anything. Where is their stock? We're down $50 on that, down 20 cents. But I haven't heard anything on it yet. Beatrice. Fed daily rate cut could be needed next year to prevent over-tightening. Fed Dolly says 3 rate cuts could be needed in 24. Is she interviewing Nick Timmerhouse, or is he interviewing her? It's one out of the other. I mean, only a couple minutes. Only a couple minutes. MSI on the high. What about Airbnb? That was up in the morning. It's still up. Usually likes to give those up. Oh, it's not bad. How's Chi-Town? I'm not in Chi-Town, but I might go still. I could go tomorrow, but then I won't be streaming if I do. So we'll see how the Bank of Japan is. A lot of flights, though. A lot of flights. I still got a lot of other things to do. I got to leave right at the end of the stream. So I got to leave right at 1. No dentist appointment, but I do got to go. I'm still going to close it out. We're going to have our fun. You know what I'm saying? CHH. Wait, Snap come back up? Bro, Snap was up 6% today. And then just came back down. The possibilities of the Bank of Japan, endless. Endless possibilities. Honestly, we don't know. So, I mean, we're going to find out soon around 7 p.m. Pacific time. I'll either have a watch list or we'll go live for it. We'll see what happens with it all and what the schedule is looking like. But, you know, if anything, we'll have something to wake up to tomorrow. You know, you'll definitely have something to deal with. Expedia's running up. I was just looking at travel. Expedia's go crazy. ZG, Red Fun. 1 and 2 at 10. Come on, Habibi. Why other Fed members are downplaying the Powell rate cut? Because I think the market got crazy. I mean, if you don't know what happened from last Powell, the market was pricing in 100 basis points of cuts. And then when Powell said, fine, we'll give you 75, right when the market figured that out, they said, nah, now we want 150. So, well, that's exactly why. It's because the stock market and especially the bond market is acting like Austin, Texas in 2021. If you remember in Austin, Texas, you could go up to someone and say, I'll give you $100,000 for your house. And they're like, nah, I want 150. And then you're like, okay, I'll give you 150. And they're like, nah, I want 200 now. And then you'd be like, okay, I'll give you 200. And they're like, I want 4. I want 4 right now. I want 400,000. Sir, we started at 1. I don't care. I know what I have. I know what I have. I know what I have. Okay. So that's why they're talking shit. That's why the Fed members are trying to draw it back down, because literally, like straight up, it was shocking that everybody went from that we even had the Fed go closer to the market, but right when they got it, right when the market found out Powell and the Fed are at 75 basis points, then they moved it from 100 to 150. They started acting crazy. They think I'm crazy. I think your rate cut just like you. Sorry. Oh, yes, it's that time, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time. You ready? Chattadonia. We got to bring it home. The new guy get mad loud. You know what I'm saying? So when you hear me say earmuffs, you've been such a great audience. I want to make sure you're safe and protected. I don't want your ears to bleed. We've had reports of eardrums bleeding, diarrhea, allergies, and then worst of all, dormant BBB coming back to life. So please make sure that when you hear me say earmuffs, if you have sensitive ears, you don't like loud noises, I just want to make sure you have a great time, end it on a good note. When I say earmuffs, you should lower those speakers. You should lower those speakers, okay? It's good for you, man. It's good for you. It'll protect you, all right? You ready? All right, earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees and cloudy. Looking like a good day, kind of. Unless you thought everything would melt up because it keeps going, even though everything has been nonstop, and this would be 8 weeks in a row. But the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please slide down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chad, look at the time. You only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. It's time to finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. And guess what? Bank of Japan could change it all. Bank of Japan could change it all. Maybe it does nothing. Maybe we punt till next year. Either way, you got to finalize it. Shares, options, futures. Make up your mind now. We still got the rest of the week. PCE on Friday. But you got to make some decisions, baby. So you have less than 10 seconds remaining. So go. Bring it home, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good luck, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. You're here right now. You got here the whole time. It don't matter. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table contributed. All the vibes, personalities, knows, info. That's what I'm talking about, baby. GG. Let's go, baby. Listen, without a GG, it don't matter. I don't care who you are. You think you're the best, the worst, the funniest, the unfunniest, the biggest troll, the best Chad. You got the best. Without a GG, it don't matter. Without that sportsmanship, it don't. I need a GG from everybody, baby. That's how we get down. You stronger as one, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Stronger is one. Tell them, Twitch. Tell them, baby. Where you at? I see you too. Let's go, baby. Good game. Everybody holding it down. The members, non-members, stream alerts, the honorary members. Stop it. Good game, baby. Everyone holding it down. You with it or not? Long term or not, baby. Good game. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. That's how you play. GG, dog. That's how you play. GG, dog. Good game. Good game, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game.
The key in the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me that rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. I'd give you one, but I gotta go, bro. I've been on a schedule. I gotta get on a phone call. They're gonna put me on hold for another 30 minutes, but I love you, baby. God bless you, Chatadonia. God bless you. I'll see you tonight, baby. Either a watch list or a live. That's it. You got to be subscribed to the channel or you're going to miss it. Even if you are subscribed, YouTube will still make you miss it, but it's okay. So I'm going to say, vibe with me. Either go to the live section or go to the video. You'll see how it is. But chat, I love you all. God bless you. And remember, don't get tired running from the wrong thing. from the right thing. That's all. That's why. You go to the wrong thing. That's it. You got energy. I'm just saying, bro. You running from the. That's it. I'm gonna leave it with that. But Chad, go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't ever forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why we blessed with another year. And you got the long term to ride throughout. And why you don't get tired and get your rest by obeying. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go, Chattadonia. God bless you. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Enjoy it and peace out. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta run. I'm gonna go run. I'll see you in the nighttime. All right, bye.